But I think that all of those provisions need to be balanced, frankly, with righting the other end of the income bracket, where we have people making $8.2 million that are paying an effective tax rate in terms of municipal and state taxes of somewhere between 6 and 7%. Mr. McNamara spoke about how wrong that is. But again, it comes back to helping the working class people across the state with costs that have risen through the roof. People should not have to be working 2, 3, and 4 jobs, just to be able to survive. And we can do many of those things without hurting anybody. The 14 billionaires in our state are today $25 billion richer than they were the day before the pandemic. So surely they can be asked to contribute a little bit more to ease the rising cost of living for working class people across the state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Robin. Good to see you, and thank you for being here this morning. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I'll just note to the members, both speakers have so far referenced the tax incidence study. Hopefully all of you have had a chance to receive that. We will be holding an informational hearing on that issue next Friday, the 11th, in the morning, which will be an opportunity for members of this committee to engage with that report, learn about that report, and ask questions of those who prepared it. I would encourage each of you to read that ahead of time so you are prepared for that. I think it's like 46 pages, and it's dense reading, but very, very important. So please check that out, and we will be having that hearing next week. Any further questions for Rob? All right, seeing none.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, this is Representative Santiago.
Representative Santiago, yep.
Thank you for letting me speak. I couldn't get my hand up quick enough, so thank you. So I just have a question, a couple of questions for Mr. Burrell.
Yes.
So one of them would be, what do you see the impact of the state making inroads to helping the middle class? What are some of the examples that you would see that would help working families and people that are struggling, still making $16 an hour?
Well, look, I mean, I think that there are so many things that can be done that can expand opportunities in terms of services and give people some relief. Investments in housing so that we can lower the cost of housing. It's not just Fairfield County now where housing costs are going through the roof. It is really a statewide challenge in terms of people to be able to get access to quality, affordable housing. Investments in education. Our children, as people say, are our most valuable resource. But do we act like that in terms of the investments that we make statewide? Okay, where we know that the children that are growing up in Bridgeport that Senator Moore represents and sees on a day-to-day basis, and champions those children, we just know that they have a completely different life opportunity than kids living 15 miles down the road in Greenwich. Okay, let's start to get to the conversation about the fact that what we all know is the case. We do not have one state, we have two. Okay, we've got Greenwich and Glastonbury and Simsbury. And life is about as good as it could be for people that live in those areas. And I'm happy for them. I don't want anything to be taken from them. But the children in Norwich, in New Haven, in Hartford, in Meriden, deserve those same life opportunities. We know what it costs for people who, maybe they're middle class to pay for childcare. $250 a week, $300 a week per child. Okay, and I am so glad that our governor raised the minimum wage to $15 an hour, a number of years ago. But we all know that nobody can survive on $31,000 a year. So I think that this is a time to make the historic investments that are needed to lift working class people into having greater and greater opportunity. Whether it's lowering the cost of our community colleges and universities, or expanding access to childcare, or providing more subsidies to housing and healthcare. Now is the time to make those investments so that people get just some basic relief. Many of our members, even folks who are making competitive union wages, have to work 100 hours a week just to pay the bills. And this needs to change. And the only people who have the ability to do it, I think, in terms of policy decisions, are the people on this panel. Okay, we are asking the wealthiest among us to share just a little bit of the prosperity that they have to make things easier. We teach this to our children. You know, if my kid shows up to school and you know, has a sandwich or has two, and the other kid next to them doesn't have one, you give them the sandwich. Okay, it's not that hard. And it's great to see you, my neighbor, Representative Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Burrell. I just want to make a statement. Thank you for that insight. And I just want people to realize that the working class, the middle class is having a tough time in making it in the state of Connecticut. So in order to live in the state of Connecticut, you have to basically be making $27 an hour. So thank you, Mr. Burrell, for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, we'll move on, but thank you, Mr. Brill, and for your testimony. Thank you.
The next testifier is Beverly Brakeman.
Hi, good morning, Senator Fanfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman. My name is Beverly Brakeman. I'm the director of United Auto Workers Region 9A. Thank you for having this hearing today. I'm here on behalf of our members, also to support Senate Bills 21, 28, and 29. You have my testimony. It's very long. I'm going to keep this short. You have a long day ahead of you. All three of these bills are about economic recovery for our state post-pandemic and for all who live and work here, economic fairness and equality in housing, health and healthcare, education, food security, and access to public services for all people, establishing concrete policies that address the undeniable truth that families of color suffer disproportionately due to structures of racism and inequality deeply embedded in our state's safety net systems. I come to you from a place of privilege. I've maintained my job, my healthcare, my home, my food security, and even my retirement security during this pandemic, but I'm very privileged. This in turn allowed me to help two people very precious to me who suffered deep losses during this pandemic. My youngest daughter, who worked in the food service industry, and her dad, who lost everything on March 20th of 2020. For my daughter, thanks to pandemic unemployment, she survived financially, but the devastating isolation of the pandemic sent her into a tailspin of addiction and depression she's still climbing out of now. And despite maintaining great health care through me, getting access to treatment has been a nightmare that we're still dealing with today. And the same has been true for her dad. So imagine people who don't have the resources, who don't have somebody like me, who's well-connected, knows the system, knows how to get shit done. It's terrifying to me. And I had a lot to work with. This pandemic and its aftermath have laid bare a weakened and racially imbalanced medical, health, education, housing, and safety net infrastructure. You must take action. I believe with the former speaker that this committee is who needs to take action, and I trust that you will. And like most of you, I didn't stop with my family to help. I helped others. I believe that power is a wasted commodity if not used to fight for people and to make change when change is needed. Tax the rich is a dated slogan. I don't really like it. But what I do believe is that we need a fair taxation that both corporations and people all pay into based on income and resources, raising more revenue to invest fairly in public services that lift people out of poverty and economic insecurity. A rising tide does lift all boats. So I ask for your support of these three bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beckman. Good to see you. General reminder to both participants in this hearing on either side. While I appreciate the passion, we have to watch our language in these hearings. So just making sure we put that out there for the record for all those testifying. Representative Farrar.
Thanks, Chairman Scanlon. Thanks, Beverly, for being here and for sharing your professional and personal passion and story about this today. I'm grateful for you as an advocate and also proud to have you as a resident of the 20th district. But I just would like to know, sometimes, when we're looking at these bills and kind of capturing some of the numbers of what these proposals would cost, we can sometimes kind of lose sight of the cost of doing nothing in this moment. And I would kind of love to hear, what from your perspective you feel like is on the line, and is kind of the cost of doing nothing.
Thank you, Representative Farrar, and my apologies to the committee. I do get passionate, and thank you for that reminder, Representative Scanlon. I can't quantify it for you. There's probably people smarter than me who can, but the cost is enormous of not doing anything to people's lives and the suffering that people endure. And that in turn taxes our systems probably even more than if we were meting out the safety net services in a fair way, because we all pay for those people who don't have healthcare. It's driving our healthcare system, for example, into the ground. We are disproportionately educating our youth. We are disproportionately housing people. And that is a cost. The two Connecticut's is a cost to all of us. It is not sustainable. And if we want to be a state that people want to live in and want to work in and want to thrive in, we have to address these problems. So that's probably the best answer I can give you, but it's the one I most believe in, but probably somebody smarter than me could give you the numbers on what that would look like.
No, that's super, Bev. Thank you. Because I think you just kind of illuminated at the heart of it, what we see in our lives every day for our constituents. And again, what we're capable of if we actually take action. So thank you for that. And thank you again for being here. And thank you, Chairman. No further questions at this time.
Thank you.
Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Brakeman, for your testimony. You mentioned education. So I know you said this committee is where things need to be done, but I'm just curious, as the representative from UAW and some of the things you've said, I've noticed that in a lot of the places you're mentioning, those cities put into place restrictions on education during COVID, like, prolonged periods of distance learning. So I'm just curious, did UAW try to push any of those city leaders to get those children back into schools quicker than some of the suburbs? Because that seems to me to have been a huge problem that's going to make things worse. So I'm just curious if you did anything like that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'm not sure I was addressing the ways in which different cities and states handled the pandemic in terms of masks or leaves or whatever. No, I didn't get involved in that. It's very complicated. I don't have young children. I left that to advocates who work in the education system. I could share my personal views, but I won't. What I was referring to, Representative Carney, was more the, I think what one of the former speakers said, which is sort of the, how we have, some states and some cities and towns where the educational system is thriving, and students have access to the resources and everything that they need. And then you have a lot of our cities where the children who go there are just not receiving the same level of services and resources. So that's more what I was referring to in terms of the equity and equality in education across the state, not so much the ways that we managed pandemic learning. But thank you for the question.
Okay, I mean, I would certainly take a look at that if I were you. I mean, the students in my towns were able to go back to school throughout most of the pandemic. And I just think we give certain urban leaders a pass when policies are put into place that negatively affect students. And I think they did during this pandemic. And I think, honestly, those leaders have gotten a pass for a long time. So I think, coming to the Finance Committee and asking us to make changes into things that happen in Hartford and New Haven may be a little short-sighted. And I think it would be wise for some of the union leaders to really push back on folks like Mayor Bronin, who speaks a lot about wanting to help students and wanting to help those with lower incomes, but his actions certainly don't always match his words. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. No further questions.
Yeah, I would just, if I could just respond to that, I would say that I think what this committee can do, what your charge is to look at the system of taxation, which is not fair. And that is a way to equalize how we mete out our education, housing, and all those kinds of services. And as for decisions that different mayors in different cities have made, I trust that they're doing the best thing for how to protect their children and how to keep children from learning. There's no easy answers. It's not like we had a playbook for this pandemic. So anyway, that's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for being with us today. Next up, Bree.
The next testifier is Travis Woodward.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and members of the Finance Review and Bonding Committee. My name is Travis Woodward. I'm a resident of Hamden and also an engineer at the Connecticut Department of Transportation. I'm also the president of CSEA SEIU Local 2001, a labor union representing over 23,000 state, municipal, Board of Ed, active and retired public and private sector workers. CSEA is also a proud member of Recovery for All. I offered the following testimony in support of Senate Bills 21, 28, and 29. If you're following my written testimony, I did shorten it up for time constraints. CSEA members have been hard at work during the pandemic, from paraeducators in our public schools to the staff in secure facilities like state prisons or at the Southbury Training School. To people like me who are working to improve our transportation infrastructure, we have continued to do what we do best, serve the public. But that service has come with real and lasting sacrifice if we have seen members infected with COVID, members who have lost their loved ones because of the virus, and members who have lost wages due to illness or mandated quarantine. Just somebody that I worked with for a couple of years in the building down in New Haven passed away as a result of COVID. As proud as I am of the incredible work done by CSEA members and other working people over the course of the past 2 years, the virus has made clear something we have known for a long time. Connecticut's public services are dangerously short-staffed and underfunded, and we have a tax and economic system that not only prioritizes the ultra wealthy, but appears to punish those who work for a paycheck. Senate Bill 29 would provide immediate and permanent relief to those who need it most. It should be coupled with a child tax credit to bring working families out of poverty and give them a fighting chance to make ends meet, provide for their children, and save for a rainy day. Senate Bills 21 and 28 ask high income earners to share the responsibility of building a strong economy. They are important common sense measures, but we should also raise marginal rates on household incomes over $1 million. That level of contribution will go a long way to revitalizing and expanding programs and services that build equity. It would also create a vibrant Connecticut where everyone could thrive. As important as those three bills are, we should also be asking the mega profitable corporations to do a little more at this critical juncture in our state's and nation's history, increasing the current corporate income rate tax from 10 to 20% and increasing the business tax on corporations of 100 million or greater would generate between 250 and 300 million annually. I urge the committee to support Senate Bills 21, 28, and 29. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Woodward. Seeing no questions, I think we'll go to the next person.
The next testifier is Julie Canglialosi.
Hello, sorry, I forgot to unmute. Mr. Chairman, as well as members of the committee, thank you for seeing me today. My name is Julie Canglialosi of New Milford, Connecticut. I'm speaking on behalf of HB number 5103 that I am in strong favor of. Like many women, I wear many hats and sometimes even a crown. I'm a wife, a nonprofit founder of Operation Little Angel 101, Hope After Loss, a former Mrs. Connecticut and Mrs. of America, but most important role that I've ever had is being a mother. I'm the proud mother of 4. My son Landon is 7. Elle is a precocious 5-year-old, and we lost 2 children, Charlie and Lena, who are now our guardian angels. Being an optimist and knowing the statistics in pregnancy loss, I never imagined we would have experienced this blow not once, but twice. Losing 2 children late within my 2nd trimester is a pain that is immeasurable and something you never truly heal from, unless you sadly experience it for yourself. When we lost Charlie, we were not in America. We were actually in a French territory. So we thought our experience was unique because we weren't in America. But unfortunately, we thought we were in Groundhog's Day, like the movie, when we lost Lena. We were so lost, confused, in denial, and navigating this road, looking for answers. We were fortunate to be able to find Dr. Kleiman from Yale because we could pay for the out-of-pocket expenses to uncover what was going on. I know full well that that is a privilege, especially today, and not everyone has access to that. I was also able to seek mental health professionals for my depression and anxiety, something that I still suffer from today because of my experiences. I know, again, I'm not alone, that many couples also suffer from that depression and anxiety after that loss. And that's why I made it my mission to start my nonprofit. But today, my heart breaks even further because for the last 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic, depression rates are at an all-time high. I know in this bill, we're seeking for a one-time tax credit. And yes, it will help offset some of the expenses that people will have. But what is immeasurable is that you are saying that we are being heard, you see us, and you are with us. Thank you.
Well, Julia, first of all, thank you for being here this morning, and thank you for sharing your story. I know that that cannot be easy, and obviously as a parent, my heart feels for you, but I appreciate you being here today to help with this bill and to advocate for your children and everyone else's children. So thank you. Any questions from the committee? I see one from Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Julie, our condolences for your losses.
Thank you.
What type of extra expenditures did you incur going through your
For the loss? Yes, so there is obviously, like everyone else, out-of-pocket medical expenses that were not covered. But in order to seek more answers, to be able to do an autopsy for an unborn child who died in the womb, insurance does not cover that. I was fortunate that Dr. Kleiman does have a reasonable rate, but what's reasonable to me is not reasonable to the normal person, and we wanted more answers. The other costs that were not, taken care of is the extreme depression and anxiety. It is at an all-time high to not just right after as you're in the healing process, but what I want everyone to keep in mind, your pregnancy, your subsequent pregnancies then bring this whole other level of anxiety. So this is something that's going to be with me for a lifetime. All total, when I look at all the expenses, it is quite high, but I understand I am fortunate that I could do it. Not everybody is in this situation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you.
Seeing no further questions, Julie, again, thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
The next testifiers are Meryl Gay and Stephanie Luxek.
I'm not sure how Stephanie got connected to my name. She hasn't worked at Voices for years, and I didn't write that in there. So my name is Meryl Gay, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance. Last Friday, about 50 childcare providers testified in the Public Health Committee about the crisis in childcare and the need for SB2 to include a lot of resources to support the industry to keep it from collapsing. So I'm here today to say that childcare is in crisis and the state needs to intervene in this problem. That is going to take resources, and that's why I'm here as part of the Recovery for All Coalition to ask you to support SB 21, SB 28, and SB 29. The industry is in crisis, and it is worsening the overall workforce shortage in the state. CBIA just came out with a report that says that there are the number of open positions has gone up, but the workforce has gone down. And cited as one of the factors in that is a lack of childcare. Right now, childcare cannot keep up with the wages in the broader economy, which means that they are losing staff to lots of other employers. The problem is that when, if a grocery store doesn't have staff, it means the line at the checkout is a little longer or shelves don't get stocked. But in childcare, we have very strict staff to student ratios so that we can assure child safety. When programs don't have the staff, they can't open classrooms. And for every classroom, every preschool classroom that's not open, that's 20 parents who don't have childcare, who can't go to work. Because childcare has such a tight ratio or such a bad funding model, essentially, if you are down a classroom or two, you can't reach break even. We just did a survey that said 62% of childcare programs are not breaking even. This is a downward spiral that is going to result in more closures and a worsening workforce situation. It's a classic place of where government needs to intervene in a broken market, but that is going to take resources. And that's why you need to look at progressive revenue options like these three bills. And I'd be happy to answer questions, but I know time is limited today. Thank you.
Representative Meskers.
Sorry about that. Meryl, look, I want to thank you for your testimony. I share your concern about early childhood education and about the funding model, and my concerns about the fact that we've had, I think, a stagnant reimbursement rate on early childhood education over the last, Meryl, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if it goes back 5 or 10 years that we haven't increased the reimbursement rates on those models, right? When I look at it, my concerns are early childhood education help to close the achievement gap, provide for daycare and education for our children, and are the foundations of the educational system in many of our disadvantaged communities. So I'm looking to work to support that as well. I think my concern on a progressive income tax model is based solely on the fact that we've had a stagnant economic growth in this state. There is more and more remote work going on, and I'm leery of tax policies that don't structurally improve the finances of the state or threaten the finances of the state in terms of income tax generation. So I don't know if I will agree on all the points you made in terms of the progressive taxation, but I think that we have to find within our resources the ability to support our early childhood education system. Where do we stand on the reimbursement rates from your background? Maybe give us just answer that question.
Sure.
Helpful to me. How long has it been since we've increased?
Yeah.
And what do you think where do we need to get to on the reimbursement rates?
So school readiness and child development centers have been stagnant in funding since 2015. In 2015, the minimum wage was $9.15 an hour. There are centers that were paying their staff with a bachelor's degree $16 an hour in 2015. And now in 2022, they still have had no additional revenue to give those teachers a raise. They have been required to give their lowest qualified staff, the lowest earners, wage increases. So they are now at $13 an hour. They will go to $14 an hour in July. But that wage compression means that all of those bachelor's degree and associate's degree teachers that are required for accreditation and required by the state of Connecticut for those state-funded programs, they're leaving for jobs that they can earn more money at. Public schools are trying to hire people there. We have a labor shortage across the economy, And so anybody who has the ability to pay more is, and stealing people from early childhood, which hasn't had the ability to raise wages. I should also just point out that the state-funded programs make up about 20% of the overall market. And in some ways, they are the ones who've had the higher wages. That in childcare in general, there are an awful lot of people working for a minimum wage or just a little bit above it with no health benefits. That's why people are leaving, and they're leaving to McDonald's for more money. I mean, that's how bad it is. And the industry as a whole is collapsing, not just the state-funded centers. That's why I'm saying this is going to take more resources than we've been thinking about. We've always thought, state government has thought about the state-funded programs, that $110, $120 million in the OEC budget early childhood line item. But I'm telling you that the entire industry is collapsing. We heard from the owners of a program in Putnam. It's half of the licensed childcare in town. They're on the brink of collapse. That's going on all over.
Thank you very much. That's helpful. So on the state-funded side, where I can affect change directly, you're talking about a 30 or 40% differential that we need to get to, basically. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at what does a high-quality program in a wealthy community where their paying customers can afford the cost of high-quality care, where they're paying teachers well.
30 seconds
preschool,
to summarize.
Yeah, is roughly $15,000 to $17,000, and we're spending $8,900 right now.
Okay, thank you very much. That's very helpful. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Sanchez, followed by Representative Casano, or Senator Casano, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And sorry, I'm on my phone here, so it's like all over the place. Anyway, so thank you, Meryl. Meryl, thank you for your advocacy for early child care. You know, as well as I do, that we are in a huge crisis, and absolutely we are. The industry is losing teachers. They can't retain them because of the amount they're paying these teachers, and also they can't recruit any because even at the college level, there's no interest in taking that profession because they know they're going into a profession that is a very low-paid, poverty level profession, which is very sad indeed, especially in the state of Connecticut. So we absolutely have to do something about that. And I can say that I have given reference letters to teachers that I supervised in the past in a nonprofit organization, school readiness program. And everyone that I gave reference letters to have left because you're absolutely right. They left to jobs at JCPenney, McDonald's, and the local Board of Eds are hiring people left and right to accommodate their para educators and their assistant teachers in their preschool programs as well. So definitely, we ask, the state of Connecticut will ask for quality and will ask for bachelor level degrees, but then we don't pay them. And so people are not staying in the profession and they're not applying at our universities or our colleges to get into the early childhood education system. So we have some really serious concerns. Now, Meryl, can you also let us know how is this affecting, this is not just affecting urban areas, but it's affecting the state as a whole. Can you give me a quick breakdown on what other areas are being affected in early childcare?
Well, I think one of the big concerns that Senator Austin mentioned last week in appropriations is that EB is expecting to hire 2,500 new employees. Many of them will be younger people with kids, and there's no childcare out there. We have OEC estimates that we have a shortage of 50,000 infant toddler spaces. And And the reason that we have such a shortage is because the reimbursement rates for the payment levels for the Care for Kids program are so low that you lose money trying to do infant toddler care, and that we don't have any other form of subsidy for infant toddler care. I mean, one of the things that they could do would be to allow some of the communities that have, in some ways, too many school readiness slots. Hartford has too many preschool slots. Allow them to convert those to infant toddler care. But really, I mean, to have a robust system where families can all access the care they need to work at an affordable price will cost substantially more than we are spending now.
Absolutely. And so this is going to be a huge effect on our economy here in Connecticut. Yeah. So if there's no childcare available, you're going to have mothers and fathers that cannot go to work because they don't have the childcare available in their communities. And so this is going to affect not just at the public level, but at the private level. It's an effect across the state, something that we have to address this year. And, you know, on the Education Committee, we will have some bills to address the problem, but you're absolutely right. This is going to cost, and we're going to have to come up with some way to fund these programs, or else our economy and the unemployment rate here in the state of Connecticut will continue to be high, and people will continue to stay home. And that also puts a stress on other systems like the Department of Social Services with SNAP benefits and cash assistance programs and Husky. Many of these individuals are on state health plans. So, it's an effect that we want to get away from. We want to see people work. We want to see people, pay taxes do what they have to do, but they have to have a quality childcare program within their community, and that's becoming a huge crisis. Many doors are
30
closing.
Seconds,
now,
please summarize.
Is it true? Yes. Is it true that there's been over 80 programs throughout the state that have closed their doors? Meryl?
Yeah, I think that's the number I heard from OEC.
About 80. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Cassano, followed by Senator Fonfara. Did we lose Senator Cassano? You're on mute, I think.
I'm always on mute. There we go. Meryl, I'm wondering if the model needs to be totally revised. We've relied on childcare centers throughout our communities, usually in somebody's homes, somewhat centers and so on. You mentioned Electric Boat. If Electric Boat is going to put 1,200 new workers or 2,000 new workers in, then the Electric Boat's going to develop a childcare system on site or multiple systems on site. And big businesses that are crying for more help and saying people aren't going to work have to do the same thing. We can't rely on neighborhoods. We can't rely on individuals to open their home and have a child care center all over the state of Connecticut, where we need to go where the jobs are. And we're not doing that. And we need to make an effort. I think the trades need to make an effort. Clearly the state needs to make an effort to start to develop a program where people can go to work, bring their child into daycare on the site, and this will reduce the unemployment rate. It'll provide good care. We can't do the thing we're doing right now. It's got to be different or it's not going to work. Would you comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, there's a particular skill set that goes with doing high quality early childhood programs. Many hospitals set up childcare programs to get their nurses back from maternity leave. But increasingly, they have moved away from running programs themselves that, if you make submarines for a living, that's what you're good at. You may not be good at providing childcare. I think that there are probably places where businesses should partner with people who know how to do childcare to be able to expand the supply of care. But for many families who've got little kids, their preference would be to have their child in a family childcare home rather than driving them 45 minutes to a center at work. I think we need to give parents lots of options, but I do think there's a role for business to support this infrastructure that's needed for their workers to be able to come to work.
And I don't disagree with what you say, but if we continue to do as we are doing and provide that kind of service, instead of expanding that kind of service, that unemployment rate will remain the same. Those job openings will remain the same, and we do nothing to move the economy. And there should be, I don't care if it's somebody's house, somebody's childcare center, or electric boat. You're still going to need qualified people to run and care for these centers and run and care for these children. But that can be done. And I think we have to explore that because we don't have the capacity to do it in our local neighborhoods to provide enough childcare so that everybody can get back to work.
Yeah. Well, part of that has to do with making sure that it is a viable business. Who's going to go open up a childcare center if you're going to lose money and go out of business doing it? That we've got to improve the economics of it.
And it's not some easy thing to run. It starts at 6 in the morning and it goes to 6 at night. The demands on staff, the quality, all of those kinds of things, there's issues. And so I think we have to expand it. Thank you, Merrill.
Thank you.
Senator Fonfara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Gay, are you testifying on a particular bill? Senate Bill 21, 28, and 29.
One of those is about the EITC, which I think is a very important support for families with children. But the other two are ways to raise revenue through progressive means. And I'm basically saying there is a strong need for some more revenue in the state to solve a problem that is impacting the whole economy.
Get in line, sir, get in line.
Yep.
You'll have a days-long debate just on where that money ought to go.
Yeah.
So there's not a bill on our calendar here, on our agenda, that speaks to the issue you have been.
No, I am specifically saying that this is an issue. This is a place where the market is broken, a place where government should intervene to solve a broader crisis, workforce crisis in the economy. And that will take resources. And that's why you need to have some more revenue to be able to support solve those kinds of problems.
Right. And just quickly, if you could, I'm listening to your comments and the questions that have been put to you, and I'm confused by how interchangeable you use the words daycare and early childhood education. And those are two, in my view, unless I'm not understanding the nomenclature of day, those are two totally different things. Providing a place for my kid while I work, who may not need early childhood education because he or she gets it at home. There are a lot of families that doesn't happen in this state. And those kids start school often 2 years, 3 years behind. And for me, that would be, not that I in any way feel that the childcare issue is not a real one in our society, in this state, and in our economy. I do. But I also know that many of those kids are going to do just fine because of the support system they have. Unfortunately, there are too many who desperately need quality early childhood, excellent early childhood education. And I just don't know how you use those terms because I've heard both of them.
So I couldn't agree with you more about the importance of the early years. That's when 90% of brain development happens. And particularly in times of stress, when parents are stressed, when there are lots of what are referred to as early childhood, adverse early childhood experiences, ACEs, that the role of a consistent, nurturing, something consistent for little children can be a really important buffering factor in addressing and dealing with those outward stresses. There is the childcare system, the way we have it now, typically has 30% turnover. That was before the pandemic. The pandemic has accelerated that. That means children are not getting consistent experiences because their teachers keep changing. The difference between somebody who is just there watching kids because that's the best job that they can get right now versus somebody who has really been trained in the brain development, what all the stages of child development and what they can do to support effective development. The work that James Heckman has done about the return on investment for high quality programs is really that's important.
I get your point. We're not the education committee.
Yep.
We try to identify the funds to be able to support programs that we as a legislature believe are important. But I'll just say it doesn't seem to me that you distinguish between the terms daycare and early childhood education, and I just wonder why that is. If
I would like all quote daycare.
We don't acknowledge that there are significant differences among children in this state in terms of their readiness that will serve them. As you just said, 90% of the brain develops in very early years. If we don't acknowledge the differences between children in that regard in this state, that thankfully the vast majority of kids aren't challenged in that regard because of many circumstances that are favorable in their lives, and then there are unfortunately too many who are not. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Devlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I might be continuing us down a path that perhaps the committee doesn't want to go, but I raised my hand first when Senator Cassano was making his comments because I wholeheartedly endorse what he was suggesting. A large company that I worked for in Midtown Manhattan that actually was in the pharmaceutical business, not childcare business, but did create an on-site childcare to provide that peace of mind and a quality place for parents to be able to bring their children. And this would be parents commuting with children. So, the fact that if somebody's going to work, I totally endorse and have experienced the quality that can be provided in that regard. All that said, I'm just curious, Meryl, you started out talking about this crisis. When did this crisis just happen, or when did this start from your perspective?
Childcare has been limping along in the shadows for a long time. It has always been too expensive for parents and relied on the teachers willing to work for less than they deserve. It's full of nice people who love kids and who have accepted wages that were not what they really deserve to earn. But as the pandemic scrambled everything and caused a great labor shortage, all of a sudden, there are so many more opportunities where you can earn so much more than you do in early childhood. We are experiencing an exodus from the field that I've had so many directors say the only people who are applying are people who have no skills at all, and they're demanding more money than my veteran teachers are getting paid now. I can't hire anybody. And that's why, I'm having to close classrooms. And if I have to close another classroom, I'm not going to break even. And then how the heck is this going to work? Every childcare director I know has spent time covering classrooms because they don't have enough staff. It has long been broken, but the pandemic has sort of ripped back the curtain on how broken it is and really exaggerated everything.
So really from the pandemic sort of created the crisis, like we're seeing in a lot of industries, and I don't discount the challenges in childcare at all. And can you, I didn't hear, and maybe I missed this, how much money you were actually asking for? And is this going to state agencies, or is this going to provide, what is the ask that you are seeking?
We believe that what is needed is $700 million. And that is really a first step towards what in total should be about a $2.5 billion early care system. If you look at what it really costs to provide high quality care, if you were paying, if everybody who needed it was able to get it, and for parents, it was affordable by the federal definition of people not spending more than 7% of their income on childcare, and teachers were getting paid based, similar to what public school teachers are for doing the same kind of work with the same degrees, we'd be spending a lot more money than we are now.
Are you suggesting that this is a government-run initiative, or it's just government funding you're seeking for private?
Government funded.
Before you answer, Mr. Gay, I just, with respect to the people who are waiting to testify on the bills that are before us,
yes,
please answer representative questions very quickly, and then let's move
as quickly as I can. Yes, we strongly support a mixed delivery system where there is care available in schools, in homes, and in centers of all stripes. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your indulgence.
No problem. Representative Farrar, do you have a question for Mr. Gay about what he's here for? If not, can we move on?
I do. I hope, hi, Meryl. I have a quick question, actually. Nice to see you. Very specific about your testimony on the finance bills in front of us. I was wondering if you're familiar with any other states that have particularly raised these type of tax proposals for a connection to early childhood support specifically. I feel like that would be great for us to know about.
So Maryland has just instituted a digital advertising tax and earmarked that for K-12 and early care funding. Washington, D.C. passed a surtax on high earners to fund a wage supplement for early educators. I'm trying to think which approach Oregon used. There's a county in Oregon that did a tax increase to cover early childhood. So there are some examples.
Thank you, Meryl. Yeah, if you don't mind following up with us on those, I think that's wonderful, because I feel like it illuminates, as you said, the connection of how are we being clear about ensuring that we're creating a fairer tax system while at the same time investing where these greatest needs are, which are especially childcare. So if you would share that information with the committee as a follow-up, that would be wonderful.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Meryl. Great. Next up.
Next testifier is Representative Kara Rochelle.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being on today. I want to thank Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, Senators Miller and Moore, Representative Cavros-DeGraw, Ranking Members Meskers, and Meskers, Ranking Members Martin, Cheeseman, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My testimony is online regarding SB 29. I do want to speak off of my testimony today regarding why I'm supporting the bill and why I'm hoping that you all will take this bill very seriously and advance it and take other measures seriously to support our hardest working residents in the state who are making the least. So SB 29, as you all know, will address tax fairness in the state of Connecticut. From DRS's incident report, which came out just a few days ago, we learned that the state has actually gotten worse. 2/3 of the state's residents are only making 20% of the income in the state of Connecticut, whereas the top half of 1%, those making more than $1.6 million, also are making 20% of the state's income, which is quite a big proportional difference. The lowest earners in our state are paying 20 to 26% of their income to state and local taxes, whereas those making 1.6% or 1.6 million and above are only paying 6.67%. This is obviously incredibly unfair and creates a deep burden that goes beyond just the numbers. I represent a community where 12,463 of our households are considered ALICE households. For those that are not aware, I believe most of you are, that stands for asset limited, income constrained, and employed. These are our working poor residents. It's people who, are working really hard to cover their basic bills and are having trouble making ends meet. These are folks that are living paycheck to paycheck, can't afford even a $500 crisis. In my community, these are the folks that I see when I'm volunteering to give, free meals out in the community, or I'm volunteering at the diaper bank, or doing other community supports, because people in these communities, work really hard to support each other, but, the tax burden is affecting them, in a way that is not tangible to those in the higher tax brackets. These are folks that are choosing between paying their basic bills or buying, that extra gift for their kids for their birthday or Christmas. They're sorting out which bill to pay late. And that shouldn't be happening in the state of Connecticut, one of the wealthiest states in the country. We can do better, and we have to do better for our residents. In Ansonia, 53% of my residents are Alice residents, 51% of Derby residents. So every other person in my community is struggling to pay their basic bills. We have to change the tax system to correct that.
30 seconds, please summarize.
I will just finish up by saying that 26.7% of my residents are living in poverty. The SB 29 would have a huge impact on raising folks, making their lives a little bit easier, and showing them that we are going to take steps. We must do much more, but this step must be taken and must be taken immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for being here today. Appreciate your testimony.
Next testifier is Hillary Hughes.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, and committee members. My name is Hillary Hughes from Richfield, Connecticut. I would like to speak to you today to help support Bill HB number 5103, an act establishing a credit against the personal income tax for parents who experience the birth of a stillborn child. My family and I are in full support of this bill, and I'd like to tell you why. Our first son, Oliver Colan Hughes, was stillborn on January 25th, 2013 at almost 9 months gestation. After having lived through this tragedy, we want to ensure that other families who have to endure this pain have their baby acknowledged. It's a small ask, really. Oliver is very much a part of our family. His 3 younger brothers know him by name, and that their older brother matters. We are now asking for you to sign this bill so that when a baby is born still, their baby is still acknowledged. When a baby is born at any gestational age and shows any single sign of life, 1 breath or heartbeat, that baby is afforded a birth certificate and counts as a tax dependent. Why can't we do the same for babies who have been carried in their mother's womb for 20 plus weeks, babies whose parents have already purchased and prepared for them? We were completely blindsided when the doctors discovered that there was no heartbeat, since I was a healthy 30-year-old woman at the time. Among many things that we were not prepared for, we were certainly not prepared for the financial burdens of hospital bills that still needed to be paid, despite the fact that we did not bring home a baby, funeral costs, and mental health expenses. Instead of settling Oliver into his baby room, we were arranging for a baby-sized coffin and planning a funeral, dealing with not only unimaginable emotional pain, but also costs of a funeral that we had never once considered when we decided to have a baby. I delivered Oliver at the same hospital as his younger brothers, one of the stark differences being that I was lucky enough to take his younger brothers home with me. The other was the differences in medical bills. Delivering Oliver required an induction process that had more expenses associated with it because I was not actively in labor or anywhere close to it. I also needed pain meds through an IV. All of these costs were not what we had planned for. Shortly after I got home from the hospital, my milk came in. That can be a painful process for any new mom, but what makes it even more painful emotionally and physically is when there's no baby there to nurse. So to make this pain go away, I invested in a cream that costs about $30 a bottle to suppress breast milk, but again, not something that I had planned for. On top of grieving the loss of my son as a mom, I felt the burden of having caused this. I set out to seek counseling, but many of the therapists recommended either did not take insurance, or if they did, it was first an out-of-pocket claim. The cost of one session was $150 to $200. For 10 sessions, that adds up to $2,000 right there. I did not attend more than a few sessions as I felt terrible about the cost. For so many reasons, this tax credit would have helped my husband and I. It would have helped us emotionally to feel that our Oliver mattered, and it would have helped us with the financial burdens I described above. I know that if this bill is passed, it would help so many others. Delivering your dead baby is so incredibly painful. Please help families to grieve. Please help families to feel that their baby is acknowledged. Thank you for taking a listen and to learn about Oliver and the far too many families like mine. Thank you very much.
Well, I want to thank you, Hillary. As I said earlier to Julie, really appreciate your courage to come through today and tell us what I'm sure is a very difficult story. And I want to thank you for your advocacy for this important bill. Senator Martin, followed by Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Hillary, our deepest sympathy and prayers for your loss. Could you just explain a little bit more about the tax deduction that I guess you cannot get regarding having a birth certificate versus not having a birth certificate?
Sure. Were you guys able to hear my whole testimony? Did my internet go out? It's okay. Okay.
We heard you.
Okay, thank you. So if the baby does not take a breath, they're not afforded a birth certificate. So they're not considered a live birth, and therefore they don't qualify for a tax deduction that year. Just like if a baby was born and just took one breath, they would get a, maybe they were born and lived very briefly, they would get a birth certificate and would be afforded the tax credit. That's my understanding of that.
Okay, and your medical expenditures were paid for though, either way, correct? You gave a stillborn birth, sorry, but not a birth, I guess, but versus delivering a child. Were those expenses covered under your medical?
One, it is a birth. I mean, the labor is exactly the same as it would be if you were delivering a baby that you were taking home from the hospital. So hopefully this answers the question that you're asking, but does insurance cover some of it? Sure. But just like any birth, it's not 100% covered, and there are more expenses. So I was not in labor, and therefore they have to do a procedure. Every birth is different, but mine was a procedure called a balloon. I had to be in the hospital, and the induction process was much longer than somebody who's maybe, partially in labor, as well as pain meds or additional costs.
Hillary, just one additional question, and just use your best judgment. How much additional expenditures do you think you had to go through?
I'm not sure I know the answer to that. I don't know that I can answer that monetarily. I think that, again, the additional costs also are just the things that you are not prepared for. So, the therapy and the mental health needs that are there, a lot of the, good therapists, for better or worse, don't take insurance. So, like I explained in kind of the last piece of my testimony, that's a huge cost. That's the $2,000 right there that you're not prepared for when you have a baby. I don't think you're ready to to have to go to weekly counseling for losing a baby. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Hillary, for sharing your painful experience with us. I share a birthday with Oliver. I'm sure his memory really lives on in your family, and really tragic and probably very difficult to explain to your other children as well. I had a question similar to Senator Martin. I'm just really trying to understand if this bill goes deep enough and really understand the total out-of-pocket costs associated with this. Obviously, there's no monetary amount we can put on the pain that you've experienced, but with funeral expenses and therapy and the creams that you mentioned, I wondered if you could tell us if you think the bill is fair at a $2,500 personal income tax credit, or if you think it needs to go further.
Thank you for your question, and thank you for those remarks. I appreciate that. I think it's fair. I believe that the other states who have passed similar legislation have a similar number to it. So I'm sure people who know more about data and numbers did their research and figured that this was a fair number. But I appreciate that question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Cabros-DeGraw.
Thank you again so much for being here. Your son Oliver shares a birthday with my son Lucas, so I'll be thinking of him in January. I wanted to ask, because I have heard from other mothers in this position, other parents in this position, that you're also encouraged to do genetic testing, and I know that can be as expensive as well. Was that something that you pursued, and what was the cost associated, or were you told maybe ahead of time what the cost would be and made a different choice?
That's correct. I believe there might be some other testimonies that'll speak a little bit more to that, but yes, I did do additional medical testing, or sorry, genetic testing, as well as an autopsy, which I think the previous testimony on this bill mentioned that is not covered by insurance. I also met with a doctor at Yale who provided additional testing. So yes, a lot of those things are not covered. I apologize. I don't have exact numbers for that stuff. I mean, a lot of it is, painful to go back and to dig through the details of things that sort of put away and tried to put off to the side. But I do know that yes, absolutely, those have costs to them. And that is something that I went through. Additional testing, as well as, I think this was mentioned before too, but in all my subsequent pregnancies, I had additional appointments and additional testing for those two that were not always covered by insurance.
Again, thank you for being here, and especially since you're here on behalf of future parents. It means a lot. So thank you for being here today to share that with us.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for those remarks.
And thank you again, Hillary, for being here. Appreciate your advocacy.
Thank you for listening.
Next up, Reed.
Is Ed Hawthorne.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I'm proud to represent over 200,000 working men and women in Connecticut as the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO. I'm also here to testify as a member of the Recovery for All Coalition in strong support of SB 21, 28, and 29. It is a sad distinction that Connecticut leads the nation in income inequality, leaving the poorest residents of our state to deal with education gaps, health disparities, and other hardships. Years of disinvestment have worsened inequalities and hampered our economic growth. Yet across Connecticut, regardless of race, gender, income inequality, or town in which we live, we've pulled together to navigate the pandemic and its ensuing financial devastation. Now, the virus recedes and our state offers are not only full, but overflowing with the surplus. It's time to finally provide the relief to our most vulnerable residents that need it. No one in Connecticut, the wealthiest state in the nation, should be forced to live in a constant state of survival mode. I know it's been referenced earlier, and I'm going to reference it again. The state tax incident analysis shows that the bottom 50% of Connecticut taxpayers contribute 23.6% of their income taxes, whereas the top 1% contribute a mere 7.5%. That top 1% has continued to do very well since 2014. In the start of the pandemic, Connecticut's 13 billionaires, I'll repeat, 13 billionaires seized $13.7 billion in additional wealth, adding an average of $1 billion each, while hundreds of thousands of working people, especially working people of color and our essential workers that went to work every day, saw their lives upended. Ultra wealthy have been allowed to rig the rules in their favor for years, and they've skirted their responsibility to fund our schools, higher education, infrastructure, healthcare programs, and other vital public services. This simply must stop, and the time is now to stop it. SB 29 would begin a recovery for all by providing immediate and permanent relief for those who need it most. A permanent expansion of EITC should be coupled with a child tax credit. SB 21 and 28 would ask income earners to share the responsibility of a strong economy. We could raise the marginal tax rates of households with income over $1 million. Those resources would go a long way to expanding programs and services that build equality and increasing and making more fair the corporate tax structure, as outlined in my testimony, would be beneficial as well. And as well as a 10% tax rate on digital advertising on any company with an income over $10 billion to generate an additional $140 million annually. Connecticut can be friendly to industry without shortchanging the people who have lived here for generations. I urge you all to have the courage, again, follow the path you took last session by passing SB 21, 28, and 29 with the progressive measures I've outlined today, as well as in my testimony. The Connecticut AFL-CIO, as well as the Recovery for All Coalition, stands ready to assist you in any way that we can. Thank you all for the opportunity to testify before you today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Hawthorne, good to see you, and thank you for being here on behalf of your members. Any questions for Mr. Hawthorne? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good day.
Thank you. The next testifier is Courtney Katz.
Hi, good morning. My name is Courtney Katz. I'm in support of HB number 5103. I want to start off by saying I hope this bipartisan bill will pass so it can help recognize the emotional trauma that lost families endure through this tragedy, the way we as parents have no choice but to navigate this new world we live in. We are forever changed. The triggers, the PTSD are just a few of the mental health situations we are forced to navigate, and we have no choice but to face it head on. The ongoing therapy, grief counseling support groups, including family members, extra doctor visits, and additional testing and financial burden, let alone the devastating and initial shock of not being able to bring your baby home from the hospital. We have to make decisions that we should not be making, like whether or not to bury or cremate our child. This should not happen to anyone, but it does. If I can help make sure our babies are known, that they count, they are important, and to be able to help give other families any kind of support, and if there is some way to help alleviate some of the financial burden that no one should be worrying about. Every year on my daughter's birthday, I write and share how we go through our grief and constant love that we will forever have. Here's what I wrote just last week. Another year later, and I could write this memory below over and over again. Every day is a struggle, but today and this week is especially hard. Today, Ella will be 3 years old. The feelings will never change. The grief will never end, but I know the grief is the never-ending love we have, and that gives me some sort of peace. We will never forget and will continue talking about Ella and looking at pictures of her so her brother and sister can remember her beautiful face and the love and light she gives us every day. Something is always missing. I imagine her here running around with her brother and sister laughing and being part of the bond they have created for each other. However, I'm certain she is part of that bond. To Ella, it breaks my heart that you are not here with us. As promised, we continue to keep your legacy alive by talking about you, being kind, advocating for change, and teaching your brother, sister, and others to help people, to be grateful, and that being a good person is one of the most important things to be in life. Today was a beautiful day for a beautiful girl. Yesterday, Parker said to me, tomorrow is Happy Hearts Day for all the people who love you. That made me smile. He is the most empathetic, compassionate soul, and Maya worships him as you would too. Maya is the absolute best little girl following his footsteps. You'd be so proud. Your daddy thinks of you every second and minute of the day. He does many things for you that he doesn't even share privately. I know that's the deep bond he has for you and how he embraces the grief, pain, and love for you. I see so much of you in him. Parker and Maya look at him like no other. Ella, keep shining on. We love you with all of our hearts. Keep protecting us, because when we think of you and there is such sadness, also comes the strength and courage to continue to move forward. Happy birthday in heaven and amongst the stars, my beautiful girl. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Courtney. Obviously, as I keep saying, and I'm going to keep saying throughout this hearing, just thank you so much for your testimony and to your family for telling your story. I don't see any questions, but thank you again for being here today.
Thank you.
Next up is Elizabeth Frazier.
Good morning, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, and esteemed members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I'm Liz Frazier. I'm the Policy Director for the Connecticut Association for Human Services, a division of Advancing Connecticut Together. I'm here in support of SB 21, 28, and 29. We support the passage of Senate Bill 29, which will statutorily increase the state earned income tax credit up to 41.5%. Research indicates that the income provided by refundable tax credits increases family savings, reduces debt, and improves financial well-being. An increase to this credit would help to further reduce our state's child poverty rate, which has consistently hovered around 13%. I'm also here in support of Bill SB 21 and 28. While fiscally, and Meryl gave a lot of testimony that will be similar to mine, so I will try to answer some different questions. While a fiscally sound budget is important, how it is constructed is a value statement. If we value our children, our families, our workers, then historic inequities, as reflected in the achievement gap, the wealth gap, and the housing gap, and child poverty need to be addressed. And additionally, when there is evidence of a growing crisis that could affect the state's economic development and the well-being of families with young children, there should be some urgency in resolving the immediate threat and some planning for the future. The expense of a reworking of the early care and education industry will require some increased revenue options if we're to make any progress. And Meryl gave you the overview. Let me just see if I can give you some additional information. The childcare sector is imploding. It has 1,300 open positions available and few applications. A recent poll demonstrated not only that 68% of the centers are operating at below at a loss, but 89 are having difficulty finding staff. 81% still have staff vacancies. 57% have closed classrooms due to staffing, and a majority of these programs have a waiting list. Many don't understand that it is the whole field that needs support. It does need a reworking of the system. That can't be done in this year. But right now we need to stop the bleeding so that we don't lose more folks. We have heard using the federal affordability guideline of 7% of income, only 20% of Connecticut's families can afford the cost of high quality care. Among families of color, only 5% can afford it. We have capacity issues. We're short about 50,000 infant toddler care slots, which is desperately needing.
30
and
seconds
just,
to summarize.
yep. Let me just say that other states are struggling with the cost of childcare, just as we are. The workforce continues to age. We will need to provide the economic, family-friendly environment to attract the young workforce to sustain the economy. And I also have some economic impact information as well. And just to know, affordable care in Massachusetts, New York, Rhode Island, Vermont, they're all working on the same thing and all across the country. This is not just a Connecticut issue, and there should be federal money coming to help with it, but it will also need state investment. And I will stop there. My testimony I have the argument, it all laid out, so.
Thank you for being here today, and seeing no questions, we'll move on to the next person.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next testifier is Nayeli Garcia.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Nayeli Garcia Romero. I live in West Haven. I belong to ULA, Unidad Latina en Acción, where we defend the rights of immigrant workers. I graduate from New Haven Public Schools, and I am a student at Gateway Community College. I am a part of Recovery for All white people across the state who want a better Connecticut with justice and equality. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 21, SB 28, and SB 29. This pandemic has been especially hard for women and immigrant workers like me. Wage theft, labor exploitation, and violence against women have increased. 13 Connecticut billionaires have gotten $13.7 billion in additional wealth, while one of 3 Latinos and Black children continue to live in poverty in Connecticut. When we ask for basic human rights, like healthcare, you say there is no money in the budget. In fact, immigrant children under 9 have no healthcare in Connecticut because there is no money in the budget. Immigrant adults like me have no healthcare, but this is one of the richest states in the richest country in the world. We have enough welfare in the state for everyone to live in a good life. During the pandemic, the restaurant where I work got my hours, but I could not collect employment because I am an immigrant. I have to drop out of the university to support my mother and pay the rent. I expose myself to the virus every day, cleaning houses and working in a fast food. Even before the pandemic occurred, immigrant workers have been suffering in dangerous workplaces in Connecticut where we are not protected. We have seen our sisters and brothers die and get injured at work without any intervention from the state to make workplace safe. For restaurant workers and domestic workers like me, many of us experience wage theft when employers fail to pay us the minimum wage or overtime that requires by law. The state of Connecticut needs to invest in the safety or protection of workers. We need a labor department that will educate workers and employers about Connecticut labor laws and enforce those regulations. The state of Connecticut should provide hero pay to workers who are called heroes. We are the workers who grow your food, who transport your food, and prepare your food. We clean the hospitals and schools. We care for the children and your elders. We care for your homes and your gardens. We should have a good life in Connecticut. We should have a good pay, good schools, and good health care for all. I urge the community to make the right choice and pass SB 21, SB 28, and SB 29. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today to testify. Next question.
Next testifier is Tony Swidajewski.
Thank you. Just pull up my testimony here quickly. All right, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Tony Swidajewski. I am a CPA and a state and local tax partner at Clifton Larson Allen, a national accounting firm. I am located in West Hartford. Today, I am appearing before you as the chair of the State Tax Committee of the Connecticut Society of CPAs to testify on Bill number 5010. The Connecticut CPA is Connecticut's leading professional CPA organization with almost 6,000 CPA members throughout the state who assist thousands of taxpayers in Connecticut and throughout the country. As you know, in 2018, Connecticut was the first state to enact a pass-through entity tax known as the PET to help taxpayers navigate and work around the federal $10,000 state income tax deduction cap. This affected owners and their businesses, mainly small businesses, formed as partnerships, LLCs, and S corporations. When it was first enacted, there was no impact to a taxpayer's Connecticut state income tax. However, to address a budget deficit, the then 93.01% tax credit, which is the percentage to make a taxpayer's state tax neutral, was reduced to 87.5% just 1 year later. Due to this change, Connecticut's taxpayer's tax rate went from 6.99% to about an effective rate of 7.38%. As a result, Connecticut taxpayers subject to the PET are now paying more in Connecticut income taxes. Much has changed since the adoption of the tax 4 years ago. With the IRS sanctioned PET deduction, more than 20 other states now allow pass-through entities to elect to be taxed at the entity level, including our neighboring states. The Connecticut CPA is in favor of HB 5010, which restores the Connecticut PET tax credit rate to 93.01%, thus allowing the Connecticut tax impact to be neutral and putting more dollars to work in the state for businesses and their owners. Connecticut's current 87.5% rate is the lowest benefit of more than 20 states with a PET tax regime. Therefore, all but one of those other states permit 100% credit of the PET paid, making no impact on their taxpayer state income tax. For these reasons, the Connecticut CPA supports restoring the full tax credit and sees it as a positive move which Connecticut businesses will recognize. In addition, although not a part of this bill, the Connecticut CPA also recommends making the PET elective. All other states with a PET regime allow pass-through entities to elect to be taxed at the entity level. Connecticut remains the only state where the tax is mandatory. There are a variety of reasons why an entity and its owners may want to forego the federal income tax benefit, and the other states have recognized this. Therefore, we respectively request that the committee and the legislators consider introducing a bill to make the Connecticut PET elective or added to bill number 5010. We appreciate the opportunity to express our support for HB 5010. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. And I just looked to see if your testimony was online and I didn't see it. Have you submitted it to us yet?
I believe the Connecticut CPA submitted it, but I will find that out.
Okay, if you can just get it to us again, that'd be great so we can share it with folks. Representative Dolan.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this may not be a fair question for you or not, but I'm just curious, not related to 5010, but we've been hearing testimony on some of the Senate bills that are also on our agenda that call for the rich to essentially pay their fair share based on beliefs that more progressive taxation policies could redistribute wealth and therefore address income and wealth inequality. In your professional role, do you have any comments or thoughts in regard to those proposals? And if not, that's fair. I really don't mean to put you on the spot, but I thought it would be a great opportunity to get your professional point of view.
I'm sorry, could you just paraphrase that question one more time? I'm sorry, I was distracted.
Yes, absolutely. So there are some proposals on our agenda today that basically call for the rich to pay their fair share, which is based on beliefs that progressive taxation policies would redistribute wealth and address income and wealth inequality. And I'm curious, in your professional role, if you have any thoughts on those proposals, because I think at least from a national level, there's been no indication that that works. But I'd love to hear.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing from a, with my professional hat on is, we have clients obviously whereby the state, whereby they feel that, I'm not sure what the right word is that they're overtaxed already by Connecticut. And, there are we have a number of very wealthy clients and businesses who basically got up and left to move to more favorable states. So, I understand the whole fair share thing. I think it's just a delicate balance of that and not losing wealthy taxpayers and fleeing to other states. Because in this remote environment now, especially employees who are wealthy or whatever, hedge funds employees, they can get up and go anywhere and work remotely anywhere. So, that's what we've seen in a few cases.
Thank you. I appreciate your point of view.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. See no further questions.
The next testifier is Josh Pollock.
Good morning, everyone. Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I am the Reverend Josh Pollock, minister of the Unitarian Universalist Society East in Manchester and a Glastonbury resident. I'm here with Recovery for All, a statewide coalition of faith, community, and labor organizations united to eliminate systemic inequalities and build a more fair, just, and equitable Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 21, SB 28, and SB 29. I want to state this as plainly as possible. This is the reason why I'm here testifying today. Connecticut has failed to address its staggering income inequality. One of the areas where this failure is abundantly apparent is in our tax code. All last session, we at Recovery for All were talking about the data from the 2014 Tax Incidence Report, which revealed an undeniable tax burden landing disproportionately on poor, working class, and middle class people. Now we have hot off the presses the 2022 Tax Incidence Report. The data speak loudly and clearly, even with many of the indirect regressive taxes left out of the reporting. As Keith Phaneuf wrote in Monday's Connecticut Mirror, people who earn less than $45,000 in 2019 effectively lost nearly 26% of their earnings to taxes, nearly 4 times the rate paid by Connecticut's wealthiest families. Those making $45,000 to $75,000 paid nearly 3 times that of those at the top. Phaneuf pointed out that this analysis has consistently been swept under the rug. I say we cannot afford this level of denial anymore. The unfairness is, again, staggering. I find it, as a pastor, to be immoral. I think it drags the whole state down economically. And it feels to me, frankly, un-American. In a country established to enable its people in their pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness, it is un-American. When I say that, it is not an anti-wealth sentiment. It is not an anti-business sentiment. It is a pro-fairness sentiment. If we want a recovery for all, if we want a state that can actually make the bold, sustainable investments in housing, education, healthcare, home care, childcare, mental health and addiction resources and services, job creation, environmental protection, all the things that make life easier for poor, working, and middle-class people, but also benefit wealthy people, then we need a more fair, balanced, and equitable tax system. Equity requires revenue. So I say we start with these 3 bills because they're before you. SB 21 would establish a statewide property tax of 2 mills on homes with an assessed value of 1.2 million or more. SB 28 would establish a 1% surcharge on capital gains earnings for households earning over $1 million. And SB 29, as you know, would permanently expand the EITC from 30.5% to 41.5%. These bills are a beginning, a bare minimum that starts to build our capacity to address income inequality as a state. They aren't enough, but they will make a difference, and I urge you to support them. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Reverend. Senator Fanfara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefly, Josh, you in your testimony said that this issue has been swept under the rug. I couldn't disagree more. This committee voted out a bill last year on the consumption tax, which would have raised several hundred millions of dollars to address issues that you spoke about today. It did not have support beyond this committee, unfortunately, but I don't think passing something out of the Finance Committee of that nature would constitute sweeping something under the rug.
Agreed, Senator Fanfara. Thank you for that correction. And I do remember the work on the consumption tax last year, and I appreciate that. And I think I'm referring both to the fact that the bill did not get any further than this committee, but also to the fact that we've had this data from the 2014 incident analysis, and it really hasn't seemed to have an impact on the tax code, on reforms to the tax code.
Well, that's why we have legislative sessions every year, and you and others come and testify, and we have a debate. And to date, we haven't been able to generate the support necessary to raise the revenue in the manner you're proposing and others have proposed here. But this committee has agreed once again to hold a hearing in which these bills are put before us in the form of a public hearing. And so the process is available. We believe in having testimony on these to share opinions. You're doing that. Others have done that today, and I'm sure there'll be many more before this day is over. And let's see what happens in terms of going forward beyond today.
All right, thank you.
Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Reverend Pollock, for your testimony. What church are you the minister at?
It's the Unitarian Universalist Society East in Manchester.
So I'm just curious, during this whole pandemic and everything, what have your efforts been as a church leader to ask for additional tithing or donations, and how successful have you been with that?
So I think that's a complicated question, but our congregation has done very well financially in terms of members and friends who donate on an annual basis. They've been very, very generous to us. They've also been very generous to an isolated fund we have called the Minister's Discretionary Fund. And people, both in the church and in the wider community, come to me for all sorts of reasons, helping with rent, helping food purchases, therapy sessions, mental health sessions, car repairs, paying for school, and often, actually, one of the most common ones is helping to pay with doctor bills. That's not a huge fund. That's about a $10,000 fund, but people have been very generous in giving to that. But then, in terms of the wider community, we've done things like hosting vaccine clinics in our church. We've done food drives in partnership with an organization called East of the River Mutual Aid Society. We've also done food drives for the Manchester Area Conference of Churches. So there's a variety of ways that people have given, and that the church has attempted to help with some of the immediate economic impacts of the pandemic. I don't know if that's what you're asking, but that's one response.
No, I mean that's what I was generally getting at. Because I'm of the view that, if people want to pay more in taxes or give more to assist folks, I donate to my church and I donate to certain charities that I support. And I'm by no means wealthy. I think people have that opportunity. So I'm not sure that forcing folks to pay higher taxes right now is necessarily the answer to certain issues. So I appreciate the funds you have raised. I hope that other churches are similarly, especially religious leaders who do want to see higher taxes on folks. I hope that they are first asking their parishioners, especially those of higher means, to step forward during this difficult time. So thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Reverend.
All
Next
right,
up,
thanks.
Next testifier is Dina Sears Graves.
Good morning, Senator Fanfara, Representative Scanlon, and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to submit testimony in support of SB 29, an act concerning the Earned Income Tax Credit. My name is Dina Sears Graves, and I am President and CEO of the United Way of Southeastern Connecticut. I am here to speak in favor of the proposal measure increasing the Connecticut Earned Income Tax Credit to 41.5% starting January 1st, 2022. The 2020 Connecticut ALICE report revealed that nearly 40% of households across our state were living paycheck to paycheck, even before the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. Here in New London County, the geographic area that our United Way serves, that number is over 35,000 households. Despite working hard at the jobs available to them, these households struggle to afford life's most basic necessities, such as housing, food, childcare, transportation, technology, and healthcare. At United Way of Southeastern Connecticut, we manage and operate the Gemma E. Moran United Way Labor Food Center, a food bank that serves all of New London County. Last year, the food center distributed over 3.7 million pounds of food to over 20,000 individuals and families per month and served another 1,000 households per month at our mobile food deployments. We see the challenges individuals and families face every day as the demand of the emergency feeding system rises and people line up for food at our monthly mobile food deployments throughout the county. Currently, 1 in 5 children in our county are food insecure. Permanently increasing the Connecticut EITC rate to 41.5% from 30% will provide on average $925 of needed income for over 200,000 struggling Connecticut households. $925 is a month of rent, 2 months of utility bills, or 2 months of daycare for a toddler. This additional income would then allow individuals and families the ability to feed their families without having to rely on a food pantry or a community meal site, which in turn will give hardworking people the dignity they deserve. Increasing the Connecticut EITC is also an issue of equity. An increased EITC would benefit Black, Hispanic, and female-headed households who are disproportionately represented in the ALICE population and who have been disproportionately impacted by COVID. 57% of Black households, 63% of Hispanic households, 73% of single female-headed households in Connecticut live below the ALICE threshold. The governor's temporary increase in the EITC from 30.5 to 41.5 in December 21 was a practical way to support working households. However, it was temporary. Permanently increasing the rate is feasible and a win for people working hard in Connecticut, but still struggling to just get by. With all this in mind, I support SB 29 measures that seek to increase the Connecticut EITC to 41.5 of the federal credit. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of this important bill.
Thank you for being here with us today and for your advocacy. I don't see any questions, though.
Thank you very much.
The next testifier is Katie Christensen.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm just pulling up the testimony. It keeps dropping. Okay. Thank you, senators and representatives, and the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee for having me here. I am the chair of Hope After Loss, which is a Connecticut-based nonprofit serving the pregnancy and infant loss community. I'm also the mother of Samuel, who was born still June 29th of 2016. Every day we work with parents who have suffered the tragic loss of their much-loved baby or babies by providing connections, comfort, and care. We do this through peer support, financial support for burials and cremations, and outreach and education. Hope After Loss appreciates this opportunity to add our voice of support of HB number 5103. Because losing a child through stillbirth is a uniquely horrific life experience with both emotional and financial strains, granting a tax credit for these parents is a tangible measure that would support grieving families and lead to better mental health and recovery outcomes. Many of our board members and support group attendees have personally experienced stillbirth and will describe it as one of the worst things that has ever happened to them. In addition to the heartbreak of losing their child and enduring a traumatic birth experience, parents face the reality that stillbirth remains a taboo subject and societal support can be hard to find. In addition, here in Connecticut, our government does not even acknowledge that their child existed by issuing a birth certificate. It is possible for parents to request a certificate of stillbirth from the State Vital Records Office, but it's merely a commemorative document. And many parents do not know that this is an option. And if they are made aware, they may be overwhelmed with the application process and/or deterred by the application fee. Neither a birth certificate nor a certificate of stillbirth is automatically generated by the state, and this can send an unintended message to parents that their baby did not matter and that they aren't recognized as parents. In addition to the emotional toll, there are multiple unexpected expenses that parents face after stillbirth. Our organization helps approximately 50 families each year with costs associated with burials and cremations, and we know that the funerals for these babies can cost thousands of dollars. No expectant parents budget for this, and in addition, many parents lose wages from time away from work as they heal physically and mentally, particularly in that very first year after stillbirth. Professional mental health support, while extremely helpful to many, can be expensive. The bills from the hospital can be in the thousands and sometimes more expensive than if a live baby were delivered. It is unfair that parents of stillborn babies do not have a tax benefit when parents of live babies do. We hope that you agree that stillborn babies were still born and that parents of stillborn babies are still parents. We believe that while we can't change what happened, we can try to make the experience less awful. Governmental acknowledge of stillborn children would go a long way towards making it less traumatic by showing parents that their babies matter, that society recognizes them as parents, and by making it possible for these parents to receive a $2,500 refundable tax credit for the birth, just as they would if their baby had lived. Thank you for your consideration and for your compassion toward members of our pregnancy loss community.
Thank you, Katie, for being here and for your advocacy of this important bill. I think you raise an important point. I keep thinking every time somebody testifies about this of what it would be like for my wife and I when we came home, when we had our child, and I just can't imagine that. And I certainly see the need for why you're here today. So thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next testifier is Senator Martin Looney.
You're on mute, Senator.
Okay, you hear me now?
We do. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Representative Scanlon, Senator Fonfara, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. I'm Martin Looney, Senator from the 11th District, representing New Haven, Hamden, and North Haven. And I'm here to testify today on 5 bills: Senate Bill number 21, Senate Bill 26, Senate Bill 27, Senate Bill 28, and Senate Bill 29. The pandemic, of course, has left not only our state, but the nation in great distress and financial struggle, as well as a struggle regarding physical and mental health. And it's also, we are still trying to recover, or we're trying to recover from the last great recession at the time the pandemic hit. And we have had to make tough choices over the years in order to postpone dealing with some of the pressing problems that are facing us. So I think the report that came out on the tax incidence report earlier this week does point out some of the great disparities that we need to address. And first among those is that the most inequitable, most regressive tax that people pay in Connecticut is the property tax. The property tax, which is enacted at the local level, is far more regressive than any tax that is levied by the state directly. And when people complain about high taxes, they are more often than not speaking about the local property tax. And that is the challenge. We're up to over 16% of people in the first decile of income, that is those up to $45,000 a year. They're paying 16% or more of their income in property tax. And at the top decile, those with incomes beginning at $8 million a year and going up from there only pay 0.5% of their income in the local property tax. That's a major challenge that we need to address. So Senate Bill 21, an act concerning a statewide property tax on certain residential real property, would put a modest 2 mil assessment on all houses statewide that are in excess of 1.2 million in assessed value, and that's equate to something more than 1.7 million of actual value. The one benefit of this, of course, other than being quite progressive and only beginning to impact those of significant wealth with valuable property, is that it would be a reliable revenue stream. Once the value of the property is established, the mill rate applied to it, it's quite predictable how much that tax will bring in on an annual basis. And that's very different from many of the other taxes that the state levies directly, where the return is often somewhat speculative, especially at the higher end of the income tax in terms of the estimates and finals. Senate Bill 26, an act establishing a refundable credit against the personal income tax for licensed drivers, recognizes that there has been a huge spike in gasoline prices, and providing a $50 tax credit for drivers who, for those, the average driver drives 10,000 miles a year in Connecticut with a 20 miles per gallon car. And this would, so the average driver pays at least $125 a year in gas taxes, and would provide some reimbursement for that amount, especially at a time when the price of gas has become punitive. Senate Bill 27, increasing and expanding the property tax credit. Obviously, this is one that had to be scaled back and limited during our time of fiscal constraint, especially at the budget passed in 2017. The governor has proposed an expansion of it. There are other variants of that as well, including this one. Senate Bill 28, an act establishing a capital gains surcharge. And as the stock market has soared over the past 8 years, capital gains have increased dramatically, expanding the income gap in Connecticut. So that as a matter of tax fairness, this proposal would ask for a modest 1% surcharge on these capital gains for only those who are in the highest income bracket in Connecticut. And Senate Bill number 29, an act concerning the earned income tax credit. There's been quite a bit of testimony on this already. Would propose to raise the earned income tax credit rate to 41.5% of that in the federal EITC on which ours is based. Governor Lamont has already moved ahead using CARES Act funds to, in effect, supplement the 2020 earned income tax credit. For those who received 23% that year, will be getting 41.5. For fiscal 21 in the budget, or calendar 21 in the budget we adopted last year, it's 30.5%. This proposal would standardize the rate at the rate set by the governor for the combined rate from 2020 income at 41.5%. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Be happy to take questions. And I think that the report coming out this week, long overdue. I wish we had had it previously, but it does highlight areas in which our tax code is highly regressive and where we should be making changes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee.
Thank you, Senator. And I see we have some questions from members of the committee. So start with Representative Carney, and then we'll go to Representative Paletta.
Good morning, Senator Looney. Thank you for your testimony. I'm just going to ask you about, let me just pull it up. The one bill we haven't heard yet, the one about giving a tax credit for licensed drivers. So I just have a couple of questions on that. It seems to me that a simpler change might be to save some folks dollars on gasoline right now. And to be honest, businesses and shipping and companies and things like that would be to eliminate the gross receipts tax on gas. As you know, the 8.81% is on whatever the price of gasoline is. So when the price of gas goes higher, as it is now, that tax grows with it. So I'm just curious what your thoughts would be on just simply eliminating that as opposed to doing this tax credit scheme. Through you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, sorry.
Well, thank you, Representative. Obviously, that is something also that could be looked at. I don't know what the revenue loss would be for eliminating that. The cost of this proposal of the credit for licensed drivers would be approximately $100 million a year to offset their what they pay at the pump. But again, there are various ways of approaching the gas tax. And of course, we have to realize that currently the gas tax, both the gross receipts tax and the tax that is paid at the pump, currently are a relatively small percentage of the overall cost of a gallon of gasoline.
Right. Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you very much, Senator Looney, for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Paletta.
Thank you, Chairman Scanlon, and thank you, Senator Looney, for testifying. If I may, I just have a brief question on Senate Bill 28 on the capital gains surcharge. My question is that, do you know in your estimate what this would generate in terms of revenue by charging that additional 1%?
Yes, Representative, it's estimated by OFA that it would generate about $131 million per year.
And thank you for that. So $131 million per year, which is, I mean, I think you would agree, a very small portion here in our budget. And number two, my question is that the capital gains is already taxed quite significantly. I think short-term capital gains are at 30%. Long-term capital gains are at 15%. So I see the 1% as somewhat intrusive on those, especially those that invest. A lot of times, as you know, they're placing their money in the market. They're taking a risk. They're investing, and I see it almost as trying to penalize them. I see it as a way of just kind of trying to grab money somewhere when we've already taxed these folks in the upper bracket. We've taxed them over and over again, and I think it goes without saying that many of these folks have actually left the state of Connecticut. They have left, they've gone to more tax-friendly states. And by imposing another tax on them, even if it's as little as 1%, and I appreciate the idea, I just fear that we're sending this message to these same folks that we don't want you here in Connecticut. And, we had a public hearing yesterday in another committee, and someone got up and said, I could have moved to a more tax-friendly state, but I stayed here. And he gave a list of reasons why. And he said, but the cost of Connecticut is much higher than some of the southern states and others. So I just fear that this proposal may send the wrong message to these folks. I wish that there was a way we could compromise and maybe bring them in the room as well, because even though 1% sounds like a little bit, I think it adds up to a lot for particular individuals. And it may even hurt folks that do this on a regular basis as well, that don't make as much. 1% is a lot. Now, my final question to you through the chair is that, would this be just a certain bracket of individuals, or is this across the board 1% surcharge?
No, I'm glad you asked that question, Representative, because it would be 1% only on those who are at the highest level, those who are paying the 6.99% on their income tax. So it would raise their tax rate only on that portion of their income to 7.99%. The other categories of income that they have would be earned income, or other categories of income would be still at 6.99. So it would be, in effect, a separate 1% tax only on that portion of income that's capital gains, interest, and dividends, and that the part that is usually paid quarterly on the returns for people who pay their estimates and finals and pay quarterly during the course of the year. And of course, the figures you referred to earlier in terms of the 15 or 30%, those are, of course, federal taxes on capital gains. Ours are, we tax all levels of income the same right now. And whatever income it is all taxed at the same rate, subject to the brackets that we have. So this would be targeted only on that limited portion of people's income, which in some cases in Connecticut is very, very high. I remember a few years ago when we were seeing a great deal of fluctuation annually in how much we were taking in estimates and finals. It was one of the reasons for our deficits, about being unable to calculate that accurately, and one of the things that led to the adoption of the volatility cap in 2017. But our then Revenue Commissioner, Commissioner Sullivan, one year, I think it was about 2010 or 2011, during the last recession, pointed out that in a single year, the 50 largest taxpayers in Connecticut had an aggregate decrease in their tax liability in a single year of over $200 million on the average about 4 million per return. So it just shows you how much wealth was there, but also shows you how difficult it was trying to predict revenue from that category. And that's been one of our challenges as well.
30 seconds, please summarize questioning.
Sure. I have no further questions. Thank you so much, Senator Looney. I'll just revert back to my original statement, which was that I just worry that we're singling out folks, and in some cases, those folks that are job creators and people that have looked elsewhere to move their business, move their family. And I just think it sends the wrong message, and especially in a time when, again, we're coming back out of a pandemic, we've been shut down, and I just don't think this is the year to raise taxes at all. But I do appreciate the proposal, and I thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Representative.
Senator Martin, followed by Representative Iaccarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Looney, for coming today and proposing your bills. Just for clarity for me anyway, regarding SB 21, the statewide property tax. I see that the funds would be dedicated to the excess cost grant and the Chef O'Neill. And I think the amount that annually going forward for the next 10 years is 30 million for the Chef O'Neill. How much are we looking at regarding the cost for the excess cost grant? So what's the amount there?
Yes, so thank you, Senator. Well, that is one that can grow or decline based upon what proposal to excess cost that is ultimately adopted by the General Assembly. So there are ways of doing that. But the proposal here that on Senate Bill 21, again, the proposal would raise $40 million if it is applied only to the amount in excess of the 1.2 million assessed value. It would raise more than twice that, 86 million, if it's applied to the entire amount. So as you said, were the Chef settlement approved, that would be a little over $30 million a year for a number of years out into the future. The excess cost grant would take up at least the balance of the rest, going up to the 86 million, perhaps even more. So we might not be able to even cover the full amount of that by this. But the reality, I think, is that one approach to the excess cost grant would be to look at it in terms of reducing the amount that the town pay before it has the state assistance kick in. So currently, the town has to spend 4.5 times its per pupil expenditure. So one proposal we have would be that the poorest communities, that is those who qualify for the maximum pilot grant, currently what we created last year, those who have net grant list per capita of under $100,000 or are alliance districts or have other indicators of need, they would get the excess cost kicking in once they'd spent 2.25%, half of what they have to spend now. And then the next tier between 100,000 and 200,000 in net grant list per capita, their grant would kick in once they had spent 3 times their per pupil grant. Then the top tier would be 3.75. So even the most affluent towns would get assistance sooner and in a greater degree we have now. The other problem we have in the excess cost grant is that it now covers is only funded at about 70%. So the towns are not getting the full excess cost grant anyway. So would also want to under that proposal, fully fund the excess cost grant beyond the amount the town has to pay. So another proposal that would probably be somewhat less expensive would be to leave it at 4.5% times the per pupil expenditure, but then look at the town's net grant list and have the poorest towns, say, reimbursed at 100% the next year, 90% the next year, 80%. Everyone again would benefit from that too, since right now everyone is only getting 70%. So there are ways to address the excess cost grant at different cost levels. And my suggestion here was that this could be a revenue source to cover all or part of that, depending on how we structure it.
Yeah, that excess cost is definitely a moving target on an annual basis. The needs seem to be growing annually every year from each of the school districts.
That's right. And the problem, Senator, as you know, is that it's an impossible problem for districts to even plan for, because they never know when a very expensive case with multiple problems is going to move into the district over the summer and be that district's responsibility to deal with in the next school year. And the child wasn't even in the system the previous year. So it's very difficult for a town to budget, especially in many cases a small town, can be hit with a disproportionate cost with a very expensive case.
In addition to not knowing specifically if our reimbursement is going to be the 100%, 70%, or whatever it may be.
That's right.
Just one additional question regarding the statewide property tax. So we're looking to assess a 2 mil rate to properties or residential properties. Is it residential properties also?
Yes.
Is it for the entire 1.2 and greater or the entire amount? Or is it and I know that's for assessed value, or are we talking about after 1.2, the original assessed value greater than 1.2?
Well, again, that can be, look, if you do it, if you exempt the first 1.2 million of assessed value and apply the 2 mils only to the portion of the value of the property above that, it would generate about $40 million a year. If you apply the 2 mils to the total assessed value of properties that are above that level, it would be about $86 million a year.
Okay, thank you so much for clarifying that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, sir. Representative Yacarino. Have we lost him? There you are. Representative Yacarino, you're on mute.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm having computer issues, internet issues. Senator Looney still here?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Senator Looney. Good to see you.
Representative, how are you?
A couple of questions. We were around 2011 when we had the large income tax increase, and then 2013. I understand what you're trying to do with the capital gains or any of these taxes, but in 2011 and 2013, we did raise income taxes, but we lost some high earners, and which we ended up losing quite a bit of revenue for our state, which hurts any of the programs that we're all trying to help. Are you concerned at all, even though it doesn't see it's a modest amount, the 1%, that people will either leave or transfer, or they're so mobile today to either go to lower tax states? That was a concern in 2011, and unfortunately, or it backfired on Connecticut on the revenue collection. But it's since then, in 16, 17, 18, since then, we've really had no major tax increases, and we've actually done better financially. Do you look at those metrics, Senator?
Well, I think that that risk, I think, is somewhat overstated. There may be some, but the amount of applying that only to the that marginal rate of people who are already paying the 6.99%, it would be an additional 1% only on that category of income. In other words, not on all of their income. But it is true, and I think it's just the way in which income is dispersed in the state. There was a study done that showed that for people who earn under $100,000 a year, about 90% of their income comes from wages and their regular withholding. So they have usually less than 10% of their income comes from investment sources. But when you get to an income of $2 million a year, it's completely flipped. It's only about 20% of their income comes from earnings, and the other 80% from capital gains, dividends, and interest. So when you get to the $2 million level, the income mix is about 400,000 in earned income and 1.6 million in investment income. So, but I think it is reasonable because it is targeted only at a very rarefied group of people and not a substantial addendum to what they're already paying.
I agree, but the argument in 2011 was the same argument. It was only aimed at a handful of people, taxpayers. But unfortunately, if you lose a few of those taxpayers, we lose a lot of revenue. I understand. Listen, I get what you're trying to get at. I think that we have to be careful as far as any tax increases, and I believe the governor feels the same way, that people might leave the state just out of principle. And I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but that's just the nature of people. I will, one last statement, Mr. Chair. I do agree with Representative Carney. The gross receipts tax, not just on gasoline, but it's on all petroleum products. I would hope in the future we look at maybe eliminating that. It would just help the average worker, average person, not just fuel, it's roofing materials, tires, anything with petroleum are being taxed on. Might be small, but it does add up in their pockets and pocketbooks. Any comments, Senator?
Who are you aiming that at, Representative Yacarino?
Well, Representative Carney made that point to Senator Looney, and I do agree with Representative Carney that we might want to give the $50, but that's just a Band-Aid. The gross receipts tax is something that everyday people, we pay every single day on every single petroleum product. And that hurts the working person as much as anybody else. So I guess it's more of a point than anything else.
I think it was.
Yes, it was. Good to see you, Senator.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, Senator Looney, thank you so much for your testimony today.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for all of the superb work that you have done as a leader on tax policy, and for the work that this committee has done over the years in dealing with these problems that are so complex and so nuanced. You're doing a great service to the state of Connecticut.
I appreciate that coming from a former chairman of this committee. Thank you, Senator Looney. Bree?
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. The next testifier is Thomas Connolly.
Hi, everybody. First of all, I want to thank the committee for having these important hearings on these issues. It's very appreciated. My name is Thomas Connolly, and I'm a resident of West Hartford, and I represent the Connecticut Communist Party. We thank those legislators that are working tirelessly to create a more equitable and just Connecticut. The pandemic clearly put a spotlight on the many inequities between Connecticut's multiracial working class and the wealthy communities that continue to this day. This pandemic hit low-income workers, women, and people of color disproportionately, but also people who never thought that they would need food assistance or worry about their job or health care or housing have experienced that reality. Since the start of the pandemic, Connecticut's 14 billionaires seized $12.6 billion in additional wealth, while hundreds of thousands working people of color are suffering. Articles in the Connecticut Mirror on January 20th and February 28th noted the unfair Connecticut tax system that hits the majority of our state the hardest. People who earn less than $44,000 in 2019 effectively pay 26% of their earnings in taxes. Those making between $44,000 and $74,000 paid nearly 3 times more of their earnings in taxes than those at the top. Connecticut ranks second among states in income equality between 1979 and 2018, according to a 2019 National Academy of Science report. And our state worsens the problem with heavy reliance on regressive taxes, such as the property tax and sales tax, which charge all households the same rate regardless of the ability to pay. The bottom half of all state working households average earning close to the federal poverty level, close to $22,500. The top 1% averages 3.1 million in income, about 137 times that of the bottom half. This obscene wealth in the midst of poverty, unjust tax system, unprecedented deaths from the pandemic, and the thousands of people who lost their jobs and struggled to survive cannot be tolerated. A government that cares for its people, pardon me?
30 seconds left. Please summarize.
Thank
sir.
you. Okay. The government that cares for its people has the responsibility to ensure that residents have their basic needs met by balancing the wealth through taxing the rich. We support bills SB 21, SB 28, and SB 29. We also support efforts to deliver pandemic pay to essential workers and any legislation raises personal income on the most wealthy. Over the course of the legislation, we'll be working with others to fight to raise taxes on the rich and reduce the burden of the multiracial working class and small business. We encourage all legislators to examine a sense of equality and fairness and to join the struggle for a better Connecticut and recovery for all. And thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Representative Paletta.
Thank you, Senator Fonfara. Good to see you today.
See you too.
Mr. Connolly, did you say you were with the Connecticut Communist Party?
That's correct.
Okay. Does your organization in any way support proposals that may reduce the tax burden on folks across the board? Is that something that you'd be in favor of, since there's been a number of proposals of trying to lower some of the taxes in Connecticut, namely the sales tax? Is that something that your organization might be in favor of?
Yeah, I believe, we would study any proposal at all that came forward for sure. But what we would want to do is not create a situation where the state doesn't have money to meet its needs and the needs of the communities, especially if you look at, you're sitting in Hartford, sir. That is probably the 7th poorest city in the United States per capita. And you go down to Greenwich and you're looking at the wealthiest state cities in the world. There's an inequity here, and that's all we're saying. And that if you can find a way to create a situation where people have food, clothing, health, or a good job, same thing you want for your family and I want for mine. I've been fortunate. I have things in my family over the course of years that we were able to work and make a living. Other people have struggled, especially through the pandemic, sir. It's been extremely difficult for lots of people. And they say that people made money and the stock market is soaring at this time when people are suffering and dying is not right. It's just not ethical. As the good Reverend pointed out earlier on, he was from, I think, Manchester, from the Recovery for All. There's also a moral issue, not only a political, there's a moral issue here. And we have to look at that. And we can't, my children were Sheff versus O'Neill plaintiffs 30 years ago. 30 years ago, we filed that lawsuit. To this day, we still don't have integrated schools. We could have had a regional school system if there was a political will for it. There has to be politicians at your level that look at your heart and your soul and say what is right and what is wrong. And it is not right to have this much wealth in the state of Connecticut and allow people that the same city you're sitting in, the same city that is suffering from poverty, the results of unbelievable poverty. That's all we, and I will consider, and we would consider any legislation that would promote a more fair Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that kind of hits on my point. If you're trying to help folks, the best way to do it is to put more money in their pocket. And that has been a theme, at least from a lot of us on this committee, and I think a lot of us in the General Assembly, that the cost of living in Connecticut is high. And in order to combat that, we can either cut costs and cut taxes, or we can kind of disproportionately try to raise funds from a certain individual group of folks, which I consider discriminatory. So I thank you, and I understand that your organization perhaps has some different ideas, but I would think and would go as far as to say that the best way to create more wealth and to help folks that are struggling, namely in the city that you just mentioned, Hartford, is to offer them relief in their taxes, offer them relief at the pump, offer them relief at the grocery store. Those are the ways that we can put more money in people's pockets, not by trying to raise fees on others and redistribute it, which I would think maybe the Communist Party might be more in favor of, but I'm certainly not in favor of that. But I thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
And I thank you for your comments and for listening. And yes, we would disagree, but we would appreciate the opportunity to at least put our proposals forward and have it thought out, and not to leave anybody behind. I was in the military. Leave nobody behind. And if you use that principle with all your work, leave nobody behind, then you'll find a way to eliminate that poverty in Hartford and other cities that we have, and making sure that all working people have a just and honest way to make a living here, and that aren't priced out of housing and medical care. We have people without health insurance in this state. And if that isn't discussed per a person, I don't know what does. And you can go on and on. But thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Seeing no other hands, appreciate your testimony. Bree?
Thank you.
The next testifier is Rick Melita.
Is Mr. Melita here?
Yes, I am. Hi.
There you are.
Hi, Senator. My name is Rick Melita. I'm the director of the Connecticut State Council of the Service Employees International Union. Others have spoken on the merits of the bills heard today, and the SEIU State Council stands with other partners in Recovery for All in support of Senate Bill 21, 28, and 29. They're all a step in the right direction to ensuring a fairer and more equitable tax structure. But what I would like the committee to do is to take a step further and push for greater transparency in our extremely opaque tax system. It's impossible to determine what is fair and equitable when so many are invested in keeping the public uninformed on how skewed our system is towards wealthy corporations, individuals. Recently, the Department of Revenue Services, it's been mentioned earlier, produced a tax incident report that purports to show how our system impacts Connecticut citizens. First of all, it took 8 years to produce a follow-up report from the initial one in 2014. And that 2014 report is shocking on how unfair the system is to working families. I guess if you wish to keep our citizens in the dark, the best thing to do is not to publish any more reports. Finally, after 8 years, another report was produced after some cajoling from this committee, and thank you for doing that. And a quick glance at it would lead one to believe that the wealthy amongst us are shouldering a large or larger burden. But it failed to provide a clear apples to apples comparison to the 2014 report. A closer look at the data and reports by the CT Mirror and an analysis provided by experts at Connecticut Voices for Children show that what we can see with our own eyes, that a tax system designed to cater to the needs of the wealthiest produces increased burdens on working families. Despite billionaires seizing more and more, even in the time of a worst plague in the century, laws and policies passed by the General Assembly demand that working families subsidize the lifestyles of the rich and famous at a greater rate than they did in 2014. If I was a cynical person, and I'm not, I would think that the resistance to the state establishing fair taxes and collections from the wealthiest few on what they owe, the slow walking of providing information, and the obfuscation in the 2022 report was somehow deliberate. Since the political landscape is shaping up to be a governor's race between two millionaires, I despair of any full reckoning by the executive branch for the millions of Connecticut residents not fortunate enough to be in the top 0.04 percentile, the uber wealthy strata earning $3+ million a year. Therefore, it's up to the General Assembly to pass bills on transparency. For example, telling us exactly how little tax mega corporations pay despite earning millions of dollars in of revenue in our state. I've included in my testimony a link to model corporate tax transparency, and I hope that it can be included in a bill reported out by this committee. In closing, the world is witnessing in real time what happens when a country deliberately walls off access to information on its wealthiest class, a plutocratic society that embraces gangster capitalism. Nobel laureate Paul Krugman opines that sanctions against Russian oligarchs will not be as effective due to how those crooks, with the help of Western financiers, can hide their ill-gotten gains. If we wish to be a free and fair society and avoid the path taken by Russia, we should be transparent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Melita. Appreciate your testimony, and rest assured this committee, as I believe my co-chair indicated earlier, that we will be having an informational hearing on the analysis and the latest analysis, and we'll have questions, and wouldn't be surprised if we have some follow-up regarding that in terms of legislation.
I appreciate your hard work on this issue, sir.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions. Bree?
The next testifier is Norma Martinez Hosan, who will be translating for Carmen Blanche.
Is Carmen on? I don't see her.
I do not see Carmen on either.
Okay. So we could move on and I'll see if I could get her on. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. The next testifier is Sylvia Salinas.
Yes. Good morning, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and the distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Sylvia Salinas. I live and work in Bridgeport. I am a workers' right and a community advocate at Connecticut Workers Center. We fight for workers and immigrants' rights, and we are also members of Recovery for All Coalition. I truly appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of SB 21, SB 28, and SB 29. We serve domestic workers who are doing the essential work in our state. They can't be invisible anymore. They allow other jobs to be possible. They pay taxes, and they deserve to have access to essential services like other workers do, such as health insurance, mental health services, better education, and job opportunities. We know we can expand services for all if we address the unfairness of Connecticut's tax code. Throughout the pandemic, we worked very hard to support our members with programs such as rent assistance relief, which ended already and left behind many families who are still at risk of being evicted and can't afford to pay their bills and rent. Many of our families don't have access to unemployment benefits due to their immigration status. Many of them continue to lose their jobs and can't bring any food to their tables. Unfortunately, our families always suffer the most. Our children are learning to cope with many issues we never even imagined we will have to deal with. Our schools also need more resources and funds to expand services and offer our children a safe place to learn. The schools should implement new programs that support students, teachers, and parents' needs, especially on mental health. Services must be offered to everyone despite their immigration status. Last year, many of our members benefit from the child tax credit, which helped them get their needs met while it lasted. If our families continue to have the opportunity to receive those type of credits, in this case, the Earned Income Tax Credit stated on SB 29, it will provide immediate and permanent relief for those who need it the most. SB 21 and SB 28 will ask high-income earners to share the responsibility of building a strong economy. Our people are still suffering, and our state has a responsibility to meet our needs. Thank you for letting me be the voice of our community and represent them through this testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Salinas. Questions? Seeing no hands raised. Appreciate your testimony. Bree?
The next testifier is Jamie Myers McPhail.
Hi, all. Good day, members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bond Committee. My name is Jamie Myers McPhail, and I organize with New Haven Rising, and I'm a member of the Recovery for All Coalition. I'm here to testify in support of SB 21, SB 28, and SB 29. New Haven Rising is fighting to change the maps of systemic racism. The same neighborhoods that were redlined and deemed hazardous in 1937 are the neighborhoods today with the highest foreclosure rates, the highest unemployment, the highest rates of COVID-19. There is an 11-year gap in life expectancy between predominantly Black Newhallville, where I organize, and predominantly white Prospect Hill, just blocks away. Never mind the gap between Newhallville and Greenwich. Most of the wealthy suburbs would never tolerate the conditions that my members face. As many people on today have said, Connecticut is notoriously home to some of the worst racial and economic inequality in the country. As fiscal experts have pointed out, addressing our extreme segregation and inequality requires a major overhaul of our regressive tax system and our zoning laws. Changing the maps is a call that's based on thousands upon thousands of conversations at doorsteps across our city. And these conversations make the difference in crucial elections like the one we will face for governor this year. If working people get no relief from those elected to represent us, what reason do we have to turn out and vote? If we are so crucial and so essential as workers and voters, then why do those that elect us betray us for wealthy and special interests? The only way out of this racist disaster that's costing lives and costing dollars is through progressive taxation. Step one is to abandon the myth that taxes cannot be raised on the rich and corporations. In order to create real tax fairness and build equity, we need a comprehensive approach that builds on these three bills, but also includes raising income tax rates on the highest earners, increasing corporate income tax rates, and establishing a surcharge for highest earners, instituting a digital ad tax on mega profitable tech companies, establishing a child tax credit, providing pandemic pay to essential workers, and creating transparency mechanisms to shine light on how much huge corporations are actually paying in taxes. In New Haven Rising, we know that bold changes are possible. After years of winning federal, state, and local elections, campaigning and running grassroots pressure on the ground, we delivered major victories last year. We increased Yale's contribution to the city by $52 million. And we work with state leaders like Martin Looney to increase pilot payments by $49 million per year. But after decades of austerity and cut upon cut, alongside of tax increases that disproportionately burden poor and working people, even these historic wins can barely stop the bleeding. Truly addressing the legacy of redlining and reversing decades of segregation and racial inequality require resources and bold action. The Recovery for All agenda, while progressive and inspiring, is not unreasonable. It is just basic fairness and justice. I urge you to vote favorably on these bills. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no hands. Bree.
Thank you. The next testifier is Representative Amy Berger Gervalo.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's nothing that I can say that can match or even compare to the bravery and selflessness of the advocates who are bringing light to a needed bill from which they themselves will never ever benefit. So I'm going to yield my time to an incredible woman who has done exactly this thing and who is in a very short period of time earned all of my respect. And that's my constituent, Brittany Crystal, who will speak to you on HB 5103.
Thank you very much, Amy. Honorable Senator Fanfara, Honorable Representative Scallion, and committee members, thank you for your time today. On July 15, 2017, my daughter Iris was born and died during labor. For 27 minutes, the doctors and nurses tried to revive her. She was alone. My husband, her father, shut out of the room, not knowing if either of us survived, while I laid under anesthesia. My parents, husband would later tell me what I already knew, that she had died. Those two heartbeats that I heard right before I went under anesthesia were now just one. And in the days that followed, I'd wake from rare moments of sleep and recovery because I just gave birth via vertical C-section, had 2 blood transfusions, and was fighting for my health. I'd wake wailing, wanting to see her and knowing I couldn't. Even then, I remember thinking I would not be able to make it through this moment without my incredible husband, family, and community. During this same time, I had to plan my daughter's funeral, which was filled with questions. Is it appropriate? Is it okay to bury a child? Is it okay to talk to everybody about a baby that was born but doesn't have a birth certificate? At this time, just breathing and not dying yourself feels like quite a challenge when you're faced at the exact same time with determining your child's legacy. The day I was discharged from the hospital, I went immediately to the graveyard to see her plot and select one, then to a small shop in Monroe for a simple headstone. The headstone was $3,200. Her plot was $1,000. The funeral was $1,400. This was the beginning of many expenses no family should have to bear alone. The headstone, the autopsy, cremation, funeral, medical bills, counseling. How do you answer a toddler who's asking you where that baby is that didn't come home from the hospital? We paid at least $6,000 in counseling, and this is just the beginning. Just the few bills I've mentioned here today totaled over $11,000, all to recognize and honor a life, my daughter's life, that so many around us and so many institutions don't recognize as having existed. These are just 3 examples of the expenses this bill will help cover: burial expenses, mental health services, and genetic testing. There are a million other details of this type of life that are so painful, from the long physical recovery to dealing with having your milk come in and no baby to feed. But what makes it harder is something you can start to fix here today. When families are suffering this great loss, recognition that this life mattered, that our family, that here in CT, we can help the 150 families who face this reality each year is wonderful. We can chart a new course. We can open this conversation, and my daughter Iris's legacy is one that has brought our family so many gifts. And today she brings one to you all: the opportunity to pass bipartisan legislation during such a tumultuous time. This is your moment. Please seize your moment and pass HB number 5103. Thank you all so much, and I would be very happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Representative Cavros DeGraw.
Thank you, Chairman Farah. Thank you so much, Brittany, for being here today. I really appreciate that. You know, as we've heard from so many other women today, it's hard to tell these stories. And so, you know, it's important to be here. And so I appreciate that. But I did want to ask, you know, you mentioned mental health services, burial, genetic testing. You know, I think that there are probably benefits beyond that. What do you think some of those benefits are?
Oh, thank you so much for that question. I really believe that one of the greatest benefits here is shining a very bright light into a dark space. When my daughter died and I was in the hospital, I had never met anyone who had a stillbirth pregnancy on the front end. Every mother that you'll meet who goes through this experience, or every mother I've met, we all carry a tremendous amount of guilt. We feel our babies died because of us. And that is in part because we don't know that 23,000 babies are born still every year. We find out afterwards in supermarkets. The stigma around this loss is so huge that by Connecticut taking a moment to recognize this, you're opening the conversation. I think the best way to think about this is like breast cancer 50 years ago. Nobody talked about it. By opening the conversation, by having policy lead the way, what you're doing is you're helping communities better embrace these lost moms. You're helping open the door to research possibilities and many things, just like how breast cancer advanced.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that answer.
Thank you, Representative Cavros DeGraw. Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Brittany, for your testimony. And thank you to Representative Berger Travalo for your leadership on this bill. I do have a couple of questions. The first one is, do you know, I mean, I Googled it, but do you know if, how many other states offer a refundable credit for this?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. So in terms of a refundable credit, there are 2 states that currently do it. Minnesota was the first, and Louisiana just passed it a few months ago. This would be, if Connecticut takes this step, we would lead in the tri-state area and the Northeast on this legislation, which I think would be critical.
I appreciate that. And I'm actually looking at the Minnesota Department of Revenue site right now. And I was just wondering, because to qualify for that credit, you have to have a certificate of birth resulting in stillbirth. Do you receive that in Connecticut?
So what Connecticut has right now is we receive the death certificate, and then the applicant has the option to get a stillbirth certificate. But as Hope After Loss testified earlier, there's some work that could be done here on the back end to make sure this is easier for moms that suffer this loss. And I think the stillbirth certificate might be that trigger mechanism. I think that's probably for a later conversation, but I think it's able to be done probably in a more automatic fashion than it currently is in other states.
Right, I agree with you. I think having it done in a more automatic fashion would be much easier. You know, certainly on the mother, but also I think on the state as well. So I'd like to see that if this does pass, I'd like to see something move in that
And
direction.
Representative Carney, I'm sorry, I should have also mentioned there are additional other states such as Arizona and North Dakota that offer the deduction, but not the credit.
Okay. Okay. Well, again, I appreciate your testimony and your strength and all the folks who have testified so far today on this bill. I do hope I just actually requested to be a co-sponsor. So thank you for guiding me to do that. And I think it's a good idea. So thanks.
Thank you. I very much appreciate that. If I could just say one last thing, there's a key fact that I've left out in my testimony, and that is that Black mothers are twice as likely to be stillborn mothers. I think we need to think about equity, parity across all of our different socioeconomic and racial lines in this as well. And I should have mentioned that earlier. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Brittany.
Thank you, sir. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brittany, sorry for your loss. And thank you for testifying. It takes a lot of courage, and I'm sure it's pretty emotional, just to come up here and to share your story with us. So, but thank you. For one quick question to clarify. So you said regarding the stillbirth certificate, if you had that, would that qualify you to claim the child as a dependent? on your
Oh,
tax?
I would need to defer to this on from others, but when I did our check into this, I believe it is largely a ceremonial certificate at this point. I don't know that that means that it couldn't be a trigger mechanism if that's something the committee feels makes sense. But at this point, I believe it's really ceremonial.
Good. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no other hands, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you all.
Bree.
The next testifier is Randy Collins.
Good afternoon, members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Randy Collins. I'm an advocacy manager with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities, CCM statewide association of towns and cities, currently representing 168 towns and cities across of the 169. We're here today to oppose Senate Bill 21, which would mandate the assessment of a 2 mil statewide property tax on residential real property assessed at more than $1.2 million. The current property tax system, while regressive and onerous, is the sole source of local revenue. Efforts should be focused on reducing local property taxes and not adding to them. Once we open the store in terms of a statewide mill rate, we have significant concerns that 2 mil that is currently proposed could go to 3 mil, 3 mil could go to 4 mil, and then the threshold at which it is applied would be lowered. In hard fiscal times, we easily envision a scenario where this revenue will be swept into the general fund to offset general fund deficits. And make no mistake, at CCM, we support the need for comprehensive property tax reform. The property tax reform is a regressive system, but it accounts, it is, as I said, the sole source of local revenue. The idea that we would lose control of that is something that is very troubling to our municipalities. In that idea for comprehensive property tax reform, I know we've talked about this in the past, but some of these solutions, I mean, I think we need to be holistic in the ideas that we're looking at. Some of these proposals may fall outside the ideological comfort zone that we have, but we need to talk about the idea of diversifying local revenue, providing the need for cost containment to encourage saving through increased regional collaborations. I think the idea that we're going to sit there and say, we have a problem with the property tax, we all admit that it's regressive, and that the idea to fix that regressive nature is to add to that property tax is not probably the best idea or the most comprehensive one that we can look forward to. But CCM is always willing to sit down and talk through any ideas and collaborate on how we can make this property tax system less regressive and more workable for our residents and businesses throughout the state. And look forward to working with the committee on this bill and numerous others as we go through the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, Bree.
Zach Levy is the next testifier.
Good afternoon, Chairman Fonfara, Chairman Scanlon, ranking members, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Zach Levy, and I'm a Legislative and Political Associate Director for AFSCME Council 4, a union representing 29,000 public and private employees across Connecticut. We are also a member of the Recovery for All Coalition, which represents community, faith, and labor organizations. I am submitting testimony in favor of SB 21, SB 28, and SB 29. Connecticut has the unfortunate moniker of being a leader in income inequality among states. We have a tax system that disproportionately benefits top income earners and the wealthiest in our state while continuing to put burdens on working families. SB 21, SB 28, and SB 29 are good steps towards making our state fairer. SB 21 would establish a statewide property tax on homes with an assessed value of $1.2 million or more. These funds would then be used for special education costs and school desegregation initiatives. This type of revenue would help bring equity across communities where education can be vastly different based on what town it's in. This is also a fair property tax that would impact residents who have mansions and bring in millions annually. SB 28 would establish a 1% surcharge on capital gains earnings for households that earn over $1 million and individuals who earn $500,000 a year. This is a very fair tax that would only impact the wealthiest individuals in our state. Since the start of the pandemic, Connecticut's billionaires have added billions in additional wealth while working families were on the front lines or had their economic security threatened. This surcharge is long overdue for bringing fairness to Connecticut's tax system. SB 29 would permanently expand the earned income tax credit from 30.5% to 41.5%, which would provide economic relief to households with low incomes. This proposal would also allow families to have more economic security and improve household spending. This increase would have a cost that would be more than matched by the economic dollars it would generate in our economy. I strongly urge the committee to support these proposals and to consider further proposals from the Recovery for All Coalition that would continue to help bring equity to our tax system and relief to working families. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Seeing no questions. 3.
Isla Duncan is the next testifier.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, and the distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Isla Duncan. I live in Wilton. I'm a member leader of the Connecticut chapter of Resource Generation. We organize young people with wealth and class privilege to equitably redistribute land, wealth, and power. We stand with our fellow members of the Recovery for All Coalition today. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bills 21, 28, and 29. We've already heard a lot about the state tax incident analysis released this week. My family is in that top 1% with the 6.5 effective tax rate, 6.5% effective tax rate. And I personally have had the privilege to remain unemployed throughout this pandemic, working from home on a range of volunteer, community organizing, and philanthropic projects. I live with my parents and don't pay rent. I have no student debt, and I have a trust fund that grew roughly $33,000 in 2020. I didn't pay any state tax in 2020. This is a simplification, obviously, of my personal finances, of the tax structure, but I think it makes a very clear point that essential workers put their lives on the line, worked long hours in an unprecedentedly stressful time at great cost to their physical and mental health, and those who made $30,000 paid over 20% tax on their earnings. I stayed safe at home. I made $33,000 without it being related to my labor, and paid $0 in state tax. And this is blatantly unfair. The regressive tax structure in our state perpetuates a vicious cycle where having wealth grows more wealth while poverty pulls people deeper into poverty. Senate Bills 21, 28, and 29 are one step towards breaking that cycle. I know it's already been brought up today that there's a fear of millionaire tax flight. I'm here to say that that fear is overblown. My fellow Resource Generation members and I will gladly pay higher taxes to build a strong public sector in our state, and we are actively organizing to reach our fellow rich folks who still have concerns. Instead of holding 99% of the state hostage to pander to the 1%, let's help the 1% understand why robust public services are in all of our best interest. I urge the committee to have the courage to make the right choice and pass SB 21, 28, and 29. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Well, Isla, we were on a run until you said something that got the attention of members of the committee. So stick around. Representative Carney.
I'll defer to the ranking member first.
Very well. Representative Cheeseman, if you're ready.
I am. Thank you very much, Senator Fonfara. And again, I thank you for your passion, but I speak as someone who has seen how hard people work to get what they have. And I find it concerning that the assumption is that people are not paying higher taxes because they're selfish or have some sort of ill intent. The vast majority of people in our state who have achieved prosperity have done so not through inherited wealth, although certain people sitting in higher office may be there because of that, and not referring to anyone on this committee, but because they have worked incredibly hard, given hours and hours of their life to grow a business. I mean, the vast majority of businesses, even some of the successful ones, started with one or two people with a good idea. And I suppose I have a particular personal story to tell because my husband was one of those people who left school at 15 and coming to this country from another country, built up a highly successful business, working 60, 80, 100 hours a week. And the inference that the sweat of his brow, the proceeds he created the people and it allowed him to employ people throughout the United States and in other countries, that somehow, because he chose to not give more of his money to the state, he was in some way selfish or ill-intentioned, I think is, to me, offensive. And yes, I mean, the way we grow Connecticut and make it possible for everyone to have more is to create more successful business, to create more revenue. I am a firm believer of the rising tide lifts all boats. I know Senator Fonfara's passion is to create more revenue in Connecticut, more successful businesses. We may differ on how we achieve that, but creating more revenue is the way we can achieve the goals you have. And I don't mean to lecture you, because of course I know you may not believe this, but I genuinely want everyone to have access to everything that would allow them to be successful. But I do find it concerning when the inference seems to be that anyone who is successful is opposed to that and doesn't feel that he or she may have an equal say or should have an equal say and how the fruits of their labors are redistributed. So thank you for indulging me, Senator Fonfara. Thank you so much for your testimony today. Isla.
Thank you. Can I respond briefly?
Please.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Representative Cheeseman, for sharing your story. Sorry, I do not in any way mean to demean or belittle or speak to any other person's experience. I'm purely speaking for my experience and what it shows of a greater system that we're built in. And so I just wanted to say it's not my intention to belittle or say anything about anyone else's wealth. I'm purely speaking about myself. So
no, and I didn't mean it that way, but I think it's important as we have these conversations for both of us to realize that there are other people who are going to have differing views, and let's find the common ground that doesn't necessarily say, okay, my way is the only way, because I think there can be common ground, but we don't achieve it by imputing, things that we can't know about other people. So thank you very much. Your passion is admirable. Thank you very much, Chairman Fonfara.
Thank you very much, Isla, for your testimony. And Representative Cheeseman, if anyone spends any time with you, they could not come away questioning your sincerity about having Connecticut's economy benefit all. And I've been certainly had the honor of spending time with you to understand and learn that about you. Thank you. Bree. Carney, do you still have your hand up, or?
Yes, I wanted to ask a question after Representative Cheeseman.
I'm sorry, you're right. You did defer to her. I apologize.
It's okay. Hi, Isla. Thank you for your testimony. I guess my question is what is preventing you from, taking that $30,000 and donating it to a charity that would help the less fortunate?
So I did actually donate $50,000 in 2020 to a variety of community organizers across the country and in Connecticut. I personally believe that we need a multi-pronged approach, and simply expecting people to voluntarily make those sorts of choices when so many folks who are working hard, struggling, don't have a choice about how they're moving their money or being demanded to move their money towards taxes. I just think I think it's a bigger conversation, but thank you for that question.
Well, something you said, I do agree with. I mean, I think, there should be choice involved as to, how we are taxed. And I would agree with you. I don't think that, some of these taxes that are placed on those making less money are necessarily wise investments for them. But I think we do have a lot of generous folks in the state of Connecticut, probably per capita, some of the most generous people throughout the country. So I thank you for your donation, but I would, say, especially where you live, there are a lot more people donating than you may realize. I don't make a ton of money. I'm actually doing this job, and I have another job that I'm trying to do as well because the legislature doesn't pay very much. But and I donate my money. I donate money, and I'm forced to pay thousands of dollars in taxes. And I don't always agree with where my tax dollars go. So I appreciate your testimony. We may disagree on who should pay taxes or what, whether, where tax dollars go, but I would encourage you to reach out to folks, especially in Fairfield County, to donate on their own as opposed to having government force them to do it. So.
Yeah, thank you for that. And that is a lot of the work that Resource Generation is doing, is donor organizing. But I also just want to reemphasize that I think as a wealthy person, I believe strongly in following the lead of the most impacted communities. Part of our being part of Recovery for All is that you've already heard from many of the other members who are in these public sectors that need more revenue. And so I believe that they have a better sense of how to get what they need than I do as a wealthy person who is removed from that reality. So just wanted to emphasize that too.
You continue to generate interest in your testimony, Ms. Duncan. Senator Formica.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to you and to everyone. And Ms. Duncan, thank you so much for your testimony. It struck me listening to you. I've tried to put a bill the last few years forward that would just have a line item on the tax return that said you want to add more dollars to send in on top of the taxes you pay, or if you don't pay any, would you like to contribute to the state of Connecticut Department of Revenue? And then we have a bill, I think, on this agenda today about lowering the sales tax. How do you feel about that? I know you just told Representative Carney if you didn't think volunteering the money out and your generosity with nonprofits, we can't depend on that. I tend to agree with that. But if it was on the tax return, do you think that would generate more interest from people in your wealth category?
I don't feel like I have enough information to give a really informed answer. My sort of gut feeling is that any option is good if it is leading towards more money being moved. But I think that obviously the tax system has many moving pieces, and
yeah, this is just a line item on the tax return that, along with every other line item, said if you want to give more money to the state of Connecticut, fill out the number and add it to your check. But I agree with you. We need to top to bottom overhaul of our tax system, not just picking a 1% tax on this segment or raising or lowering the sales tax. We seem to be nibbling around the edges over the last few years, and we need to really get, I think, an overall tax policy that I think is going to be more fair to everybody. But I was just curious about your opinion on whether that may work or not, because there's no real cost to the state to do it, and anything might generate. But thank you for your time. Thank you for your passion and your generosity toward the people in the state of Connecticut that you support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for speaking with us today and advocating for those less fortunate than yourself. I just wanted to comment on a couple things. I take a little bit of offense of this notion that, only people who are wealthy work hard. Construction workers work hard, teachers work hard, nurses work hard. People pour their lives into careers that don't lead to extraordinary wealth. So when you look at our tax system, the people who work on the lower income scales, mostly in the fields I just mentioned, they're paying a quarter of their income to state and local taxes. That's the problem. I agree with Senator Formica. We need structural reform in this state. So I'm glad that you came here to speak about that today. And to the point about charity, I donate to charity. I give what I can. And I do think overall people are generous and they do like to give back. With that said, again, we need structural reform in the state. If we want to actually grow our economy We need the person who's a construction laborer to be able to save money to build their own business. When someone's paying a quarter of their income just to state and local taxes, and probably another 40% of their income to housing, another 10% to utilities, they're never going to be able to start a business. They're scraping by just paying the bills and paying the taxes. So, you know, I am in support of a lot of the tax reforms that are in front of us today. But I do agree. I mean, we need a major overhaul of our tax structure because it is just absolutely unfair. You know, when you look at some of these people, home care workers, people at the lowest income levels in the state that are the most necessary to keep society functioning, barely scraping by, and you know, we kind of have the nerve to clutch our pearls at a 1% increase on people who make over $2 million. So thank you for coming before us today, and I appreciate your advocacy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Chafee. Thank you, Ms. Duncan, for your testimony. I'll just add to what Representative Chafee just said. I think what doesn't get addressed either through legislation, proposed legislation, or even conversation very much is how the fact that people who do work that we, you know, if your mother or your father or a grandmother is in a nursing home, you value that work of that that attendant very, very much. But society does not value it in terms of how that person's compensated. And there's a disconnect there that we need to figure out, because I don't think anyone would disagree that, and I've had the experience, I'm sure many of you have had the same experience of seeing how healthcare workers, that's just one segment of our workforce, but an important one, and how they, and what the work that they do, most of us can't put a number on it in terms of what that's worth for our loved one, but society does not agree, at least not yet. Thank you very much, Ms. Duncan, for your testimony. Bree?
The next testifier is Lisa Tepper Bates.
Is Lisa with us? There she is.
I am, and thank you. Distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am Lisa Tepper Bates, and I have the privilege of serving as president and CEO of United Way of Connecticut. I'm here today to speak on behalf of Connecticut's 15 local United Ways in favor of SB 29's proposal to increase the Connecticut EITC to 41.5% of the federal EITC. The Connecticut United Way's 2020 ALICE report on the cost of living in Connecticut showed us, as I think you know, that nearly 40% of households across our state live paycheck to paycheck, and were doing so even before the onset of the pandemic. Connecticut is a particularly high cost of living state compared to others. Connecticut consistently ranks among the 10 highest cost states in America for housing. And the cost of childcare in Connecticut consistently shows among the top 5. 2 parents of 2 small children in a household need to make $90,000 just to make ends meet without accommodating any savings. And in my submitted testimony at page 3, you'll see some charts on ALICE household survival budgets along with household cost comparison with 4 other states. The federal EITC and other federal benefits are tremendously helpful to our ALICE population. However, they do not scale up relative to local costs. And that's why other high cost of living states have prioritized creation of a robust state level EITC to support their families. So Connecticut is not alone in taking this on. Increasing the Connecticut EITC is also an issue of equity. 57% of our Black households and 63% of Hispanic households and 73% of single female headed households in Connecticut live at or below that ALICE threshold. Permanently increasing the EITC in Connecticut to 41.5% will provide on average $925 of needed income for 200,000 struggling Connecticut households. This additional flexible income has tremendous value for families who struggle daily to make ends meet and struggle to afford the unexpected bumps in the road, like an illness or an expensive car repair, alongside regular expenses like childcare, rent, and utilities. And I do want to say nonprofits and charities in Connecticut deliver important support every day to Connecticut families, but they will not pay the bills every month for these essentials. Lastly, it is important to note that the EITC is an important vehicle to support our economy during this time of continued recovery from the pandemic. For every EITC dollar a recipient earns, they return $1.24 to the economy. This supports local businesses and our communities, even as it supports our families. With all this in mind, again, the Connecticut United Way Network supports SB 29, raising the Connecticut earned income tax to 41.5 of the federal credit. And I thank you again for your hard work today and for this hearing, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I see no hands. Bree.
The next testifier is Allison Weir.
Good afternoon, Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, and Representative Cheeseman, and the members of the committee. My name is Allison Weir. I'm a policy advocate at Greater Hartford Legal Aid. And on behalf of the other legal services programs in Connecticut, I'm here to testify in support of SB 29, an act which would, concerning the earned income tax credit, which would raise the earned income tax credit to 41.5% of the federal EITC. Greater Hartford Legal Aid and other legal services programs in Connecticut provides free legal services and assistance to low-income residents of Connecticut. An increase in the EITC in the state would benefit many of our clients and provide them with the necessary additional cash they can use to improve the lives of their families. As demonstrated by 6 months of the advanced child tax credit, additional cash can help families secure basic needs, establish emergency savings, provide a secure foundation for their families. The EITC is a win-win policy for the state and its residents. It serves a number of important purposes. It makes our tax code fairer, provides low-income working people with cash, and encourages and rewards work. It is targeted to families living on the margin, available to families with incomes less than $57,000 for joint filers with three children, and up to $21,430 for single families with single taxpayers with no children. It would also benefit the state's economy, as most residents will spend the money here that they receive here in Connecticut. Studies have linked the EITC to improved health outcomes and increased children's educational performances, with larger increases resulting in larger improvements. Increasing the state's EITC will increase the positive benefits of the EITC and take us one step closer to closing the enormous wealth gap between rich and poor in the state. As the Department of Revenue's recent Connecticut tax indices survey found, workers with low wages pay a disproportionately heavy share of that tax burden. An increase in the state EITC would help relieve some of that burden. We have a lot of work to do in the state to make the Connecticut's tax system fairer, but an increase in the EITC would be an important first step. I urge the committee and the legislature to pass this legislation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Weir. I see no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bree.
The next testifier is Scott Dolch.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll get started. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Scott Dolch. I'm the president and CEO of the Connecticut Restaurant Association. On behalf of Connecticut's 8,500 restaurants and food service locations, I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 22, an act temporarily reducing the rate of the sales and use tax and the meals tax. Over the past 24 months, Connecticut's local restaurant industry has been one of the hardest hit by this pandemic, as we have seen more than 600 local businesses close. Even for those that have managed to stay afloat, they have faced incredible challenges as they have had to adjust to new limits on their business. While these changes have been difficult, our members have risen to the challenge and they have learned to adapt so that their business can hopefully survive. This legislation would provide a temporary reduction in the sales and use tax as well as the meals and beverage tax. At a time when our industry is working hard to return to normal, this measure would also welcome relief and give Connecticut diners one more reason to support their local restaurant, most of which are small businesses and many of them are family owned. This change will not only help restaurant owners, it will also give the tens of thousands of Connecticut restaurant workers who work in the industry increased job security and predictability at a time when it's greatly needed. And of course, it will give all Connecticut residents a well-deserved break on their dining bill at a time when they can surely use it and appreciate it. Getting restaurants back to full speed is a great way to get Connecticut's economy going up and running, and our association supports any effort in doing that. Thank you for considering my testimony, and I'm happy to take any questions.
There are some questions for you, sir. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Senator Fanfara. Good to see you again, Scott.
Hi, Holly.
How are you? So with regard to the, removing that extra 1%, I know over the past year, you've had sort of 1 week hiatus from collecting the tax. Have you had two opportunities now? Have you had all three yet?
I'll mute myself. Yes. So if many of you guys on the committee know, and I appreciate all of those who helped get that bill through last session. So there's the tax remittance program where we had 1 week that a restaurant could choose in the budget cycle of 2021, 2022 to keep the 7.35% for a restaurant. And so we've had two weeks already, one in August, one in December, and there'll be another one. The last one will be in May. I actually work with the DRS, and we know already, about 3,000 of our industry have taken advantage of it. I talked to many restaurateurs. It's anywhere between a $5,000, $8,000, almost like a form of a grant that they've been able to keep, and it's been a huge asset for them. So definitely a great part of this committee, and I appreciate anything that could be done to really help this industry get back on its feet is really also why I'm here today.
Sure. So what are you seeing in terms of numbers? I know one hears anecdotally, oh gosh, when I go to the restaurants, it's packed, but I may believe in another committee in which you testified. You said, yes, but look at the restaurants that are now only open 3 or 4 days a week. I know one of my local restaurants, Lillian's, is just open 4 days a week in the evenings, no lunch menus, no lunch service, things like that. So restaurants may be humming, but if your hours are limited, just the whole toll that the pandemic has taken it on the health of your industry. And
yeah, no, Holly, I think the biggest thing for people to understand, perception doesn't really be what real reality is right now for our industry. You might see a Friday and Saturday night, you go out and you see a long wait. You're like, oh, that restaurant's got to be doing great. To your point, almost all restaurants aren't open 7 days a week right now. Most are closed Monday and Tuesday, some even Wednesday. We saw even Valentine's Day, a couple of them on that Monday had to reopen. But you're seeing the sales start to go up, which is great. Omicron is obviously going down. The mask mandates are starting to be lifted. All really good signs. But the challenge is the margins are squeezed. And besides just not being open the number of hours you want because you don't have the workers, that's the main reason why they're not open the days they can be, because they don't have enough staff. We're still trying to find that as a solution. But the other thing is you guys are all feeling it. The food supply challenges, but also the added inflation cost is rearing its ugly head in our industry. So you're looking at 58% higher price points for protein. I think it's 47 in dairy. Like they can't pass that off to a customer. A good normal times, the restaurant industry on national average is a 4 to 6% profit margin. I think people lose sight of that. Like they think that, even my son, they got to be doing so well. 4 to 6% is their net profit is the average. Right now they're just trying to get that to be a break even. I talked to many restaurants. I was in New Haven last week. At least 20 of them said they had the worst January in sales as far as net profit. They were below than they've had since the pandemic began, outside of that first month when they were shut down and closed. So that's the reality. I know it's going to take a while for us to get back on our feet. And I think that's was people think, oh, restaurants are doing great right now. They're really not, because of all the other effects that COVID has caused, these secondary effects, till we get back to really a starting recovery. I told the governor up here at Dunkin' Donuts Park for our foundation, our culinary high school competition today. But I told the governor, I said, we haven't started recovery yet. I'm hopeful that this is the last variant we see. But we thought in November we were going to be in the clear for the winter, and Omicron reared its ugly head. So anything that could be done to help this industry get back on its feet. It's a $9 billion industry, 160,000 jobs, second largest private sector employer in the state. We have to do everything that we can.
Okay, and then not to play devil's advocates, but so if someone is thinking going to a restaurant now, is the 1% going to actually make me change my mind?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think it's, whether the sales tax is lowered or not. I mean, obviously the meals and beverage tax that was added to us in 2019, I think it's a bigger conversation that we all need to have is how we're supporting the hospitality sector. As everyone is aware, that meals and beverage tax goes back to the general fund. It's not going back to helping. I would be open to kind of having more and more conversations of maybe if we lower it for a time period, but how else we support it. And support the hospitality sector, support tourism, because we're the secondary benefits. You guys all know when you travel, you don't eat inside your hotel. You go out to a restaurant. We need more people traveling from around the region, around the country, and even internationally into Connecticut to support these businesses.
So looking at that revenue dedicated to either tourism or, let's say, developing a workforce, pipeline for the hospitality sector, the way we do with manufacturing and healthcare.
I was just with Commissioner of the DOL was here to see, we had, 90 high school students here competing in culinary and restaurant management. We have our state championships going on right now. It's the future of our industry, one of the best things we do. And it's a perfect example of what we're trying to do as an association, as a foundation, because we know we're still about 20,000 jobs short of pre-pandemic levels. Where's our next workforce going to come from? And we have to do more within the state, to your point, of trying to work with all the different agencies to find those solutions.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Scott, for your testimony on this legislation. Restaurants are huge in the district I represent. I have the two largest hotel resorts outside of the two casinos in my district, and we were just named. New York Post just gave us two of the restaurants in my district were just highlighted in the New York Post. So I was very thrilled about that. So obviously they're very important to me. So one of the questions I have, and I know this has been brought up in the past, what about instead of, and I'm not saying whether I would agree with this or not, but instead of eliminating that 1%, you give that 1%, you make that 1% optional to the municipality where the restaurant is. I know that's been brought up. Not that it's the ideal solution, but I'm just curious your thoughts on that.
Well, I will just at least lead off and start as seeing that great article in the New York Post, highlighting anytime we can highlight Connecticut restaurants, and obviously the shoreline of what they're doing is incredible. But yeah, I mean, listen, I think from a municipality standpoint, representative to your point, I think that's the conversation. That's we want to make sure we have dollars, a stable way to reinvest back into hospitality. I'm on so many other tourism conversations and boards. The numbers are there. You invest every dollar you invest in tourism, you get $3 back. So we have to look at that in a bigger scale of saying how legislatively can we make sure we have support at a city local level. I mean, we're talking about, as I was down in New Haven with Mayor Elicker, like, what are we doing about expanded outdoor dining and how are you helping? What are you doing about parking? It's a huge issue. It maybe is turning people away. Like, we have to be thinking about our hospitality, not just restaurants, hotels, all these other locations that people go to and travel for. How are we benefiting them in the long run? Because we have some phenomenal, as I see Senator Formica on here, such phenomenal locations, destinations. And I think this is such a great conversation about, yes, we want to try to help in the short term, but how also can we help in the long term? The hospitality sector that I think the last time I was looking at the DRS numbers, I think in 2021, if you took the occupancy tax for hotels and you took the meals and beverage tax in the 2020-2021 budget, it's over $1 billion, $1,056,000 that went back to the sales and use. It's about 22% of the sales and use tax comes out of hospitality. I think we need to look to reinvest and help this industry obviously get back on its feet, but also flourish beyond this pandemic.
And I couldn't agree with you more, Scott. The occupancy tax has been something I've tried to figure out for the last 8 years. I did have a bill to cut it in half. I don't think the chairman are going to put it on the agenda, but maybe next year, maybe if I'm nice to Senator Fonfara. I do appreciate everything you do. I'd love to help out any way we can. I think, I'd love to have a greater conversation with you about what else the state can do to assist the restaurant industry and get people back to work. I mean, that's one of the things. Some people look down on restaurant jobs or nothing to be looked down upon. I used to work in restaurants, and you can make some pretty good money doing that. You can pull in $500 in a night, $600 in a night as a server. So, depending on where you work, obviously. But I do appreciate everything you do for our restaurants, and I look forward to talking to you further. So thanks, Scott.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Formica.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Scott, for all you do to raise awareness for our great industry. And, since the Tourism Caucus has brought awareness to the arts, culture, and tourism in Connecticut, there's been a much bigger focus on the importance of this industry. And, the $3 that you're talking about, for that is tax revenue received from every dollar invested. And that is the only way that occupancy tax is palatable, is that some of it comes back to generate a multiple of what it is. So it's an investment. You talked about the sales tax reduction. I just want to be clear that the reason that the state is over collecting in sales tax above its projected revenue target in order to satisfy the budget needs is a result of inflation. And as inflated prices are causing higher sales tax collections. And to the extent that we're over $300+ million in excess above the necessary need to support our budget, we're $300 million above that need to collect the sales tax. So returning that to the people is just more of a fairness issue. We're over collecting the money. We're still satisfying our budgetary needs. And to your point about restaurants, I've always felt it was wrong to target any industry for an extra 1% just because you can get it. I happen to be, for the sake of full disclosure, a restaurant owner. And I've been proud to be a restaurant owner in this great state. This is my 39th year. So it's a great state to do business in. But we have to do better in terms of being fair on this sales tax when we have this opportunity. And taking that 1% back and then dropping it down to 5.99, I think will not only benefit the hospitality industry, but it will benefit a lot of other industries in the state. And to Representative Cheeseman's point, 1% is not going to make a decision whether you go to dinner or not. It's more of a fairness situation. And your fight and struggle to represent us in restaurants when we're having issues with labor, issues with supply chain, and now inflation, it's great you're here highlighting that. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that and give you an opportunity to speak on all of the benefits that we may be able to do. And I think you started talking about that.
No, Senator, we've talked about this as well. I think you're right. When you look at the how much more money we brought in because of inflation, we all know, when the menu prices, I think I even have stats. I think 73% of Connecticut restaurants have increased their menu prices in the last 6 months. I would say everyone's done it in the last 2 years. They've had to. Those increased prices, you guys go and you guys all eat out, I'm sure. You see that. Well, that just makes the sales and use tax even more and higher. So I think that's the part of that fairness piece, but also, I think there's a great conversation to be had about the impact that this industry has on our state and how we want to make sure we're supporting it, not only in a short window, but for the long term. And we talk about, I think the Representative Carney said earlier, our industry is one of the best industries there is. That's what I speak about every day. 1 in 3 Americans at one point in their life got into our industry. People can say, oh, it's transient, you leave, or you don't pay people. We have managers at local restaurants that are making $100,000 a year. We've got people that started at where else can you start as a entry-level position with no education and no experience and potentially become an owner. I'd love to have another industry tell me that. And I think that that's where I'm trying to carry that flag and speak to this committee here on what can we do to make sure that we help not only restaurants, but hospitality as a whole get back on its feet in a short window, but also, do all the things to highlight workforce development. I look at the Workforce Development Council, as I've shared with Kelly and now, like, we're not even in there. I said we're not even listed as an organization to help get back on its feet in workforce development, and we're trying to fix that. I'm not blaming them, but I'm saying that's a miss. We're 160,000 jobs strong. We should be doing things to help this industry get back on its feet, and that's partly my job, and I take some of the blame for that too, as we try to come through this pandemic. So, Senator, it's always great to talk to you, and 39 years is incredible. And you are a landmark staple, and you know that, and it's always great to chat.
Well, thank you. And what should be mentioned is all the single moms and single dads that have an opportunity to come and work in this industry and supply the state. And to the point you raised earlier, and I'll close by saying that the give back for the sales tax and those opportunities last year and coming up again in May. In my particular situation, Senator Fonfara, I was able to put 50% down toward a new ice machine, which benefits all of it, benefits everybody, and so money is put to good use when you target it in the right spot. So there are opportunities. If you don't like our idea here on this bill, to just lower the income tax, directing it somewhere else will have a wonderful benefit to the state. So thank you, Scott, for all you do. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the latitude on this. I see Bree's getting ready to yell at me here in a minute. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Representative Cavros DeGraw.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Scott, for being here today. It's always good to see you. As you know, I'm a huge supporter of your organization and of all restaurants. And, we had this conversation last year. I know that it was really helpful that the restaurants were able to get that tax back, but I know people are going to ask, and I was happy that Representative Cheeseman helped us clear up. The restaurants are full every time people go out. They see, and also about the cost of the menu items, but, we're feeling that at the grocery store as well. I guess the question is going to be, do you think that this is the year that the restaurants are going to be able to get back on their feet? We know they're the backbones of our community. Or is this something that you think next year it's going to be the same conversation again, that we've got to go back at this a third time and say, well, what about that 1% again? So just kind of, I know it's hard to forecast into the future. We didn't even think we'd need outdoor dining again, and here we are. But
Representative, it's always great to see you as well, and appreciate the support. First, I'll start with, I hope not. I think our goal is we want to start recovery. And this, we looked at November with the end of Delta and the vaccines. And I remember having the governor to Foxwoods in early December with no mask and 1,100 people. A week later, we started shutting everything, as far as mask mandates and people getting nervous going out again, like because of what Omicron did. Knock on wood, we don't see another variant or, a version that's going to be as quickly rising. Obviously, it's not as severe, but we don't know what the future holds, but we do know that the last 2 years have been one of the hardest for any other industry. I put it up against what they've had to carry to stay open. And I'm even dealing on a federal level with Senator Blumenthal and Murphy, who I've talked to this morning, about the Restaurant Revitalization Fund. I think you guys are well aware in the news. We got $28 billion through the country. Our state got $300 million. A third of our restaurants were funded. 2/3 were just told, sorry, we're not going to refund it. We're just not going to do it down in DC, is what I was told yesterday. And I'm just so frustrated because it's not so much, hopefully they get back on their feet and have a great spring and summer. We get past this. We're not going to have this conversation a year from now. But you got to remember the debt they're carrying. We are the leading industry in the amount of EIDL loans that were taken out federally. So all these restaurants took out these loans. Now they weren't grants, and they're having to pay them back for the next 20 years because they had to keep their doors open and keep their people employed and try to do everything to keep that restaurant there. So I think this is a two-part part. I think for me, looking at how we can support this industry in another year, that if there's a model like the tax remittance program or some way to give them grants, I think it's a huge help to offset what they're doing. I think I'm hoping for a great spring and summer, better than we had last year. Why we talked about the outdoor dining bill in that way. But I don't have a crystal ball, but I do know that there's nothing to make up. Even if they have a good Friday or Saturday night, they're not having enough money to put back into the debt or pay off that loan quicker. They're going to have that loan for the next 20 years or plus. So that's the hurt with the RRF not getting replenished, or what I'm being told, and that's the reality. And you're talking, so that I think every little bit that we could do at a state with you guys is going to help. And then the 1% is a bigger discussion, I think, for years to come, of how an occupancy tax and how we help the tourism kind of sector, hospitality sector as a whole moving forward.
Thank you so much. And I really appreciate that, because we talk a lot about families on this committee, and how taxes are affecting families. And I think we have to remember that restaurants individually and as a collective are also a family. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Claridis Detria.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Scott, for being here today. And I know people have asked you, and I apologize if we're going over this again, but the restaurant industry has suffered so much since the pandemic. And we heard stories of restaurants constantly closing and not being able to, to cover their employees, and laying people off and just all out closing. We talked about that 1% for the restaurants. Now, that applies to fast food restaurants as well, correct?
It does. Yeah. Any food and beverage.
Right. I heard someone mention that, or maybe you did, 1% maybe isn't a big deal for someone going to a restaurant, but for families going to fast food restaurants, that's their dining out. And 1%, that may be it for them. Even a 1% increase at McDonald's or Burger King or Wendy's or any of these fast food restaurants is enough to put these people over the edge. Their tipping point. They can't afford even 1% increase. And we talked about these people living paycheck to paycheck. We need to help our restaurants out to keep them in business, because as you know, they employ people, and those people go out to restaurants and give to our communities. But what can we as a legislature do to help our restaurant industry?
No, Representative, it's great to see you. I think you hit the nail on the head. Every little bit helps. I said this in general law testimony earlier today. Every little bit can help, and every little bit can hurt. And I think that anything that can be talked about here, whether it's lowering a sales and use tax percentage, or it's providing a tax remittance program, someone go, oh, it's only $6,000 or $8,000 to Flanders Fish Market. That's a huge, him putting 50% down on an ice machine, that matters. And going through this pandemic, I've learned it, every single day. We talk about even how much weather has played a factor. The snowstorms that we have, or the fact that Valentine's Day was in Super Bowl Sunday, and how weird that was of the setup to pushing back the NFL schedule a week. Everything matters. This winter has been very hard for this industry, harder than people expected. And in New England and Connecticut, even harder, because of the weather that we've had. And it's hard to say this, when the snowstorms hit, they hit on Fridays and Saturdays. Guess what? Those are the days they're open. Didn't happen on a Monday or Tuesday. And my son got 4 3-day weekends in the last 2 months. So I think that you guys all understand that. You guys all understand the challenges, and that's why I'm so glad to be here and just continue to talk with you guys about what are those solutions, how do we find that out, and if it is a reduction of the sales and use tax for a period of time, I think it's great. But also I think there's even more when we look at the meals and beverage tax, and I can speak for hospitality and so many hotels and restaurants that are part of our association, the occupancy tax of what else we're doing to help get these businesses back on their feet and be super competitive and be a small business friendly state coming out of the pandemic. And I'm competitive, as you guys all know. I want to be better off than my peers in Mass, Rhode Island, and New York and New Jersey, and make sure that we have great growth and opportunities for this hospitality sector to flourish.
Thanks, Scott. And exactly what you said, we need to be more business friendly as a state, and that applies from top to bottom. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Paletta.
Thank you, Senator, and I will be very brief. I just wanted to mention one thing. This is more of a comment. Scott, you mentioned the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, the RRF. I just wanted to say that, you were extremely helpful in providing that assistance to how to apply for that grant, especially in my community. And the reason why I'm speaking is because when you mention the word restaurant, many people automatically think of the smaller or, the chain restaurant, but we also have to remember the catering halls in Connecticut. The catering halls were adversely affected by the pandemic since day one. And as a matter of fact, it was only a few months ago that they were told that they couldn't have more than 100 people in a room. But the bills continued. So the mortgage continued, the rent continued, the electric bills, the coolers stayed on. And a lot of the staff was still employed, but not really having much to do. So I think it's extremely important to remember when we talk about restaurants that we remember the banquet halls, because anytime you step foot into one of those places and you talk to the owners, and I happen to live across the street from a banquet hall owner here in Watertown, he will tell you, or she will tell you, the hardship that they endured because of their carrying costs for the last 2 years. And when they were told, you cannot open your door. You can go to Home Depot, you can go to Stop and Shop, you can go, but you can't come here and have an event. And it's understandable because people were dancing and mingling and drinking and eating, but they really endured the brunt of this. And I hope that this committee will consider at least this bill and in the future, providing some relief to those establishments that really were hurt by the pandemic through no fault of our own. It wasn't a Democrat or Republican issue. It was just they couldn't hold the social events because of the pandemic. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other questions, I just want to, this is more, Scott, for the committee rather than you, but I don't know about this year, but invariably we have requests for exempting certain services or certain products from the sales tax. That's anti-business, and that hurts your industry as much as anything, because every time we exempt something, it pushes the sales tax, the pressure on the sales tax to be increased because we lose revenue. And when you add all those exemptions up, and everyone here probably has looked at that list, it is extensive, and it is probably double of what, it's not, maybe not quite double, but it's a significant amount of revenue that we have foregone and we continue to forego every year. And frankly, if we had not done that, we'd be down around 4% in the sales tax. That's pro-business. But we, as the saying goes, we've met the enemy and it is us. We can't help ourselves. But, this kind of comprehensive thinking, we rarely do. We think of the issue du jour, and it's hard to say no to some of these requests to exempt certain things, but there is a consequence ultimately to them, and it leads to perverse responses. We've done a exemption on boats because many were going to Rhode Island because they don't have a sales tax on servicing boats, as opposed to having a very low sales tax where a person could decide, do I want to go to Rhode Island because I'm going to avoid a 3% sales tax or what have you. I just want to add that to the conversation in terms of how we can help business in this state. Thank you, sir, for your testimony today. I see no other, I'm sorry, I do see Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I actually just kind of wanted to go off of what you were just saying here. I find these meetings really frustrating because we talk about, taxing these people, taxing those people. These people need money. Those people need money. Like, how do we get it? Distribution of wealth and this and that. And you said we are our own worst enemies here. Like when you talk to people, what do you hear? Connecticut is one of the most, we know we're the second most expensive state to live in the country, right? Well, but I never hear any of us say, why are we the second most expensive state to live in the country? And what's driving that? And which policies that we're putting in place or regulations or ordinances or on and on and on and on why we are the most expensive. And I think we're just the snake eating its tail all the time. Look at this, look at that. Like you said, which one are we going to exempt? Which ones are we not? Which businesses are we in favor of? Which are we not? Which taxes are we in favor of? And, we have to do better. If we're the committee in cognizance for raising revenue and understanding that, then we need to look at this all inclusively on how we can make this state less expensive to live in and what we are doing to contribute to the expensive part of it. And I know I'm preaching to a choir here, but I end up getting very frustrated on the which one are we going to pick this time around. So that's just my venting of my frustration and adding on to what you said of that we are our own worst enemies. Thank you, sir.
I don't make many friends when I say that, but
You just made a friend, sir.
that's what I feel. Thank you, Madam. Appreciate your comments. I see no other hands. Thank you, Scott, for your testimony today. And at this
Thank you.
time,
Thanks, Senator.
I'll hand
Thanks,
the
everybody.
chair over to my co-chair, Senator Representative Scanlon.
Thanks, Bree. Who do we have next?
The next testifier is William Bueller.
I have to do this, but Bueller, are you there?
I'm there now.
All right. How many
Good morning,
times has it ever
Senator
happened to you,
Farrell.
sir?
Senator Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and distinguished members of Finance, Revenue, and Bonding. My name is William Bueller. I'm a resident of Cromwell, and I'm affiliated with CSEA and Recovery for All. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Senate Bills 21, 28, and 29. You know, Connecticut is a beautiful state, but there's a problem with its economy. It stopped. Income inequality and unfair taxation have damaged it. And it's not just an academic issue of inequality, it's at an extreme level whereby so much of the income gains are going to those at the very top and so little are reaching the hands of low and middle income households. And Connecticut's tax system only magnifies this disparity. As shown by the DRS tax incidence studies, you know, Connecticut's lowest tax rate is enjoyed by households in the highest income range, those with the lowest propensity to spend. It's a kind of tax privilege that's not helpful for Connecticut's economic growth, nor its need for an adequate revenue system. You know, I asked myself, where is the spending going to come from that will restore growth to Connecticut's economy? Where is the revenue going to come from that will increase the state's revenue growth, which has been sagging since 1989? I don't really have the answers at hand, but I see the problems. On the low and middle income households who have the highest propensities to spend are burdened with the highest tax rates, thereby choking off their ability to spend. So altogether, Connecticut's terribly unfair tax system seems to be hurting both the primary and the secondary sources of economic growth. And that's why the state's economy has not grown in the last 10 years. Now, I don't want to see another 10 years without economic growth because it affects everybody. It affects our standard of living. It impacts job creation. It impacts whether the state has enough money to pay its bills, to provide services for those in need, to keep the streets safe, and to support good schools. So I think it's really going to be up to us to do what we can to rebalance the state's tax structure to allow for more fairness, and doing that will help the economy to restart and give the state government sufficient funds to take care of its bills. Thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no questions, appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being with us.
The next testifier is Sarah Lemaster.
Hello, good afternoon. Distinguished members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Sarah Lemaster, and I'm the Manager of Government Relations and Public Policy for the Community Health Center Association of Connecticut. I'm submitting testimony today in favor of Senate Bill 29, and not concerning the Earned Income Tax Credit. The Community Health Center Association is our primary care association, which supports the work of 16 of our health centers. Connecticut's health centers collectively serve over 380,000 residents every year and specialize in providing care for traditionally underserved communities. Our health centers do not turn people away based on their ability to pay for services, and patients have access to same-day medical, dental, and behavioral health services. 20% of our health center patients identify as Black, 48% identify as Hispanic or Latino, and a majority receive Medicaid benefits. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, our health centers have been working diligently to protect our communities and support our public health infrastructure. We've provided over 930,000 COVID tests and fully vaccinated over 386,000 residents since August of 2020, all while continuing to provide care for the most vulnerable. We serve residents in every single legislative district. Our health centers operate over 100 locations throughout the state and employ over 4,000 people. We have an estimated economic impact of over $800 million every year. In 2020, 106,000 children were health center patients, and over 75% of our patients live at or below the federal poverty level. This bill will help increase the economic security of patients served by our health centers and is an effective anti-poverty measure. We strongly support this. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Sarah, thank you for being here. I don't see any questions, but appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Janae Woods Weber.
Good afternoon. I'm Janae Woods Weber, Executive Director of Connecticut Women's Education and Legal Fund, QUELF, a nonprofit that advocates for women and girls. We're a proud member of Recovery for All, a statewide coalition united to eliminate systemic inequalities and rebuild a better Connecticut. I'm testifying on Senate Bills 21, 28, and 29. QUELF serves women who are systemically under-resourced and exploited because of sexism, racism, and classism. The majority are women of color, burdened by low income and little family or community wealth. These women represent the experiences of thousands of Connecticut residents who struggled before the pandemic, only to experience their circumstances becoming even more challenging because of the pandemic. These challenges will have generational consequences unless lawmakers act now to implement a recovery for all. In my personal life, I witnessed the ongoing economic hardships people are trying to survive. On Wednesdays, a long line forms down the sidewalk outside a church on my street. Black and brown people, many of them elders, wait to receive groceries from the church's food ministry. This is a scene repeated in many other neighborhoods. Connecticut is a wealthy state, so no one should be struggling to survive. We are long overdue in making substantial investments in public services that deliver immediate assistance, while also making corrections to the long-term disparities that create economic inequality. Many of these disparities were created by bad policy decisions rooted in oppression. So now we must act morally by making good policy decisions that center the people who have been harmed the most. SB 29 will provide immediate relief through an expanded earned income tax credit to those who need it most, and it should be coupled with a child tax credit to help bring working families out of poverty. Senate Bills 21 and 28 ask high-income earners to share the responsibility of building a strong economy. Raising marginal tax rates on households with incomes over $1 million will go a long way toward revitalizing services that help communities thrive. Our state has the responsibility to meet the needs of our people. We cannot ignore the continuing harm caused by our current inequitable distribution of wealth and resources. We can stop the hurt that so many families are feeling by restoring fairness to our tax code and funding essential services. QUELF urges this committee to support these bills. It is time to take a historic stance in achieving a recovery for all in our state. Our people deserve nothing less.
Thank you very much for being with us today and for your testimony. I don't see any questions, but thank you again for coming.
The next testifier is Callie Heilman.
Hello, good afternoon, distinguished members of the Finance Committee, and hello to my representatives, Senator Moore and Representative Staffstrom. My name is Callie Gail Heilman. I live in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and I'm the president and co-director of Bridgeport Generation Now, a grassroots civic engagement organization with over 300 members, and we're a member of Recovery for All. I am testifying on behalf of our membership in strong support of SB 21, SB 28, and SB 29. I want to tell you about some of our work at GenNow. For the past 6 years, members have testified at municipal budget hearings for more money for our public schools. We've testified at zoning commission hearings to protect green space. We've testified at contracts committee meetings to get affordable housing. We've lobbied for city-run mobile crisis intervention teams and more mental health and addiction support services. We've advocated for equitable ARP and COVID relief budgets. We do this work because it strengthens ourselves, our community, and our future. But why is Bridgeport, a city of 148,000 people that is 70% Black and brown, seemingly perpetually burdened with high property taxes, underfunded schools, high costs of housing, concentrated poverty, community gun violence, police violence, pollution, and other social injustices? To answer this question, you could believe that the people of Bridgeport get what they deserve, that it's somehow our fault, reflective of our moral character. And if you harbor those beliefs, we should go out for coffee and chat. Or you understand that our systems, through laws and policies, were designed this way, through economic policies that reinforce gains, inherited wealth, and opportunity hoarding for predominantly white, high wealth communities at the expense of our working class communities and communities of color. And if you understand that it was designed this way, then you understand that it can be redesigned to create different outcomes. Economic relief and the recovery we need is more than election year tax cuts. SB 21, SB 28, and SB 29 are bills that start to reimagine our finances towards a more moral, more just future. In closing, I would like to add that on a personal note, I am a high wealth individual, both owning a high value home in Bridgeport, and my partner's earnings come from investing in biotech. We would most likely be affected by SB 21 and SB 28. I agree with William Buehler that we're not having the right tax rate competition conversation, which is actually about the losses our state has suffered because we have underinvested in the human capital and potential of our cities as economic and innovation engines. I'm the third generation in my family to graduate from Hartford Public High School, a child of Sheff versus O'Neill. I would happily pay 2 mills more if it meant the state was going to take seriously the problem of racial and economic segregation of our towns, which is one of the fundamental blocks to our economic growth. We can think of passing SB 21, SB 28, and SB 29 as reparations, a reimagining of our relationships to each other. Our humanity is bound together. Let's get to work. Thank you.
I see some hands. First is Representative Carney, followed by Representative Farrar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Callie. Thank you for your testimony today. I guess my only question is, obviously you're very passionate about these issues, and I appreciate you coming before the state legislature to bring these issues forward. And I do agree, it is unfortunate, the poverty in places like Bridgeport. But my question really is, you're coming before us. Have you addressed these issues before the mayor of Bridgeport? And I mean, I don't think I'm speaking out of school here. There is a lot of, or historically, a lot of corruption at Bridgeport City Hall that has certainly not benefited most of the people of Bridgeport. So I'm just wondering what potentially you or your organization is doing to advocate to the mayor and some of the folks on Bridgeport City Council that actually have more impact and I believe have perpetuated some of these issues more so than the state legislature.
Well, you're talking to the right person because our organization, our mission is to strengthen civic engagement so that we can dismantle systemic racism and systemic corruption in Bridgeport, so we can build the just, equitable, and livable city that we know is possible. And so our work is actually rooted in the analysis that Bridgeport's democracy is broken, and that there is a system of patronage and loyalty embedded in our local political structures that has contributed to the city's loss of livable communities. And we are working very hard on the ground to basically dismantle that structure and flip our system on its head and build power from the ground up and build a political system that actually responds to the voters and residents of Bridgeport. And so I would invite you to check out our work. We have a coalition that's called Unrig Bridgeport. It's a coalition and campaign made up of other grassroots organizations and community leaders here in Bridgeport. It's the campaign to fix Bridgeport's broken democracy. So thank you for the question.
And I'm very encouraged by your response. So I certainly will look at that. And again, thank you for your testimony.
Representative Ferrara, followed by Representative Zupkis.
Thanks, Chairman Scanlon. Callie, thank you for being here. Good to see you. I appreciate some of my colleagues' comments, and I just wanted to follow up with you about something in particular, because I appreciate that we all have a role in this, our localities, and especially, but at the state level, we know that we've pursued underfunding of things such as pilot in our urban centers. We've underfunded true equity efforts for our education. And I appreciate you highlighting that in your testimony a little bit. I did have a question for you personally about being a high wealth individual, because we've heard a few anecdotes earlier today of this perception of flight, that high wealth individuals will leave the state with a marginal increase in their taxes. And, I've kind of read some research that's been out there to diminish this myth that some states that have raised taxes on the wealthiest have actually seen greater economic growth. But I'm curious what you've heard from talking with potentially fellow friends in this same situation, and if you could illuminate us a little bit on your personal situation.
Sure. Just anecdotally, I would say, if you wake up one day having moved somewhere because of tax rates, you have failed at community. That is I personally believe, that is my personal belief, having been rooted in community my whole life. But I want to add actually that I mentioned that my partner is an investor in biotech, and he was monitoring the departure of Alexion Pharmaceuticals when they left New Haven, and often shares this story as a counter narrative to that narrative that's out there about flight. And he said that the chief financial officer and the chief business officer on the call actually expressed that it was the underinvestment in cities in Connecticut that was the reason why they were leaving, that there was an underinvestment in the education systems and in the livability of our cities that resulted in their corporation looking for another urban center to relocate to. And so that is a very important conversation. And I know that it's something that the state legislature understands and thinks deeply about. And I think it's a really important counter narrative to be out there, because we actually, in focusing it on the unicorn of the wealthy individual who up and leaves, we're not actually having the holistic conversation.
Thank you, Callie, for sharing that instance in your own life and seeing that in regards to lost economic development capacity in our own state. And I appreciate that, because I think we've all seen, more folks move to Connecticut, and more than anything, if we want to keep folks in our towns, in our cities, and in our state, that investment in our communities is critical. So I appreciate you highlighting that. Thank you, Chairman, for the questions. No more.
Representative Zupkis. Senator Moore, I saw your hand up. Do you still have a question or no? Okay, so we'll finish out with Representative Zupkis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Callie. Thank you for coming today. And thank you for the work you do. I feel the same as my colleagues, but I appreciate you putting your money where your mouth is. So if you do come from a high income family, I appreciate you giving back. But my question is, I'm sitting here and listening throughout today about the conversations of the money needed for programs and all these things into the underserved and in these communities. And since I've been a legislator, I have seen money given to cities more so than anywhere else. And I'm not saying it's not needed. I've just seen funding increase to cities year after year after year, schools, communities, all these things. And there's some very big bills before us. Mental health, one agency wants 700 million. Today, there was a conversation about 700 million for, these services, which are needed. And I understand that. But my question to you is, how, with all this funding that we have given in the past, where is the money going? Is it not going to the services that are needed? Is the government not sharing the money with programs? What is, because I hear, we're in crisis states, and I would maybe agree that we are, but we're in a lot of crisis in this state. And I just am sitting here trying to understand that the state gives more and more money every single year, and we're worse than we've ever been. So I would just like your insight on that, please.
Well, I guess I would respond to your question with a question, which is, how do you explain the generational disparities in our state? So generational poverty, how do you explain it as it is, perpetuated generation after generation? Disparities between towns and disparities, between communities. And, the explanation for those things, as I said in my testimony, is very much requires an examination of the laws and policies that this body has historically put into place. And so my testimony today in support particularly of SB 21 and SB 22 is about a deep introspective look at our how we raise revenue in our state and who shoulders the burden of that and what kind of impact that might have on generations of families.
I would
Just
totally.
Representative Zupkis,
right?
before you do that, Representative, I just want to remind people who are testifying that we are here to ask you questions. Typically, it doesn't go the other way around, and so I just want to make sure we're making that clear. Also, as a reminder to the committee, to try to stay germane to the bills at hand, and that's what's before us. We've gotten off on a tangent a couple times on a couple different issues, and I know these are really important conversations, but I just want to remind members to keep their comments to the bills itself, and those testifying to keep their comments to the bills themselves as well. So with that, sorry to interrupt you, Representative Zupkis, but just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, I agree with you. There needs to be deep dives in. I think there needs to be a deep dive into what's being funded and what's working and what's not working. And if it's not working, let's stop fund it and put it to what, others suggest. So I am all about that. I think that needs to be done across the board in everything. Again, I just am trying to understand how we support cities, we give money to all these cities, and yet we find ourselves worse and worse every year. So I would encourage this committee for these pieces of legislation to heed your advice, Callie, and to take a deep dive into these places of what is being funded and what is needed to be funded. And let's really take a look at that to get to the root of the problem, because just putting more money at things does not solve a problem. I think we need to get to the root of what the real problem is. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'm not sure if I can respond, but I would just say that the Department of Revenue Services report that was released that looks at the tax incidence analysis is the root. You're looking at a root, and so hence the need for SB 21, SB 28.
Thank you,
Senator Moore.
I apologize. I've got construction going on, so sometimes it's quiet. sometimes it's not. I just wanted to take a moment to say hi to Callie and thank you all. You know, I hear Bridgeport mentioned often in a negative light and the corruption, all the things that are going on here. But we have great things here in Bridgeport, and a lot of it is due to Bridgeport Generation Now and the work that they've been doing to unrid Bridgeport. We see it, but there's been a lot of action taking place because of them. So I wanted to thank you, Callie, for the work that your organization is doing. And if you could just share, you know, how this would impact not just Bridgeport, but low-income people, any of the bills. And I thank you for your generosity, and I know how much you and your husband give back to the community in the way of finances and your talents, and you go unpaid for those. But if we could just drill it down so people can see the faces, or perhaps see a face of person who would benefit from any of these bills that you've mentioned that are low income, and for equity.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, I think about families in my neighborhood, in my community, you know, who I live in the Black Rock neighborhood of Bridgeport, and, you know, we have a wide range of socioeconomic, racial and ethnic diversity. And I think, you know, there's a lot of families who would directly benefit from SB 29, you know, the expansion of the earned income tax credit. I know that when we've worked in partnership with PT Partners, which is a grassroots resident-led organization at the PT Barnum Public Housing, you know, there's a lot of single women, single mothers who live there with their children, and, you know, they would directly benefit from the state level, from, you know, establishing a state level child tax credit. I think that, you know, we know that economic disparities exist. We know that racial disparities exist, and to put a human face to them is to live is to live in community with people, is to be neighbors with people, and to see other experiences outside of your own. And, you know, I am very fortunate to live in a neighborhood where that is possible, you know, and a city where that is possible. And I'm just, you know, really grateful that there are so many people in the General Assembly ready to fight on behalf of my neighbors.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Callie.
With that, Callie, thank you so much for being with us today and for your testimony, and we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Great. Who's next?
The next testifier is Sarah Ganong.
Great, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the chance to testify before you today. My name is Sarah Ganong, and I live in Hartford, and I'm also the state director of Connecticut Working Families. We're an advocacy organization that's dedicated to building an economy and a democracy that works for all of us, not just for the wealthy and well-connected. We're also a proud organizational partner and a member of the Recovery for All Coalition, along with a lot of others who have joined us here this afternoon. And really thank you for the opportunity to testify and support, again, along with many others, of Senate Bills 21, 28, and 29. We've heard a lot of support today for these bills, and WFP stands in solidarity and agreement with these other organizations as well. Personally, as a lifelong Connecticut resident, one of the things that's been sort of most uplifting during the last 2 really difficult years has been how, regardless of race, class, gender, income, zip code, we've all really come together across difference during the uncertainty of COVID and the financial impacts that it's had on all of our communities and residents across the board. Now, as our coffers are growing fuller and the pandemic is hopefully continuing to recede, we really must begin to provide real relief for all our most vulnerable residents. Connecticut's the wealthiest state and the wealthiest country in the history of the world. Since the beginning of the pandemic, our state's 13 billionaires have received nearly $14 billion in additional wealth, while thousands of working people across the board are continuing to struggle today, including many of my neighbors right here in Hartford. We can do better as policymakers than one-off election year tax cuts. We can rebuild our public services to eliminate disparities and really strengthen our communities for the long term. And we can move beyond simple survival to prosperity for all of our residents, regardless of where we live or what we look like. The ultra wealthy have been allowed to profit from others' work while refusing to contribute at the same levels that all the rest of us are paying to fund our schools, higher education, infrastructure, healthcare, and other vital services and programs. And this must stop. We must join together to create a sustainable recovery, but we can't do it solely on federal funds that may soon expire. The unmet need here in Connecticut is far too great. The scale of the crisis that we all face demands a brave and bold response, and that's what we're all here to ask from you today. Addressing our inequitable tax code is a first step. We can fund essential services to help all our residents, reduce economic and racial inequalities, and set our state on a path towards a robust economic recovery for the long term. I urge you as the Finance Committee to pass 21, 28, and 29 out of committee and consider additional ways, which I've submitted in written testimony, to increase tax equity. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify, and happy to take any questions.
Hi, Sarah. Thank you for being here. And I don't see any questions, but appreciate your testimony today, and congratulations to you personally on your recent promotion, I guess they'd say.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. Have a good day.
The next testifier is Kathy Flaherty.
Thank you, members of the Finance Committee. My name is Kathy Flaherty. I am the Executive Director of Connecticut Legal Rights Project. You have my written testimony in favor of Senate Bills 21, 28, and 29, and raising questions with regard to 5016 and 5094. I also included in that testimony some pie charts, because when it comes to the budget, there simply is no magic pie. If there are programs that this state thinks are worthy of paying for, we need the revenue so that we can pay for them. I'm going to go off the written testimony because I think it's important for you to know. I am a lifelong resident of Newington, Connecticut. My dad owned his own business. It was successful enough that he was able to send my brother and me to private school and to pay for college without me graduating with a lot of debt. I went into debt for law school by my own choice, but I also graduated at a time where it wasn't six figures of debt. And I went to a school with a loan repayment program that enabled me to have a career in public interest law. My husband owns his own business. He worked so hard while he was in college that he didn't graduate with college debt, which meant that despite me having almost six figures of law school debt, we were able to get the house in Newington that we bought in 1999. We don't have kids. We pay taxes in this town to pay for public schools that we don't use, that I didn't use. My family has been paying taxes in this town for 3 generations, but our parents pulled us out of public school. And so the bottom line is, if there are things that are worth paying for, that's the cost of living in a society. And the tax policy of this state can either choose to place the burden on people who are able to bear it, or you can choose to put it on the people who really can't. There are 3,626 people on various waiting lists for state waiver programs right now. I don't know how the person who got the list sent it to me, but they sent it to me yesterday. That's 3,626 people who are waiting for services, including people on the autism waiver list. It's people in state hospitals who are waiting to get out. It's people in nursing homes that are waiting to get money follows the person to live in the community. When I hear somebody talking about, well, what are we spending money on? We are spending money, incredible sums of money, on keeping people segregated in institutions who could live in the community, but for the fact that they don't have decent, safe, affordable, accessible housing with wraparound services and supports. We need to make better choices in this state. I urge the members of this committee It's been actually interesting coming to testify to you the last few years. We always used to go to appropriations, and the chairs of appropriations always told us, we can only allocate the money we're given by the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. It's both of you need to work together. All of us need to work together to make the state better. Thanks.
Thank you, Kathy, for your testimony. I don't see any questions today.
Thanks so much.
The next testifier is Betsy Guerra.
Thank you, Bree. Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, and Representative Cheeseman, members of the committee. My name is Betsy Guerra. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Council of Small Towns, and I'm here today to oppose proposed bill, Senate Bill 21, an act concerning a statewide property tax on certain residential real property. As most of you know, Connecticut is more reliant on the property tax to fund education and other critical local services than almost every state in the nation. Recognizing this, towns work really hard to try to minimize the need for rate increases in the mill rate, because they recognize that our taxpayers, our residents, our businesses are already overburdened with property taxes here in this state. And so we're very concerned that Senate Bill 21 sets a troubling precedent by adding to that burden by proposing an additional $2 million statewide property tax on certain homeowners. In the past, this had been proposed for homes of a lesser value. So again, we're very concerned about it as its presidential nature in terms of relying on something that is already overburdening our residents and adding to the difficulties that they face and the pressures on towns to utilize the property tax to fund critical local services. So again, we oppose this measure and be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy, for being with us today. I do not see any questions, but thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
The next testifier is Megan Fountain.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members and leaders of the committee. My name is Megan Fountain. I live in New Haven. I am a social worker and a leader at ULA, Unidad Latina en Acción. And we are a people-powered organization of neighbors, immigrants, and workers who come together to support each other and strengthen our democracy. I'm also part of Recovery for All, and we come from all over the state of Connecticut. We are white, Black, Latino, Latina, from every zip code. And we believe that no matter what we look like or where we come from, Connecticut can be a good place to live, where we can care for our families and neighbors and create a better future for the next generations. We are social workers, teachers, healthcare aides, janitors, factory workers, the people who are pitching in every day. We're doing our part to make this state better. And today we're asking, why are there exceptions for a handful of billionaires and wealthy corporations who think that they don't need to pitch in? And I'm testifying in support of SB 21, SB 28, and SB 29. With these bills, you have a chance to fix a problem in our state, which is that there are a greedy few who have rigged the rules to take resources out of our communities and put those resources into their country clubs and private jets. And there are some politicians who try to divide us, saying that city people are taking away from suburban people. We're not going to be divided. We know that in Connecticut, all of us will thrive no matter our zip code and our skin color when wealthy corporations and billionaires pay what they owe to our state to invest in the good schools that we need, the healthcare that we need, safety, families, early childhood education, food security, clean air, and clean water. Things that all of us need to thrive. I just want to tell you about one of the members of ULA who is one of the working people who's struggling. He's lived in New Haven for 2 decades, always paying taxes. He and his wife have worked in a factory for 21 years, and the factory does not provide them with health insurance. Last year, his wife went to the emergency room several times with gallbladder pain, and the doctors said that she needed surgery. But when the hospital found out that she was uninsured and undocumented, they told her they would not operate because it was not an emergency. And they sent her home with pain, and it happened 3 times. So now Nicholas is paying almost $400 a month for health insurance for his wife, plus $4,000 in deductibles and copays. He's also paying his children's medical bills because he and his wife work at a factory, and they don't qualify for Husky A for their children. Their income is too high to qualify for Husky A for their children who were born here, US citizens. So they're in Husky B. So he's living paycheck to paycheck. He's suffering the after effects of COVID-19. He's worried about how to pay the mortgage on the house, how to pay the taxes on the house, how to pay the medical bills. This is just one of the thousands of families who've been coming to my center for food banks and for rental assistance, which now the rental assistance applications are closed in Connecticut. And folks are coming in every day with eviction notices, struggling to make ends meet. And I want to thank you for taking the time today to think about how we can make this state better. Let's imagine what our state could look like, what our neighborhoods could look like if we had what we all need. And if we all pitched in, I think we have a chance to rewrite the rules so that everyone contributes what they owe to this state, what they owe to working people, the people who are working hard, who are doing our part. Let's make sure there aren't loopholes so that some people are getting, so that a handful of people are rigging the system and getting handouts and taking resources away from us. Let's invest in the resources that we all need. I think that we all, no matter what neighborhood we come from, whether we're from the city or whether we're from the suburbs, whatever race we come from, whether we're an immigrant, whether we're native to this state, we can be proud of this state. And I want to thank you for taking the time to consider these important bills and for making this state a place where we can be proud to call home. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Megan. I don't see any questions though. Oh, Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Megan. And I don't really have a question. Obviously you're very passionate about your the issues that you're facing and that many people you help are facing. The only thing I would say is, I am not wealthy. I was raised by a single mom who had to work 3 jobs. My dad didn't work, so I'm not coming from a place where, I was handed tons of money or anything like that. But I would just say that we do have many wealthy people that do a lot for the state of Connecticut without being forced to pay taxes to do it. Ray Dalio is just one incredible example who really stepped up and made it possible for thousands of lower income public school students to have access to online learning during the height of COVID. So I understand, obviously that you feel people should pay more who have means, and I get that. I understand that argument. I just would caution you to using a broad brush to say all wealthy people rig the system and want to give back to their country club or buy a jet or buy a boat, because we do have a lot of generous people in this state who do give a lot and contribute a lot of time and money to make our state better. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate that, Representative Carney, and I think you're right. There are people who have a lot of wealth and who want to see everyone thrive in the state. And so I think that means that this committee
think we lost Megan.
Sorry.
Okay.
I just think that means that we can do the right thing. You know, I think that there are wealthy people, there are middle-class people, there are poor people, working people, and we want the same things. We want communities that thrive. And I think that this committee has the chance with these 3 bills to make it happen, to make our state stronger. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Bree, next up.
Next testifiers are Sana Shah with Patrick O'Brien.
Dear Senator Fanfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and the esteemed members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Sana Shah, and with me today is Dr. Patrick O'Brien, and we are testifying on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children. We have submitted in-depth testimony supporting SB 21, SB 27, SB 28, and SB 29. And we provide suggestions to strengthen these recommendations for the committee's consideration. For the purposes of time, our oral testimony will focus on the portion of our written testimony that addresses strengthening SB 27 and SB 29. We support SB 27 and act increasing and expanding the property tax credit. This bill would strengthen one of the fairest components of Connecticut's regressive tax system because it is based on income level and property taxes paid, and it would benefit working and middle class families who have a high effective tax rate, and it would boost economic growth. However, we want to remind the committee that Connecticut's property tax credit as is not sufficient to having the impact that we all hope for. Currently, this tax is a non-refundable credit against the state income tax, and it is also not available to renters, thus hurting working class families. Additionally, it includes marriage penalty that hurts middle class families. Policymakers can improve the property tax credit by making it refundable. If the objective is to offset Connecticut's high property tax burden, receiving the credit should not depend on income tax liability. The credit should include renters, a group who are often paying the property tax indirectly, and the state should remove the marriage penalty. Eliminating the marriage penalty will provide the credit to more middle-class families that currently do not receive the credit, and it will provide a larger credit to many middle-class families that currently receive a reduced credit. Moreover, Connecticut should inflation index the property tax credit. Doing so will ensure that the value of the credit does not decrease over time, which will help many families long-term. We also support SB 29 and act concerning the earned income tax credit. Like SB 27, this bill would strengthen one of the fairest components of Connecticut's unfair tax system. Policymakers can improve the EITC by making it applicable to immigrants filing their taxes with an ITIN. As you've heard from a number of
please summarize.
The extra money that would come from increasing the state EITC would make it a meaningful difference for hardworking families struggling to make ends meet. We also want to make clear that increasing the EITC is not a substitute for establishing a Connecticut child tax credit. Both are needed because working class families and middle class families are struggling. And research tells us that the greatest benefit for the economy and for people is when these credits work together. Thank you for listening and for your continued good work to make the state better and fairer for all Connecticut's families. Dr. Patrick O'Brien and I are happy to answer any of the questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw, for your testimony. I see no questions. So you've gotten out of here easily today. Bree.
Next testifier is Eric Getty.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Eric Getty, here on behalf of the Connecticut Business and Industry Association, and here in support of HB 5010. I know you have heard others testify on this issue already today, but I do want to thank you so much for having a public hearing on this important issue. Like so many you have heard from today, Connecticut businesses are also struggling. They have dealt with pandemic-related closures, supply chain issues, inflation. 80% of our businesses are having difficulty hiring or retaining workers. We have high unemployment, and soon Connecticut businesses will be paying higher unemployment taxes related to our borrowing of federal dollars to ensure that every unemployed person received their benefits during the pandemic. The leadership of this committee on both sides of the aisle fought very hard years ago for some changes to the way we spend and borrow money. As a result of those hard-fought battles, our state emerged from the pandemic in better fiscal shape than many other states. We were able to address a portion of our long-term liabilities, and in the short term, we're even seeing some surpluses. The conversations we used to have were about deficits followed by the inevitable tax increases. And in the past, businesses in this state were asked to give more every time we had an economic downturn. In 2018, we worked with this committee to find a workaround to federal limitations on deductions of state and local taxes. And as was noted earlier, just 1 year later, lawmakers reduced a portion of that credit to patch a hole in the budget. We understand that difficult choices needed to be made to get your important jobs done. But the conversation has shifted now, and we now have the fortune where we're actually talking about tax relief in this state. I just ask that you balance that relief among both individuals and the businesses that have always answered in your call and worked with you when there was need. Restoring the full business entity tax credit would get relief directly back into the hands of our state's smallest businesses. This will immediately help with the multitude of challenges they are facing right now and help businesses get back to investing and growing in our state. And with that, I thank you very much and happy to give you back some of your time or answer any questions.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Senator Fanfare. Good to see you, Eric. So for those who may be watching, can you explain a bit about, because they sound credit against the affected business entity tax, a bit of the genesis of this and why it is particularly important to restore the original level for those small and medium-sized businesses you referenced?
Sure. Well, this was in response to federal tax changes that occurred in the end of 2017, I believe. And it essentially put caps on the amount of state and local taxes that businesses could deduct. And so Connecticut was one of the pioneers of a workaround to that would help save employers in the state, especially pass-through entities, from pretty significant tax increases. And the way that was done was, instead of paying all the business taxes through their personal income tax, they instead paid at a new business entity tax level. And to be honest with you, we were very nervous. I remember at the time whether this would survive federal scrutiny, and thankfully, not only did it survive that, but it became something that many other states had copied in their own states. So, and then just one short year later, as I mentioned in my testimony, the credit, which was originally a 93.1% credit, was reduced by around 6%. And so that resulted in about $50 million that normally would have gone back to Connecticut businesses to be retained by the state for its purposes at the time, which was to address some holes in the budget. And again, I understand a lot of difficult decisions were made at that time. But again, now that we are in a little bit of a different situation and businesses have been struggling so much, we appreciate the opportunity to talk about returning some of that money back to the business community, especially those small businesses that have gone through a lot in the past couple of years and could really use the help right now.
And I think, one of the things people don't understand is, for many of those small businesses, they're not paying business taxes separately. They're actually paying them through their personal income taxes, which is why this workaround, quote unquote, was so important. And, just again, the money that they now could retain is obviously money that could be used to maintain their businesses, grow their businesses, hire more workers, and as you mentioned, recover from the pandemic.
That is absolutely correct, Representative.
Okay. Anything else you weren't able to touch on in your testimony that you think is important? Obviously, as you said, we were in a budget crunch, and the need to find revenue was found from this particular place. But do you all happen to know offhand how many businesses or individuals pay and benefit from this pass-through entity tax?
I do not know off the top of my head, but I mean, it's virtually any business that is not not paying their taxes through a corporate tax. But I can get you that number offline if
And I think we were sent it from, if I couldn't, I think it's 100,000 plus or something like that. I mean, or it's a significant number. Anyway, okay, thank you so very much for your testimony today, Eric.
Thank you, Madam. Eric, quick question. I think that I see no other hands at this point. Are those who are paying through PET better off than they would have been if we had not established the credit?
Absolutely, Senator. There's no question about that. I'm just saying that now that the state is also better off and has a little bit of breathing room, I know there'll be a multitude of tax relief proposals and many tax policy changes made throughout or talked about in this committee and in others. I just ask that you consider that businesses also could use some relief at this point in time.
Right, but we had testimony earlier that for the uninitiated could interpret what we did in going to 87 as we have eliminated a benefit to those taxpayers. And I feel it's important that anyone listening and watching this, that there's not a lot of recognition to what we did. Is recognition of what we changed the credit to, but not that we led the nation in creating the credit in the first place that allowed taxpayers to benefit from. I don't like the term workaround. I don't like giving the IRS reasons to think that we did something to circumvent their policies, but it certainly is a pro-business position that we took, even though some folks think that we never do something for business in Connecticut. That certainly was a significant step, even with the reduction to 87%.
Senator, I certainly try to recognize you every single chance I get, not just for your incredible work back in the 2016, 2017 sessions, putting in place some important caps that has helped us emerge from this pandemic in better shape, but also your work pioneering this workaround, which I didn't mention in my testimony, was a pioneering effort that has been duplicated across the country. So
I wasn't referring to myself. I was referring to the legislature as a whole and our desire. Some people could argue that we don't do enough. Some people could argue we do too much, but that certainly was a step in recognizing that the federal government was denying our businesses the ability to address their needs through the tax structure but you've made arguments for why we should return to or closer to a number that we did have originally, and those will be part of our discussions going forward, I'm sure. I see no other hands. Thank you, Eric, very much. Great.
Emily McEvoy, you are the next testifier.
Thank you, Bree. Hello to all esteemed members of the committee. My name is Emily McEvoy, and I'm a proud resident of Middletown. As a community organizer in both Middletown and New Britain, I'm also part of the statewide Recovery for All coalition. Today, I'm testifying in support of Senate Bills 21, 28, and 29, and would also like to provide suggestions on how to expand on the impact they will have on working families as they get amended in the coming weeks. SB 21 and 28 put pressure where it is required to make our state a more equitable place. And SB 29 is a good start at putting that revenue back where it belongs most. However, I believe we need to do drastically more to put money in the pockets of those who have been working, struggling to feed their families and pay healthcare bills during the pandemic, while those in our state who already have more than enough were living well and often earning money in their sleep on the backs of others. I appreciate the committee's efforts to generate new revenue, but conversely, as our government, it's your job to do with that revenue what can save lives. Increasingly more middle and working class people, including in my own family, are navigating homelessness, drug addiction as a consequence of long-term trauma and lack of healthcare, just to name a few things. And so we can't forget that this is indeed a life or death issue that this committee also has the power to impact with things like tax credits. During 2020 and 2021, while stock portfolios were growing for so many, in this state. In Middletown, myself and other residents were working to fundraise from the wealthy in our community, and in turn run a community mutual aid program that put $200 cash payments into the hands of residents who expressed their need to us. We took the issue into our own hands when we saw that both the state and municipal governments were not quickly getting the money into people's hands despite their efforts. The demand was immense as we set up shop in the north end of Middletown. And as best we could, talk to people every week to get people on the list to receive money and heard all of their stories. We helped over 300 individuals, but there are still hundreds who signed up whose requests have not been able to be fulfilled after years. And this is frankly because the wealthy individuals who could donate to something like that do not have any means of holding them accountable to share their resources right now. The state and our tax policies, things like targeted tax credits, then on the other end, are the only entities that have the power to do this redistribution and make sure that nobody has more than they need while others are dying. Some other measures that would help our tax codes work for good include child tax credits, property tax credits targeted to low-income families, and an increase in both the corporate income tax rate and the personal income tax rates on our highest earners. I would support the modification of these bills to get even more money into the hands of working families. Connecticut is a complicated state for these two very different realities that the rich and poor live, and that gives you all a very complicated job. As an organizer in the community, I'm sad to say that it's been heartbreaking to see what we do daily and on a daily basis. I hope that the committee will find new and innovative ways to reduce wealth inequality through these taxes. These bills are a small but needed start. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Emily. I do see a hand. Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for speaking with us today, Emily. Appreciate you coming here and all you do in our community. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Chafee.
Emily, how does a young person such as yourself come to be involved in advocacy as you are?
I got my introduction through to community work and to grassroots work through the North End Action Team in Middletown, working with community gardens and stuff like that. I think in 2019, I joined the board of that community-based organization. And through that, I learned a lot about state policy. I learned a lot about how to engage people, how to knock doors, hear people's opinions. We ran things like forums for the mayoral primary. We ran a community forum about planning and zoning that I was involved in through before the pandemic and during. And so yeah, it's been a process, but I've seen a lot in my few years of being involved.
Well, you should be commended. It's easy to be cynical in our world today for a lot of reasons, but it's great to see young people being involved in trying to shape the direction of their community.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no other questions, Bree.
The next testifier is Dale Todaro. Mr. Todaro, you're on mute.
Good afternoon, and I appreciate this opportunity to give this brief explanation for my recommendation for tax relief for home eval electric vehicle, EV home charger installations. The era of EVs, electric vehicles, has begun. All manufacturers are ramping up research and production, and beginning this year, more EV vehicles will be introduced to the market. The manufacturers include Ford, GMC, Honda, Chevrolet, Audi, Daimler, Volkswagen, Volvo, Lucid, Jaguar, Toyota, and others. There will be both new model EV trucks and sedans very soon for sale in 2022. The industry is moving away from gasoline and diesel to hybrid and EV vehicles. As more and more people buy or lease EVs, there will be a growing need for charging stations. I suspect future new home construction will include charging stations. I believe it's important for the state to provide tax incentives to home owners, if not to municipalities and multiple home developers, to make the use of EVs more convenient. By providing tax incentives for the installation of home chargers, the state can thereby encourage the purchase of EVs. It's nice to know if I took a trip to Rhode Island or Vermont, I could return to my home in CT and recharge my vehicle at home. The production of EVs has a ripple effect in creating more work and newer products like EV chargers. And so providing a tax incentive will also benefit related industries and those who make these products and install them. It goes without saying, the use of EVs will reduce pollution and greenhouse gases. Car exhaust is the major source of greenhouse gases in the US. Indeed, this is my major reason for making this proposal, to reduce greenhouse gases. Costs for the installation of chargers, based on my reading, could range from $400 to $4,000, depending on several factors. To make this tax incentive meaningful, I recommend a tax deduction of 50% of the documented cost of the installation be considered. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Tadaro. I don't see any questions. I don't know the answer to this. I should, but I admit I don't. Do you know if there is a sunset provision in this legislation?
I am not aware of that.
Tax credits are tough to get rid of once you've established them, and I'm sure that I see the Senate chair of the Environment Committee joining us for this hearing, and as a member of this committee, and I'm sure she would have some opinions on this. Whether she'd prefer to share them today is not being asked of her, but that's something that I would be concerned about, is that we have an understanding that as the market begins to respond, and we hope that it will, that there's an understanding that the credit's done its job, and which is what we try to do, right? Is to have government be the catalyst of activity that the private sector is not ready or able to do. So
that sounds like a reasonable proposal there.
I'm told that there is no sunset provision at this time. There's a question, Mr. Tadaro, Representative Cheeseman.
Yes, and I suppose this goes to sort of segues with Senator Fanfara's comment. Do you see a point at which, one, these tax credits would not be available, and would you link them to income? Because a quick Google search reveals that the average income of an EV buyer is over $100,000, and as we're picking people we want to help, it occurs to me that as important as the environmental element is, there may be better ways to protect the environment, i.e. we're putting a lot of money into remediation of housing and energy efficiency than with EV purchases, particularly for people who would ideally, on current standards, perfectly capable of paying for them themselves.
I'm making this proposal with the focus on, as I said, reducing pollution. And I believe the market as well is moving in this direction to provide, perhaps in the future, fewer and fewer gas and diesel operating vehicles and electric only. And we all probably, sooner or later, will have to buy one of them. This effort on my part would be to kickstart the effort to make the use of them convenient, no matter your income.
Okay, thank you. I'm probably colored by, I'm jumping from here back to an energy and technology public hearing where we're talking about a lot of this. And indeed, how do we build a grid that's going to support the complete electrification of our economy and living style without making everybody's electricity prices go through the roof. So thank you. It's an interesting concept, and we will obviously be debating this in this committee. Thank you so much for being here today. Thank you, Chairman Fanfara.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. I see no other hands. Thank you, Mr. Tadaro.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Raymond McMahon.
Mr. McMahon, you are on mute.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We do.
You can, great, thank you. Well, I know I have a few brief minutes. I want to extend my thanks for being able to be heard. I am speaking on the behalf of the Tax Credit for Scholarship Granting Organization, HB 5016. I am for over 30 years a teacher and principal of Grace Pound Perfect School in Winter. And we have had students over the years that have been so benefited by private giving to help organizations such as the Children's Educational Scholarship Opportunity. Last year, a young lady came to us and she had a very lovely behaved young girl, a very sweet person. And she came into our 4th grade, frankly, not being able to read nor do basic math skills. The mother had sought testing and didn't get it. So our school is serving as a niche, part of the bigger fabric of education in our state. And with us working with her in a smaller environment, she is able to do actually quite well in math, and her reading skills are moving forward very rapidly, as is her confidence. And I believe that if people who have means can help out moderate to low income families to find and search for, as the parents of this child did, to find us in the hopes that that we can really do something positive and help, as we have with this girl. It's been kind of exciting to watch, to see her smiling and to see that growth. But it would not be possible, though our own tuitions are modest, this organization, and I'm sure there's others out there helping people in different ways, if people were encouraged with a tax credit for these particular situations, more could be done for those parents looking for the type of help we have actually offered to her and many others over the year. In particular, I would take a half hour out of my day and work on her times tables and basic math skills. And she had started with no faith or belief that she could actually do it. So she's moved on. We're thankful for counting on her fingers. She's doing a lot of figuring in her mind. She's reading every day, and we can see the growth in this child. And of course, we've had the CEO as one operation that does help students come to private schools such as ourselves and find the help that, for whatever reason, just wasn't connecting in other places. And I want to thank you for hearing us out today in support of HB 5016.
Thank you very much, Mr. McMahon. I see no questions at this time. Thank you. Bree?
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Are we all set?
You've been dismissed for the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McMahon. The next testifier is Melinda Toos.
Tuhus, yes, hi, thank you. To all the esteemed members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee, my name is Melinda Tuhus. I live in Hamden. I'm speaking for the Connecticut Climate Crisis Mobilization, which is a member organization of Recovery for All. We are in favor of these 3 bills, SB 21, 28, and 29, because they will help shrink the incredible income disparities we see in our state. In the middle of the last century, when I was around, taxes on corporations and the wealthy were much higher than they are now. And not coincidentally, we had greater equity and more people enjoyed the social goods that are becoming scarcer and scarcer, like clean water, municipal services, and even a roof over their heads. Specifically, SB 28 establishes a 1% surcharge on capital gains earnings for households earning over $1 million and individuals who earn at least $500,000. If passed, the bill could raise $130 million annually. There are so many great things we could do to help our state mitigate and adapt to climate change and improve public health with additional funding. We could fully fund the remediation needed to prepare housing for energy efficiency retrofits think that maybe is what Representative Cheeseman was referring to, but there isn't enough money to do everything that's needed. We could buy electric school buses for all our students and fully electrify transit buses, just for starters. These are not luxuries, but rather necessities to keep our people safe and healthy. I'm going to give just one other example of how that money could be used to clean up our air and help our climate. After the devastating tornadoes of 2018, I joined the trails crew at Sleeping Giant Park in Hamden to help clear 32 miles of trails. I just lucked into a team that not only had great people, but the Sawyer had an electric saw. It was such a pleasure to breathe in the clean woods air and be able to carry on a conversation with my teammates because the saw was pretty quiet. One time, several teams worked in close proximity, and I was exposed to the noise and pollution of another Sawyer's gas-powered equipment. It was not only unpleasant, but very unhealthful. We couldn't have a conversation, and I felt like I needed a gas mask. Gas-powered small off-road engines, which include leaf blowers, lawn mowers, snow blowers, and chainsaws, do incredible damage to our lungs and our ears and our sense of well-being. They are major contributors to both ground level pollution and the carbon pollution that causes climate change. Last year, 39 million gallons of gasoline were burned in Connecticut just for lawn and garden care, and that has a big climate impact. About 10 years ago, this is like not a brand new thing. About 10 years ago, the state spent $500,000 for cities and regional school districts to exchange their old gas-powered lawn and grounds maintenance equipment for new, lower polluting, but still gas-powered machines. Connecticut, the state, paid 80% of the cost. Now we have electric versions, which are much cleaner and quieter. We could use some of that money to enable homeowners and lawn care companies to exchange their polluting equipment for electric versions. Thanks for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Tahus. Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one quick question, and it's about the second or third time I've heard it today. Melinda, you mentioned clean water. Can you tell me where in the state there is not clean water for the people to drink?
It's interesting, you've heard it before. I can't give you a specific town. I just know that the infrastructure is old, and there are problems with lead, in water all over the country. I don't know if there's a specific place in Connecticut, but I would actually be surprised if there wasn't.
Oh, because you mentioned it. So again, I think someone else testifying on the bill, when they list their things, clean water is one of them. And I'm just curious where that would be, because we need to call that town, because there's no excuse not to have clean water. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I mean, let me just say, I think partly I was referring to, clean water in general in our rivers and all the pollution that, has gotten better over the years from the 60s and 70s, but now it's getting worse again. There's more inputs and there's less money to deal with those things.
Yeah, I live next to the Naugatuck River, or close, so it's definitely better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Melinda, for your testimony. Can you just remind me, what bills were you testifying on again?
I was testifying on 21, 28, and 29, but I was specifically referring to the money that would be generated by the small tax on the, on incomes over $1 million for a couple or $500,000.
Okay, so your thought would be that those funds would go to clean up the environment?
Yeah, I mean, the other funds are and the other bills are kind of spoken for already, the way the bills are, as I understand it, the way the bills are being written. But as far as I know, that didn't have, that wasn't all money that was assigned to something else already. And we definitely need more money to do some of the things I was saying.
Sure. So my question for you, I mean, being an environmental advocate, the last speaker just spoke about a tax credit for a renewable or an electric vehicle charging station. As he said, that would benefit the environment. However, that would, of course, be a tax deduction for mostly the top 1%, if we're being serious about this. So I'm just curious, what do you think about that proposal?
Well, as a matter of fact, we have an electric car. And as a matter of fact, I'm taking it in probably tomorrow to get the battery replaced, because it's a Chevy Bolt and they all have to be replaced. I'm also a friend of Leticia Colon de Mejias, who speaks every time she speaks about the people who have, need a safe place to live, and maybe I agree with him that I think we're all moving toward electric cars. I mean, companies are saying they're not even going to produce anything but electric cars in the next, 15 years. But I think that doing some of the other things that would benefit more people is, I guess, a priority. I wouldn't mind having that option, since we do have a car that could use that. But I think that I'm in favor of using the money that would benefit the most people who need it the most.
Okay. No, I appreciate that, because I was, I'm looking at bills that, are designed to assist lower income folks. And then this bill comes along. While I am an advocate for electric vehicles, I was a little surprised that some of the same folks who support one would also support that, when that is clearly a tax incentive for the wealthiest of the wealthy. Most cases, I appreciate you driving a Chevy Bolt. I couldn't afford, a Tesla or some of these other more expensive cars. So that's why I was asking. So I appreciate your response and all your advocacy and for coming before us to testify today.
Thank you.
Senator Formica.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. The two questions. One, how long did the battery last in the vehicle that you have?
It wasn't that it didn't last. It was that there were a few instances where the batteries caught fire. And so I think Chevy is being reimbursed by the battery manufacturer, and they are replacing every battery of every year that they've produced the car.
Okay, so it was some kind of recall situation.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And then in terms of installing a charging station, you have one at your house?
Yeah.
And how long does it take you to charge your car?
A long time. It's 4 miles an hour. It's actually, we got the car about 2 months before COVID, so we actually haven't, driven it that much. It works out fine for us, but there's also a community battery, charging station a couple blocks from my house that I've used a few times, which I think is a great idea.
Yeah.
And it charges at 25 miles an hour.
I think the market will probably create the opportunity for more charging stations. And,
yes.
So you said 4 miles an hour. You charge the battery for an hour, it gets you 4 miles to drive? Is that what you mean?
I think that's right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no other hands, thank you very much, Ms. Tahus, for your testimony today. Bree?
The next testifier is John O'Connor.
Good afternoon, Senator Fanfara, Representative Scanlon, and all the members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is John O'Connor. I teach in the Sociology Department at Central Connecticut State University. I'm a member of CSU AUP, and my union is a proud member of the Recovery for All Coalition. I am testifying in strong support of SB 21, SB 28, and SB 29. As all the members of this committee know, Connecticut is one of the wealthiest states in the nation, but we are riddled with crippling inequality. We are a state that promises a lot, but in important ways, we deliver too little. Recently, our state has suffered through a number of crises: the COVID pandemic, and economic contraction, and sustained racial injustice that has damaged our communities, and they have pushed the lives of working families into disarray. As a nation and as a state, we have a choice in front of us regarding how we will respond to this accumulation of crises. We will either extend our hand to our neighbors or we will turn our backs to them. At CCSU, where I work, I have seen both the inequality that defines our state and the impact of these crises on students who will lead Connecticut tomorrow. Since the CSCU system was created in 2011, my system has been plagued by persistent budget deficits. These deficits have compromised the education my students receive, with their programs being hollowed out and the availability of their classes being compromised. Budgetary problems have serious implications. Our community colleges and state universities serve those populations that often have been marginalized and forgotten. It is those students often dismissed because of their race, class, age, immigration status, or first-generation designation that get degrees in the CSCU system. At Central, we have far too many students that are housing and food insecure, who are juggling their course obligations with a struggle to shelter and feed themselves. With the onset of the COVID crisis, our community colleges and state universities have seen the exodus of far too many students. We need to be clear, these are not students that do not possess the talent, the skills, or the drive to succeed. They simply do not have the money to pay. COVID has increased the ranks of Connecticut's higher ed disappeared, those that were enrolled one semester and are gone the next. CSU, AUP, and the Recovery for All Coalition believe that SB 21 and SB 28 will lead to revenue gain, which will lessen our residents' economic pain. This revenue will help steer our education institutions in a just and equitable direction, and they will empower our students to reach their full potential and contribute to the economic and cultural development of our shared communities. SB 29 will improve the lives that are struggling. Well, I would much prefer to see a cradle to grave welfare system that protects the vulnerable and empowers families. SB 29 and expanding the earned income tax credit would help our neighbors who are struggling. As the recent study by the Department of Revenue makes clear, we have a major problem. Sure, we have a major problem with tax fairness in our state. Both CSU, AUP, and the Recovery for All Coalition encourage this committee to pass these three bills because they would help our low-wage earners who have lost 26% of their earnings to taxes. I hope this committee will move these bills forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Connor. Seeing no questions. Bree?
The next testifier is Marcella Kurowski.
Hi, members of the committee. I'm Marcella Kurowski. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. Senators Kelly and Senator Formica, thank you for raising SB 22. I support this Senate bill because keeping Connecticut affordable assists families and small businesses. Running a restaurant has been a way that many immigrants contribute to the economy and support their families. And it is common sense that when citizens have disposable income, it circulates through a local economy. So thank you so much today.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions at this time. Bree.
The next testifier is Carol Ann Marquis. Carol Ann Marquis.
I thought she's on, Miss Marquis, you are on mute.
Off of it then. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great. I'm Dr. Carol Ann Marquis, the Executive Director of the Children's Educational Opportunity Foundation of Connecticut, CEO, and I'm testifying in support of HB 5016, and I'm testifying on behalf of our CEO families and scholars. CEO is a scholarship granting organization. 93% of monies donated to CEO are credited to tuition accounts for scholarships to K through 8 accredited private schools. Parents who currently reside in Bridgeport, New Haven, East Hartford, Hartford, and Waterbury may apply. CEO parents receive half tuition scholarship payments up to a maximum of $2,100 a year per child. Parents must reapply each year to CEO, and their income must be at or within 200% of the federal poverty guidelines for the size of their family. This is verified each year by the federal 1040 tax form. The success, I believe, is that parents are responsible for the remainder of their child's tuition. If accepted, they may choose any private K-8 accredited school in Connecticut. CEO has been serving Connecticut families for 26 years, providing over $22 million in scholarships to over 10,000 Connecticut children. We are an independent 501c3 organization governed by an independent board of directors. The profile of our CEO parents describe the incredible outreach for assistance. All of our parents are low-income families. All of our CEO scholars are high-needs students. Many of our parents struggled or were not able to complete high school. Parents choose schools that range from religious schools such as Jewish, Christian, Catholic schools, as well as country day and private schools, who are willing to adapt their tuition to meet the financial ability of our parents. Recently, CEO has celebrated a retention rate of students from year to year of up to 93%, and we work hard to build family enrollment. That is up from 42% over the past 6 years. We closely monitor and celebrate the grades and the high-level standardized test scores of our scholars, as well as the parents' good standing with the school. We're committed to assisting parents. Challenges such as budgeting to make tuition payments and manage limited income is often addressed. Throughout the year, we are in constant contact with our parents. Education has never been one size fits all. All systems of educational instruction are needed and should be valued in Connecticut. There are families who simply do not have the ability to navigate their child's education on their own. In 2021, in 30 days, 750 applications were received in 1 month from qualified low-income families applying to CEO for a scholarship. We had funds to provide 368 of those applications, totaling $800,000. Last Monday evening, March 1st, our applications were released at 12:01 a.m. We have already received over 300 applications in 2 days. Creation of a tax credit for donors to scholarship granting organizations.
Please summarize.
Sure will. Such a CEO will allow us to increase our ability to meet the educational needs of many more low-income Connecticut families. Thank you for allowing me to present, and I'm happy to respond with any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Marcus. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Senator Fanfara. Thank you for coming here today, Ms. Marquis. So over the course of your foundation's history, how many children have you been able to assist?
Over 10,000.
All right. And typically you said you have a 97% retention rate?
We got up to 93% in spite of COVID. We started 6 years ago at 42%, and we've worked very, very hard at that. That's part of our initiative to work with parents, and we encourage them as well to bring siblings into the program.
Right. And you said you serve Bridgeport, New Haven, Hartford?
East Hartford and Waterbury.
All right. And the number of schools these children attend?
Currently 34. We have had over 40 schools throughout Connecticut chosen. And frankly, we are open to serving as many families wherever they are in the future as possible. It's just working to that point.
Right. And obviously, the more funds you have at your disposal, the more families you're going to be able to assist with their children's educational needs.
Absolutely. We have donors that are giving very sacrificially because they love the children, but a tax credit, they've told us repeatedly, could as much as double their giving.
I believe there are a number of other states that have similar programs which would provide a tax credit to scholarship granting organizations. I think Illinois has had one for quite some time. And then, do you know offhand of any other states where this is current?
Absolutely. New Hampshire, Rhode Island, a number of states across the country. Actually, New Hampshire expanded from 500 scholarships to over 1,500 in 1 year.
Because of the tax credits that were supplied?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think we've all seen during the pandemic, the harm that was caused by children not being able to be in-person schooling. I imagine for many of your parents, the ability to choose a school where their child could be in person, which is very often the case with smaller schools, has become incredibly important.
That has caused this explosion of 300 applications in 2 days, or 750 in 30 days. Our schools were all open through the pandemic, once allowed to do so. Very short intervals where they had to close, but they were small enough to be able to adapt to small settings. I have to tell you, one of the things that was really tragic during that time was a parent that had one of our scholarships and had to give it up because she couldn't afford it. She called me in April and said, "I'm so sorry, but could you please help me?" And I said, "Of course, what do you need?" And she said, "The school sent me a box and it has one of those computer things in it." She said, "Do you know how to turn it on?" And I said, "Do you have cable or internet to connect it to?" And she says, "Oh, we can't afford that." And so we went out and we found a cable company that would give her a hotspot. And the tragedy of that was, I said, what's your son been doing in 5th grade all year? And she said, "Well, the next door neighbor, he goes with his dad 3 days a week to watch school at his job. And then 2 days he's at home and he watches it on TV." And I said, "Well, that's great. You got a 5th grader next door at least." And she said, "Oh no, he's in 2nd grade." And we got that mom up and running, and we got a teacher from one of our schools to actually just step in spite of the fact that she didn't have a scholarship, and tutor that child back until we could get him at least close to where he could participate. But I am so proud to tell you that when Pastor Ray today talked about that little girl that was in 4th grade coming into 5th that could not read or do math, she was one of our scholars that we got into that school because we were able to work with Pastor Ray and his excellent teaching staff. I spoke at a public engagement, excuse me, this is emotional, just a couple of weeks ago. And out of nowhere came this girl and her sister. And they brought me this wooden plaque, and she said, she stood up to the microphone to a room full of educators and said, "Last year I didn't know one letter. Now I'm going to read you the sign." And she did. And then Pastor Ray said, "Tell them what you did on Friday in school." And she said, "Well, for Pete's sake, I read the first 4 pages of my science report." That's why we're here.
Absolutely. And I think as we talk about equity and providing choices, every parent wants to be able to make the appropriate educational choice for his or her child. And yes, we want excellent public schools, but for many children, that may not be the optimum choice. And if you have the financial resources, if you have the ability to move somewhere else, you have that choice. The children you're talking about only have that choice because of organizations like yours, and their parents are able to make the appropriate choice for their child. And I think extending the ability to make that choice to those children is incredibly important. So I thank you for your work. I hope we can vote this bill out of committee because I think it's going to benefit so many more families. And we'll hear wonderful stories like the ones you've been able to relate today. So thank you very much, Ms. Marquis. Thank you, Chairman Fanfara.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. Very simply, Carol Ann, thank you for your testimony and all you're doing in education. I think your sentiments illustrate why this would be a wonderful bill to pass out of this committee. So thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative, if I may, I have 25 years as a senior college administrator and president. I have never had a greater privilege in my life than when my husband and I moved to Connecticut 7 years to take over this foundation. Every day, and the bags under my eyes for the calls that come at 2 in the morning are worth it.
God's work. Yep.
Absolutely.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much, Ms. Marquis.
Thank you.
Representative Yacarino, you look like you're peeking around the corner there. There you are. Bree.
The next testifier is Robert Goodrich.
Thank you, Bree.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, and members of the Finance and Revenue and Bonding Committee. My name is Robbie Goodrich. I'm a father, I'm an educator, and I'm a leader of an advocacy organization in Waterbury that fights for racial justice in our schools. Our work is embedded the belief that we need legislative remedies to advance health equity, environmental justice, education justice, and economic justice so that we can advance racial justice in our communities. As a state, we have the largest educational achievement gaps that cut across race and economic status here in Connecticut. And we know that if you're poor or even middle class here in Connecticut, that at some point you'll have to make a gut-wrenching decision to buy fresh food or pay rent or fix the broken down car or buy diapers for our babies. These decisions are often made on a daily basis and happen more frequently in Black and brown and poor communities than any of us would like to recognize. It's these very lived experiences that are the reasons we support a permanent expansion of the earned income tax credit. Now, while we believe in strategies that will more radically address the regressive tax system here in Connecticut and would lead to a more equitable distribution of resources, we understand incremental and pragmatic approaches like the proposed expansion will have an immediate and potentially life-altering impact the moment it's codified. We also know that families' feelings of wholeness and safety are directly impacted by their financial stability. The expanded EITC will provide additional security from surprise expenses, like from a public health crisis, a death of a loved one, or even a health-related issue that prevents a caregiver from working an extended period of time. Now, we also know that earned income tax credits are shown to positively impact educational attainment and performance for students whose families receive those credits. It should be noted that earned income tax credits improve infant and maternal health, have greater college enrollment rates, increased work and earnings in the next generation, and also supports folks in Social Security and at the retirement age. What I want to make clear is that we also support the establishment of the Connecticut Child Tax Credit. The expansion is not enough. And if we're looking to advance justice here in our state, we also need to have a more permanent and more robust system that allows families to have more of their own money. And if it's tax credits that work best to do that incrementally and pragmatically, then we should do that.
30
I
seconds.
appreciate your time today. Yes, Bree, thank you. I appreciate your time today, Senator Fonfara and the rest of the committee. I'm open for any types of questions.
We appreciate your testimony, Mr. Goodrich. Seeing no hands, thank you, sir. Bree?
The next testifier is Deb Poulin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deb Poulin, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Association for Community Action. We're the state association that works with Connecticut's 9 community action agencies, which are the anti-poverty agencies, serving people in all of your cities and towns that you represent. I want to let you know that we submitted testimony in support of Senate Bill 29, and I'm speaking today to align my voice with those of others who've spoken before me so eloquently, and to express my appreciation for those of you who have already come out in support of expanding the Earned Income Tax Credit. Now, as the committee well knows, the Earned Income Tax Credit has a bipartisan history of support, and it helps about 186,000 people in Connecticut every year. It's the single most effective anti-poverty program our country has. And it puts money directly into the pockets of working people, helping them to meet needs now, and as research shows, and as the person before me spoke of, improves the outcomes for people in the future. It improves kids' ability to be in school, have better health, and be more successful as they grow up. Now, with a large surplus, you have the opportunity this year to provide both increases in spending on programs that help people, but also to have tax cuts to help people as well. Now, many have proposed tax cuts that focus on the middle class, such as property tax credits and so forth, and those are going to be very, very popular. But we ask you instead to direct the tax relief to the people who need it most, and you all represent people who need this assistance. We're talking about around $300 extra for families who are already working. And when you're living paycheck to paycheck, $300 really could mean the difference between getting your car repaired or not, getting your kids new clothes for school and new sneakers that fit them to help them through the day and through sports and so forth. I have been listening to the really robust conversations that have been going on over the last couple of hours, and I appreciate everyone's attention to these important issues. Earlier during a colloquy regarding increasing taxes, one of the opponents indicated that he thought $131 million to raise per year would be a very small portion in our budget. This program, this proposal to increase the EITC to 41.5% would cost about $42 million, or a third of that other proposal, and it would help the people who really need the help the most. So I ask for your support. I appreciate your efforts to helping people across our state, and thank you as always for your service.
Thank you, Deb, and thank you for your testimony. Representative Farrar's hand blends into the background of her wall, so I did not see that immediately, but she has a question for you.
Thanks, Chairman Scanlon. Deb, nice to see you. Thanks for your comments today. As someone, as you said, you are advocating from working in a nonprofit every day. I can understand that as someone who's had my career in nonprofits. And you all provide incredible frontline services for thousands of Connecticut residents. I'd love to hear, why you and all of your agencies are advocating for the EITC specifically, because you could so easily just seek out more donors or more funding, just to keep up your services instead. So can you kind of speak to why this type of change really is essential, rather than you continuing to hand out food or clothing or other direct service?
Yes, and thank you so much for that question. I want to say that the community action agencies, which help about 200,000 people in Connecticut every year, in a sense, would like to put ourselves out of business, because we would like to eliminate poverty in Connecticut. We want to eliminate the need to hand out food and the need to enroll people in energy assistance. We want to help people gain self-sufficiency. And that's why, in addition to advocating for the programs that we provide and advocating for streamlined access to those programs, more funding for those programs, easier access, we also advocate to help put more money into people's pockets through better job training, more opportunity for higher paying jobs. And in this case, for systemic change to our tax system to help people retain more of their money to provide the services and programs and products that they need. We also know that that helps our Connecticut economy. When people who are low income or moderate income are given money, they spend it. And we've seen that over and over again in the EITC and through the stimulus checks that have come out from the federal government. That money goes right back into our economy, and that helps everybody in the end.
Thanks, Deb. And I know everyone in your organization on the front lines have been working tirelessly. So please thank them on behalf of all of us for what they do every day. Thank you, Chair.
I will. Thank you.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Chair Scanlon. Thank you for coming today, Deb. Question, you talked about wanting to put yourselves out of business, and my query to you is, one of the best ways is to give people the opportunity to access better paying jobs. And just out of curiosity, how much work do you do with workforce investment boards, engaging with so many of the things we as the legislature and the governor has put in place to put people on a pathway to greater prosperity? Because it seems to me that would be a great synergy.
I 100% agree with you. And so I'm pleased to tell you that our community action agencies do work very closely with their workforce investment boards and the workforce development boards. In fact, a few of our agency CEOs are on the Governor's Workforce Development Council, sitting on and chairing various committees there. In addition to providing some preparation type programs like basic computer skills, how to interview, things you need to know in order to be successful once you have a job, like showing up a little bit early, how to dress, how to communicate with your coworkers. We also have direct job training programs that exist at various community action agencies, and we're looking to expand those over the next year or so.
Good. Well, obviously that this is more an appropriations question, but I would have thought that's an incredibly valuable area in which to invest our resources, because people who are, making more money, having a better living, as you say, help to put people like you out of business. So thank you very much for answering my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you, Deb.
Thank you.
Great.
The next testifier is Senator Kelly.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Fonfara. Good afternoon, Chairman Scanlon, as well as Senator Martin and Representative Cheeseman and all the members of the Finance, Revenue and Bonding Committee. I appreciate having the opportunity to be with you this afternoon and to have the opportunity to speak on behalf of Senate Bill 22, an act temporarily reducing the rates of the sales and use taxes and the meals tax. On February 25th of this year, the U.S. Commerce Department released data revealing that prices rose at their fastest level in nearly 40 years. The Personal Consumption Expenditures Index also shows that inflation is speeding up on a monthly basis. Rising prices of oil, gas, and other commodities tied to Russia's invasion of Ukraine are also expected to increase inflation. In fact, just last night, between yesterday and today, the prices of gasoline in Connecticut have risen 10 cents. At the same time, Connecticut's state budget is benefiting from inflation as the state sales tax and gas tax brings in new, unplanned for revenue, a result of these surging costs. Meanwhile, Connecticut residents are struggling to balance their own family budgets. Inflation drives up costs on everything, from food to energy to home heating oil. The state must not keep a windfall at a time when our residents demand relief and are struggling. This temporary sales tax cut would direct the influx in tax revenue back to residents and provide immediate relief to families who are feeling this inflation. In other words, we're going to leave the tax dollars where they belong, and that's in the taxpayer's pocket, where it can do the most help today. Senate Republicans are proposing to temporarily reduce the sales tax from 6.35% to 5.99% and eliminate the additional 1% meal surcharge, which is only a windfall, and to return that to the taxpayer. The state budget remains whole, even with this tax reduction, and the historic contributions to the state's rainy day fund would be preserved under our plan. The bill before the committee reflects the proposal first made by Senate Republicans at a time of year which was prior to December 31st. It is important to note that since the proposal was first calculated, consensus revenue has since been updated by state budget analysts, which further indicates a growth in sales tax receipts to the state of Connecticut. The increase as reported in the January consensus revenue would also allow us further cuts, either to extend the tax cut for an additional 6 months or even to reduce it further, so that we can bring families the relief that they need. This proposal is something that is good because it provides immediate relief, and it's something that everyone in the state of Connecticut can enjoy. So, inflation is here and relief needs to be here too. And Senate Bill 22 is one important way to reasonably and responsibly provide that relief now, so that people who are struggling can get the relief that they so deservedly need. I certainly hope we can find friends on this committee and throughout the General Assembly to help the middle and low income families of the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Senator, good to see you, though it's a little weird to have you be testifying in front of a committee. I used to chairing one with you, but
yes,
nonetheless, good to see you. I think all of us on this committee on both sides of the aisle recognize that people are hurting and that costs are rising and that we ought to do something about it, I think. But there is a bit of a disagreement as to the best way to do that and the most ethical way to do that for the certain people that we all want to help. Certainly those who are, the working poor and the middle class. And I'm wondering, as we think in this committee about how to put together perhaps a bipartisan tax package, what the best way to do that and to get the most bang for our buck. As you know, even in temporarily reducing the sales tax is very, very expensive. And I think that there are a lot of people out there who would say that we may even have the best intentions of temporarily doing it, but once it's temporarily reduced, it'll be very, very hard to put it back up to where it was. And so I guess I would just ask you your opinion as to why, as you thought through what different packages you wanted to put out there, why you went with these and how you think we could perhaps work together to get a package done, knowing that the sales tax piece is going to be very expensive for us going forward if that's the route that we take.
Certainly, and thank you. Likewise, it's good to see you. Obviously, different sides of the dais, but I do welcome a conversation and looking at a bipartisan tax package. I think the state of Connecticut and its citizens who are struggling certainly would welcome that relief. The reason we settled on the sales tax to begin with, and let me be clear, I'm not looking at this as an either or. I think this is something that we need to do now. I will certainly be open-minded as to any further tax relief that the state of Connecticut can provide, basically any taxpayer in the state. I think that our state becomes more competitive when it becomes more affordable. So the sales tax, I think, is important and is useful now, because what it can do is, while inflation is here, we know that we have this 40-year inflation. And back in December, reports were saying that it might only last about a year. So what we saw was a windfall coming into the state. And rather than that benefiting the state budget, let's return that windfall. The tax receipts that are being driven to the state because of inflation needs to go back to that family that's struggling to make ends meet, and to put the money back into the taxpayer's wallet rather than just benefiting a budget that is already in surplus during the time when families need it most, which is now. They don't need it next year. We don't know. I mean, by reports back when we were looking at this in December, they were saying that the inflation might subside by then. Well, if that's the case, that's a different story, and we can look at things more permanent at that point. But right now, when inflation is here, this is something that's quick. We can just change the sales tax rate, send that across the state, and it's immediately effective. We could just say, April 1st, we're going to adjust the sales tax. And so it's easy to implement. It's broad-based. Anybody that goes and purchases things that are subject to the sales tax would benefit. And it brings relief now. It leaves the money in the taxpayer's wallet, as opposed to paying a tax and then getting a credit and having it returned with your tax return next April of 2023. So inflation's here, and so must the relief. And that's where we came down on this. But I'm certainly willing to have that conversation and looking at other ways, whether it's a property tax, child credit. There's a lot of ways that we can help the middle, moderate, and low income families of the state of Connecticut who are paying a disproportionate share of the state's taxes.
Thank you, Senator. That's helpful. My understanding from looking at this and talking to OFA is that each time we take 0.1% off the sales tax, it costs the state about $90 million annually, which is a big chunk of change. And so to go down to 599 or even to 6, you're talking about $315 to $400 million. And I don't think most of the committee recognizes how big that is. I don't know that most taxpayers understand that. And I guess what I'm just thinking about, and certainly this is the conversation we're going to have, is to temporarily reduce that and then to try to bring that back, I think will be very difficult. But conversely, to try to replace that $400 million within our budget would be equally challenging. And I just think as we think about this tax reform package that I think all of us want to try to put together, the challenge that we're going to face is how to replace how to deliver significant tax reform while also replacing significant revenue loss that we're going to face as we head into future budgets. And I think that's our central challenge going forward on this committee. And just wanted to share that with you a little bit from my perspective, but certainly welcome other folks chiming in and to hear from you again, Senator Kelly.
Yeah, and on that, just from the sales tax increase that we've received from inflation, this is what we received. I believe it was from OFA, was that we're at, after the January consensus revenue, almost at 511 million in a windfall to the state. And so that's why, we initially started at 5.99, because if you stay in that lane, you can take that windfall, return it to the taxpayers, albeit temporarily, but we're going to be returning it at a time when the inflation is here. And that's what's important, I think, is that while the families are struggling, we have the opportunity to provide the relief.
Thank you, Kevin. Good to
Sure.
see you. Senator
Likewise.
Formica.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for outlining the proposal. I think what may get lost in this is the extra money collected due to the inflated prices, due to inflation, is, as you said, a windfall, right? Does this money in any way impact the budget in a negative way at this point?
No, it's budget neutral. The budget was designed at a certain revenue, where, as you say, Senator Formica, we're getting more revenue because the cost of goods has increased due to inflation that wasn't there. And so now we have a windfall to the state budget. And all we're doing is taking that windfall and returning it back to the state's taxpayer and leaving the money in their pocket rather than bringing it to Hartford first and sending it back in the form of a credit. So this is budget neutral. It doesn't result in a cut. And that's why we think it just makes sense.
Thank you for that answer. Would you be amenable to discussing the time frame? I know that we came out early with a 8 or 9 or 10 month time frame to reduce it. It equaled around 300 or 315. You just mentioned a $511 million and probably rising windfall as part of the negotiations, perhaps to come to a bipartisan solution on this. I'm sure you're willing to have those conversations about timing.
Absolutely. I'm always willing and open-minded to have a conversation with regard to reducing the tax burden on our citizens.
Thank you very much. Anything else you need to add at this point?
No, not at this point.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, hi, Senator Kelly. I don't think we've actually ever spoken before, but it's nice to see you.
Hello.
So I just want to make sure that I'm hearing this correctly, because I'm an accountant. I'm a numbers person, so I want to make sure I'm hearing this correctly. The proposal that we have on the table right now is to reduce the sales tax, and per Representative Scanlon, that's going to cost us $400 million. From the proposal that you have, give or take around that number. And the inflated spending that we're seeing right now is generating a $500 million windfall. We'll use that word and call it a windfall. But so net, if we were to do this, we would still have more income coming in than going out if we were to temporarily lower the sales tax.
Yes, based on our plan was based on numbers through December 31st. And at that time we had, it's about 350 million. And that's what this proposal was built on. When the January consensus revenue came out, it demonstrated that the windfall grew from that 350 to 511. So we are willing to have a conversation to go even further than this, either to extend it to the end of the biennium, which would be June 30th of 2023, rather than just the end of this calendar year, or look at a further reduction during this calendar year of the tax rate from 5.99 to something lower. But we think that staying in this lane, that windfall revenue really needs to stay in the taxpayer's pocket, because they're experiencing the added costs due to inflation. And this would be a way to give them relief today, now, in their budgets when they're feeling the most pinch.
And I think sales tax relief affects more people across the board than anything. Everybody pays sales taxes. So for this, it would be relief across the board. And I understand that if we take it down now, that means we're going to have a conversation later out. But I'm going to be honest with you, maybe it's because I'm new around here, but that doesn't seem to matter when we're talking about a 1.2% deficit. That's a year down the road. So if we're looking at how we would find a way to fund this after a couple of years, I think those are conversations that we're quite frankly put here to do. So this, I do think, and honestly, the more I hear about this bill, I do think that it's a good idea to put the money back into people's hands right now who can spend it and can stimulate the economy, and or pay bills and stuff like that. So, I'm thank you for answering that. You've definitely given me a lot more to think about. I would be happy to work with you on and trying to make a way to make this work.
Thank you, and nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too.
We're all about bringing people together here on the Finance Committee. So thank you both. Representative Wood.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also wanted to say, I think this is a very good proposal. And when you talked about opening up and having a discussion, it reminds me of the Fiscal Stability and Economic Growth Report that right now, I think it was 4 years ago, almost this week, that they came out with that proposal that had so many good pieces to it. And they did it in 2.5 months. And there were a lot of great solutions, both on the revenue side and the taxation side. So I think that's worth bringing in back to the discussion. And I also wanted to say to Senator Kelly, I love the way you said our state becomes more competitive when we're more affordable. Although as I wrote it, I think maybe you said it the other way around. But either way, it's so true. Affordability in our state is a huge issue right now. We've got 3 kids who are living here in the state, and they all just say it's not affordable to be here. And we have to look at the spending side. I mean, it's just impractical not to look at the spending side. So I support this, and I certainly support having more discussion around this. Thank you, Senator Kelly, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you, Representative Wood, for your service.
Senator Fonfara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Kelly, good to see you.
Likewise.
I recall in your remarks introducing this proposal on a rather cold winter day, standing outside on the Capitol Avenue side of the Capitol building. Repeatedly, you said that that there are people in Connecticut who are doing okay, and there are a number of folks who are struggling.
Mm-hmm.
You said that 3 or 4 times in your remarks. And I was struck by that because your proposal doesn't seem to reflect that comment or your observation. Because unless I'm mistaken, I don't think you are pegging this to income. Am I right? This is available to all?
Yes, it's based on sales. So anybody that's buying taxable goods in the state of Connecticut is going to benefit from this now.
Yeah, and the sales tax is one of the most regressive taxes. It's blind to income. It doesn't take into consideration what your income is when you're making a purchase. And if you look at the tax incidence analysis, it shows the dramatic amount that is paid by the least of us in terms of if you break out the tax-paying population by income levels. But your proposal ignores that, and it seeks to treat everyone equally. I think I would be more inclined if there were an effort to recognize the regressive nature of the sales tax and do exactly what your comments were, your observations were that day, that there are those who are struggling and then there are those who are not.
Well, I'm certainly willing to have that conversation. Okay. What we're looking at, the sales tax, is something that can be put into effect, once again, very easily, quickly, and it's broad based. I mean, things such as children's clothing and shoes under $50. That's something that I'm going to say moderate and low income families have to pay a tax on. Prepared meals. I know multiple families have come to me when I'm walking around my district that talk about how, you know, even if they go to Stop and Shop to buy a rotisserie chicken, they can't buy it with food stamps because that's not part of the SNAP program, and they're going to get a tax on it. And while we do have a K-shaped recovery and the very wealthy are doing very well in the state of Connecticut, at the bottom end of that K-shaped recovery, people are not doing so well. And this sales tax will help those people at the lower end, no doubt. And what we're doing is taking the excess revenue generated by the sales tax that was not planned for in the budget and just returning it back to the people who are paying that. And as you said, that same report said that the low and moderate income families are paying a disproportionate share of their income to the state of Connecticut. Well, this is a way to get that relief to them at the quickest possible time before we even take it out of their pocket. Let's leave it there. And I think there's a lot of goods and services that the people who are most hurt by this pandemic are experiencing. And that is where I think we need to go. But I would love to have the conversation. I mean, I remember the chilly day. We chose the sunny side of the Capitol for a reason. You know, I think we both see eye to eye on the fact of who's being hurt by the tax policies in the state of Connecticut. And I would look forward to having a more robust conversation on how to address that and to bring the need and the help and the relief that they so deservedly are entitled to.
Well, I look forward to the conversation and how we can focus the relief of your proposal to those most in need. Thank you, Senator Kelly, very much for your testimony.
You bet.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Senator Kelly. I think the good chairman had raised an important point, but as I always remember, sales tax, when they're increased, in fact, it truly impact the middle class and the lower income disproportionately. And so when you decrease sales tax, it should benefit them disproportionately as well. Wouldn't that be correct?
Yes.
And what the other major component of this is, as a result of increased inflationary cost of goods and services, we as a state are actually receiving increased revenue as a result of the inflated cost. And I believe one of the premise of that from a sales tax cut is to really return the sale purchase power back to the consumer that is impacted by inflationary pressures that is out of the realm of our control. But at the same time, the state has truly benefited from the increased tax receipt because of the inflated cost. Thoughts on that, sir?
Well, yes. I mean, that's what families across our state are experiencing, is that our state is unaffordable. It's becoming more unaffordable as inflation is driving up the cost of goods and materials in the state of Connecticut. I mean, as I mentioned at the outset, there was a dime on a gallon of gas just overnight. So wherever we can bring relief, I think we need to be looking at that. We have a citizenry who have sacrificed to pay their taxes. And so this is a way to bring back the help at a time when they need it.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. The indulgence, quick second question is, we had Mr. Dolick in earlier talking about the struggles of Connecticut restaurants. I think another part of that proposal is to remove the 1% tax on restaurant transactions or takeout. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that and the rationale behind that?
Well, of course. I mean, I think we all know and recognize that the COVID pandemic has particularly ravaged the restaurant industry. And, you know, the business just hasn't come back to where it was pre-COVID levels. We see many restaurants had gone out of business. And then you lay on top of that a 1% surcharge, and it makes it very difficult for restaurants to stay in business, and for families, even if they wanted to do that, to be able to go out and afford it, because there's an extra tax on whatever they're going to partake in. So this is a way to I'm going to say, bring the tax rate, the expense down, and to make it not only more affordable, but give the people an option, if they were to take so inclined to be able to take that, to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly, and thank you for Mr. Chair for the indulgence of 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator. Senator Kelly, I should say. Thank you, Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's always a pleasure.
Bree, who do we have next?
The next testifier is Harvey Kleiman.
Good afternoon, representatives and senators and co-chairs. I am Dr. Harvey Kleiman, an MD, PhD physician scientist at Yale University School of Medicine. I'm here to speak in strong support of the Stillbirth Tax Credit Bill, HB 5103. As part of my research and clinical activities at Yale, I see hundreds, if not thousands, of patients with pregnancy losses, miscarriages, and stillbirths. This is the most devastating thing that can happen to a parent and a family, to lose a child. To lose a child even before they're born is just so tragic for the family. There's a tremendous amount of guilt that is associated with that, especially for the woman who's carried life inside of her. She feels responsible, and somehow she's done this to her unborn child. And it drives not only in terms of the tragedy of the loss, but a need to try to understand why this loss has happened. And these families and women, as I said, especially who I take care of, are seeking understanding and answers to why this has happened, how it happened, how they can prevent it in the future, which necessitates for them to see physicians, find consultants, spend money, do lots of things to deal with the pain that they're dealing with. So I think that this tax credit would go a long way to help these families to cope with a very tragic situation. I think we all want to see healthy, happy families, and the best way to help these people who have been through such tragedy is help them deal with this event. And I think that this bill would go a long way to help them deal with a very difficult situation. I'd be happy to answer any questions if the members or committee would like to ask any.
Thank you for being here, Doctor. I do not see any questions, but appreciate testimony.
The next testifier is Laurel Harrington. Oh, I do see.
I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand, and it looks
I'm
like the
sorry,
doctor.
I'm very late with my hand. I apologize. If the good doctor hasn't left already, has he?
We may have already removed
I think
him.
I think we did lose the doctor.
All right. I'll be quicker next time. Thank you.
Apologies, Representative. The next testifier up is Laurel Harrington.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Laurel Harrington. I live in Harwinton, Connecticut. I think I'm kind of lucky to follow Dr. Kleiman today, as I did seek help from him in the past year. I'm here today testifying in support of House Bill number 5103, which would give parents of a stillbirth a $2,500 one-time tax credit for the birth of our children. This coming Monday will be 6 months since I became part of the infant loss community here in Connecticut. On September 7th, 2021, I delivered my daughter, Josephine, after 41 weeks of carrying her. She was a stillbirth. Unfortunately, this was a very heartbreaking situation for my husband and I. It was our first pregnancy. For those 41 weeks, we had prepared not only emotionally to be bringing our first child into this world, but we also prepared financially as it relates, I think, to the bill that we're talking about today. I've sat through everybody's testimony today and heard the other people who have spoken and everybody on this wonderful committee. I think something that I've learned in the last 6 months is I really knew nothing about stillbirths until it happened to my husband and I. Some of the questions from the committee today, I think there's just a general lack of understanding of stillbirths until it happens to you or to somebody that you know. So after losing Josephine, who was perfectly healthy otherwise, we've just been navigating life since that loss. Last week we went to do our taxes and my husband and I had no idea. We're like, okay, well, she was, you know, we still had to, I delivered her via a C-section. We had to bury her. We planned a funeral. We're still waiting right now on her headstone. We went through every step that any new parent would go through, again, purchasing all the things necessary to bring a child home. We just unfortunately went home with an empty car seat. So we asked ourselves, can we claim her? And the answer to that was no, because we only were given a death certificate and not a birth certificate and a social security number. I looked, there were other states that gave this credit, which other people have mentioned earlier. Connecticut, unfortunately, is not one of them. Ironically, this weekend, I found out about this bill. I've never testified in front of any type of committee before. But after experiencing this tragic loss, I feel like I need to become an advocate for stillbirths to raise awareness. I think this bill is a great step in the right direction to raise awareness about this tragedy that, again, I myself knew nothing about until unfortunately, until it happened to us. But there's a lot of costs associated with having a stillbirth. Again, as first-time parents, we prepared financially to bring Josephine home and just unfortunately had to bury her instead. So I thank you all for your time today. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Well, Laurel, first of all, you and I have emailed before, and it's good to meet you in this way. And second, thank you for coming and telling your family story. Obviously, I know that's incredibly hard to do. And for somebody who's never testified before, you did a heck of a job. So thank you for your advocacy, and look forward to continuing to work with you on this important issue. And thank you for testifying. Representative Cheeseman, followed by Representative Piscopo.
Thank you. Thank you for coming here today, Laurel. And I want to echo Chairman Scanlon's remarks. For a first timer, you did extremely well. I'm sorry that these are the circumstances that brought you to us for the first time. So you talked about, obviously, you had the normal expenses that any parent does preparing for the birth of a child. And I think you outlined briefly what you had over and above that. Would you just flesh that out in a bit more detail for us?
Yeah, certainly. So listening to, I know a couple of people had asked questions on other testimonies, so I roughly put together an estimate. So again, we were first-time parents, so we turned our office into a nursery. The furniture, all the clothes, everything we needed in there, changing table. We filled her closet with stuff. We needed diapers. We were all prepared on that front. We got a car seat. We got extra bases for my husband's car and my mother's car. We got strollers. I'm an avid runner, so I got my jogging stroller. We had her pack and play and her swing set up in our living room. Toys. I mean, obviously, we probably went above and beyond. It was our first. We were super excited for her. But just the minimally what you would need to bring a child home, just a rough estimate is about, the number I came up with just over $3,000. As I'm sure most people on the committee have, either buried a parent or someone before. Funeral costs are expensive. I will say we were lucky. So many people were so generous with us, in helping us through things. So some of the costs associated with it, we just had such generosity, but that's not the case for everybody. The funeral costs, probably about $1,000. Her plot, we then bought 2 plots next to her, which is not something my husband and I expected to be doing at this point in our lives, was purchasing our plots as well. And her headstone, which We're still waiting to be installed with a backup with COVID. That's going to be about $3,000 as well. Again, I'm not going to say that I've had some generosity. I'm part of a union who's covering some of the costs for us because I have a great support group behind me. We have a great family, but some families in this situation do not have that support and don't feel the generosity that we experienced after our loss. Probably the hardest, again, just because this does have to do with finance, the hardest thing to stomach was the insurance bill that we received after delivering Josephine. It totaled over, here's the number. So the insurance bill for the last week of my pregnancy, again, I went to 41 weeks pregnant, was $48,000. Just my hospital stay alone, which I was there for 3 days. Again, I had delivered her via a cesarean section. Just that hospital stay was just over $30,000. So my husband and I are very lucky to have good insurance that covered those costs. But again, not every, there's about 170 families in the state every year who have a stillbirth, and they might not have that great insurance that we have in that support system that we have. So
a tax credit would be very useful. And you mentioned that there are other states that under these very sad circumstances do give a birth certificate, which would then open. Could you, I missed that part of the testimony before. I apologize.
Yep. So Minnesota, I believe it is, and Louisiana just recently passed them. New York and New Jersey are considering similar bills right now. So I'm not exactly sure if they issue a birth certificate, but you are able to claim with just the death certificate, the birth, you're able to claim them as a dependent.
All right. Thank you very much. As I say, you've done a wonderful job, and I'm sorry for your loss. And
thank you so
wish you
much.
good things in the future. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman Scanlon.
Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Laurel, thank you very much for your testimony. I agree with my colleagues that your first time you did a great job on what had to be a very emotional and difficult testimony to give. So I just wanted to say that, and thank you very much for that. You mentioned that you had a support group, and I did hear from your, if you will, extended support group. I heard from some of your friends that that you were coming in and you were going to speak on this bill and ask for my support for it. So your support group even goes bigger than you think it is. So again, thank you very much for this very difficult testimony, and I'm terribly sorry for your loss of Josephine.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your support in getting back to my husband as well.
Thank you, Laurel, and look forward to continue to work with you in the future on this. So thank you for being with us today.
Of course. And thank you all again for your support who reached out to me after I emailed you. It means a lot. Thank you.
Thanks, Laurel. Bree.
The next testifier is Cynthia Stretch.
Thank you, Representative Scanlon, Senator Fanfara, and members of the Finance, Revenue, and Bonding Committee. My name is Cynthia Stretch. I live in West Haven, and I'm a professor in the English department at Southern Connecticut State University. I'm also a member of CSU AUP, the faculty union at the state universities, and a proud member of the Recovery for All Coalition. I join you today in support of SB 21, 28, and 29 in particular, and progressive taxation in general. The Connecticut General Assembly has taken up issues of access to affordable, high-quality public higher education and student debt over the last several sessions and in multiple committees. Just last week, my colleagues and I testified before the Higher Education and Employment and the Appropriations Committees on bills to address housing and food insecurity. As you can tell from the subjects of those bills, our students and their families are making incredible sacrifices to get to college and to graduate with the degrees they hope will be their tickets to the middle class. But the conversations in those committees are often limited to begging for pieces of what seems to be a shrinking pie. Neoliberal austerity measures, national and local, have meant that the imperative to bake a bigger pie has too often been dismissed. Offloading the cost of higher education onto the shoulders of working and middle-class families means that the wealthy, whose businesses benefit from and whose wealth is dependent on the excellent public higher education infrastructure in Connecticut, don't pay their fair share to maintain it. But it also means that as the cost of tuition rises due to shrinking state allocations, those same working and middle class families have turned to loans to cover the cost of our collective future. They are taking on debt so that their kids can contribute to the kind of robust state economy and vibrant culture that create a virtuous cycle of public good. And as a previous testifier explained earlier this afternoon, that vibrant culture is central to the economic health of the state. I'm sure you all are aware of the data on the student loan crisis and the destabilizing effects on individuals and local economies when lives are put on hold due to debt. But whereas the crushing debt is a liability for our students and their families, it is often seen as a business opportunity and an asset to investors in the financial sector and in the loan servicing and collection industries. The financial incentive to drive more and more families to take out bigger and bigger loans most benefits those whose incomes depend most directly on financial markets. The ethical morass of investors making money off of student loan debt is not the only reason that SB 28 is an important step towards the crucial goal of a progressive taxation policy in Connecticut. But it is one reason that is very important to me and to the CSU students and families who are your constituents. Requiring the ultra wealthy to pay their fair share so that my students at Southern have a shot at a better life is the right thing to do. I thank you for the opportunity to testify and hope you support SB 21, 28, and 29.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Seeing no questions, we're going to move on to the next testifier.
The next testifier is Stephen Monroe Tomzik.
Thank you. Senator Fanfara, Representative Scanlon, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of SB 29, an act concerning the Earned Income Tax Credit. My name is Stephen Monroe Tomzik. I teach social welfare policy as a member of the faculty at Southern Connecticut State University Department of Social Work. And on behalf of the National Association of Social Workers Connecticut chapter, representing over 2,300 members, I'm here to speak in favor of this measure, increasing the earned income tax credit to 41.5%. We are also members of the Recovery for All coalition and endorse the comments on progressive taxation offered by my colleague, Professor Stretch. The 2020 Connecticut ALICE report revealed that nearly 40% of Connecticut households across our state were living paycheck to paycheck, even before the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. Despite working hard at jobs available to them, these households struggle to afford life's most basic necessities. Permanently increasing the Connecticut EITC rate to 41.5% from 30% will provide on average $925 of needed income for over 200,000 struggling Connecticut households. $925 is a month of rent, 2 months of utility bills, or 2 months of daycare for a toddler. Increasing the Connecticut EITC is an issue of equity as well. An increased EITC would benefit Black, Latinx, female-headed households who are disproportionately represented in the ALICE population and who have been disproportionately impacted by COVID. 57% of Black households, 63% of Latinx households, 73% of female-headed households in Connecticut live below the ALICE threshold. Expanding the EITC for low-income families in Connecticut would have a variety of benefits for those who receive this assistance. According to the Centers for Disease Control, by reducing poverty and increasing income for working families, the EITC has been linked to positive health outcomes, particularly for infants and mothers. Moreover, significant health improvements occur when more generous EITC benefits are provided. The benefits of increasing the EITC go beyond health impacts, however. The CDC reports that in addition to positive health changes, earned income tax credits are also linked to increased economic activity at the state and local level. For every EITC dollar a recipient earns, they return $1.24 to the economy, supporting local businesses and communities as they meet family needs. As social workers, we see the ravages of poverty and economic deprivation. And as a result, we are keenly aware of the positives in increasing the EITC. Therefore, I strongly urge you to support SB 29, which by increasing the Connecticut Earned Income Tax Credit to 41.5% of the federal credit will have many positive benefits for individuals and families in our state. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of this important bill, and I remain available for questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for hanging around with us today. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the next person, but thank you.
The final testifier is Stuart Savakul.
Thank you very much. Senator Fonfara, Representative Scanlon, Senator Martin, Representative Cheeseman, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Stuart Savakul, and I am Chief of Staff for AFT Connecticut. We're an organization of 30,000 teachers, paraeducators, nurses, healthcare workers, college professors, and public employees. We are also proud to belong to the Recovery for All Coalition. It is on their behalf that I testify today. We stand in strong support of Senate Bills 21, 28, and 29. Our support for these pieces of legislation is driven by our collective belief that economic inequality is a serious issue in our state. That problem is compounded by unfair levels of taxation on our residents. The DRS study released this week has been referenced by many during the testimony we have heard today. That study demonstrated that not only are poor and middle-class workers paying significantly higher effective tax rates than their wealthy counterparts, but that the problem has actually gotten worse than it was a decade ago. The disparity has grown. We urge the legislature to address this problem. More than once today, we have heard the phrase, "a rising tide lifts all boats." Well, clearly, we do not have an economy in Connecticut that is working for everyone. Any reduction in financial investment in our public services would have a disproportionately negative impact on lower income and middle income Connecticut residents. These folks represent many of our members at AFT Connecticut. They also represent the majority of the families our members serve through their work. If we can agree that decreasing our investment in education and other public services is not the answer to a stronger Connecticut, then the solution to achieving a fairer economy and tax system in our state must settle upon asking the wealthiest among us to pay their fair share. SB 21 would put a 2% mill rate on homes over 1.2 million and starts to address the mill rate disparity between our wealthiest and poorest towns. SB 28 would add a 1% surcharge on capital gains. Neither of these steps is punitive or draconian. Connecticut would not become a socialist paradise / hellscape if we charge 1 penny per dollar in capital gains and wait for the million and first dollar to do so. Senate Bill 29 aims to help our poorer families by extending the EITC. Though the bill would cost $79 million, it would generate an estimated $103 million in economic activity. These bills will not get us to where we need to be on their own. However, they are certainly a step in the right direction. Thank you for your time, and thank you in advance for your support.
Stuart, good to see you, and thanks for bringing us home. I don't see any questions, but appreciate your testimony today and appreciate everybody's testimony today. And after about 6.5 hours, we will conclude our first public hearing of the session, though we will obviously have more to come. And thank you to everybody who helped us have a successful day on day one.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.